Annoy. The neighbor's noise, which continues until late at night, is extremely annoying for everyone in the apartment. Destroy. The huge typhoon completely destroyed the beautiful cityscape in just a few hours. Employ. The new factory plans to employ hundreds of local residents. Enjoy. On weekends, he enjoys listening to his favorite music and slowly sipping coffee. Joy. When she heard the news of the birth of her grandchild, her heart was filled with great joy. Toy. As a child, he loved to spend hours playing with wooden toys. Voyage. He set off on a grueling months-long ship voyage in search of new lands. Loyal. He is a loyal person who will never betray his friends, no matter how difficult the situation. Royal. He serves the royal family. Employer. He is a very conscientious employer who puts the welfare of his employees first. Employee. The company introduced a new vacation policy to increase employee satisfaction. Employment. As the economy recovers, employment opportunities for young people are gradually increasing. Unemployment. The unemployment rate is falling. Coinage. In order to stabilize the economy, the government issued a new coinage. Poison. Poisons harmful to humans were detected in the soil at the old factory site. Noisy. His room faces the street and is very noisy with the sound of traffic until late at night. Avoid. To avoid accidents, you must always pay attention to your surroundings while driving. Boil. To make tea, first bring the water to a boil in a kettle. Soil. The kids played in the mud and soiled their favorite white t-shirts. Spoil. Our much-anticipated weekend picnic was ruined by a sudden rain shower. Join. He joined a local book club to find more people with common interests. Disappointed. He was extremely disappointed because the performance of the new product he had been looking forward to was below his expectations. Join. The two rivers join in the center of the city and flow into the sea as a larger river. Appoint. The president recognized his many years of achievements and appointed him as the new branch manager. Disappoint. He didn't want to disappoint his parents, who believed in him and supported him. Joint. New energy development is being promoted through joint projects between the two countries. Appointment. He made a hospital appointment in advance for a regular checkup. Rejoice. The long war finally ended, and people gathered in the square to rejoice and celebrate the arrival of peace. Voice. She has a very beautiful voice. Moisture. This cream locks in moisture for the skin. Allow. Whispering in the library is not allowed as it disturbs other users. Bow. In response to the audience's grand applause, the conductor bowed deeply at the center of the stage. Cow. On the ranch, a cow is leisurely grazing on the grass in the meadow. Endow. The benefactor endowed his alma mater with a large scholarship fund. How? He explained carefully how to operate the new machine. Now. It is more important to live this moment now to the fullest than to regret the past. Vow. He made a firm vow in his heart never to repeat the same mistake. Nowadays. Nowadays, many people use social media rather than newspapers to get information. Allowance. He manages within his monthly allowance to buy equipment for his hobby. Cloudy. The sky was cloudy all day today, and we couldn't see the sun. Power. As a leader, he has great power to lead the team to success. Sour. This milk has a slightly sour smell, so it's no longer drinkable. Thousand. About 1,000 residents live quietly in that small village. Thousands. Thousands of fans gathered at the concert venue to catch a glimpse of their favorite singer. Aloud. She read the letter aloud several times to double-check its content. Cloud. The mountain peak was covered in thick clouds, and nothing could be seen from below. Crowd. A large crowd had gathered in front of the venue to wait for the famous artist to appear. Loud. He gave a speech in a very loud voice that reached the back row of the venue. Proud. As a father, he feels very proud that his son passed the difficult exam. Foul. He made a dangerous play during the match and was called for a foul by the referee. Crown. A laurel crown, the symbol of glory, was placed on the winner's head. Down. He walked slowly down the stairs. Drown. He felt his voice being drowned out by the loud noise. Frown. He frowned at the difficult problem as if lost in thought. Founder. He is respected in the industry as the founder of the technology company. Boundary. A river flows as a natural boundary between the two countries. Council. The city council approved the budget for the construction of a new library. Mountain. His hobby is climbing steep mountains to enjoy the breathtaking views every vacation. Counter. He went to the counter in front of the kitchen to give his order to the staff. Encounter. The encounter with local people during his trip gave him a new perspective. Counterpart. He discussed the new trade agreement with his counterpart from another country. County. As the sheriff of the vast county, He is responsible for maintaining public order in the area. Downward. The economy is trending downward. Around. He runs around the park every morning to maintain his health. Bound. As long as you follow those rules, you are bound by their restrictions. Found. She founded a new school to realize her ideal education. Profound. His words contain profound wisdom and resonated deeply with the audience. Round. He had a pleasant dinner with his family around a round table. Surround. The old castle is surrounded by high stone walls and a deep moat to prevent intrusion. Wound. He suffered a deep wound on the battlefield, but miraculously survived. Announce. The company plans to announce a smartphone with groundbreaking new features next month. Bounce. The children were delighted to see how well their new ball could bounce. Pronounce. He pronounced the difficult technical terms accurately in a very clear voice. Account. He gave a detailed account to his boss about the reason for his lateness. Amount. She makes it a point to save a certain amount of her salary every month. Count. Children count loudly from 1 to 10 when playing hide and seek. Discount. The shop is selling all items at a 30% discount for its closing sale. Mount. He mounted his new camera on a tripod to take photos of the beautiful landscape. Countless. Countless stars twinkled in the night sky, creating a magical scene. Spouse. When his overseas assignment was decided, he completed the procedures to relocate with his spouse. Household. She is an efficient household manager who handles all chores perfectly. About. He began to talk enthusiastically about his future plans. Doubt. There was no room to doubt his sincerity, and everyone believed his words. Drought. Since it hadn't rained for months, the crops withered due to a severe drought. Out. He forgot his keys and was locked out, so he waited outside for a while. Shout. He gave a loud shout to get his friend's attention in the distance. Throughout. The rumor spread throughout the town in no time. Without. He left the house without eating breakfast because he was in a hurry. Outbreak. Health authorities moved quickly to contain the outbreak of the new infectious disease. Outfit. She chose her favorite outfit for tomorrow's party. Outcome. Many people waited breathlessly for the final outcome of the tin selection. Outline. He explained the outline of the plan. Outlook. Despite concerns about a recession, analysts remain optimistic about the company's future outlook. Output. The factory significantly increased its monthly output by introducing new machinery. Outside. It is warm inside the building, but it is very cold outside with snow falling. Mouth. He was so surprised that he stood still for a while with his mouth open. South. Many tourists travel south during the winter in search of a warmer climate. Arouse. The mysterious incident aroused strong curiosity among the local residents. Doubtfully. He heard the story and shook his head doubtfully. Bullet. He is nicknamed Silver Bullet within the team because of his incredible speed. Bully. At school, bullying children in a weaker position is never tolerated. Fully. He fully understood the risks of the plan, but still agreed to go ahead with it. Security. The security at the bank is strict. Rural. Away from the hustle and bustle of the city, we spent the weekend in the lush rural scenery. Insurance. He has taken out expensive life insurance to protect against future contingencies. Duration. The film had a long duration of 3 hours, including intermissions. During his vacation, he took a leisurely trip to the historic city that he had always wanted to visit. Tourism. The island is famous for its beautiful beaches, and its main source of income is tourism, with visitors from all over the world. Jury. At trial, a jury of 12 people carefully considers the evidence and reaches a verdict. Curious. The children stared at the box, curious as to what was inside. Furious. He became furious that the promise had been unilaterally broken, and he fiercely questioned the other party. Bureau. He is an agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and is assigned to a specific bureau. Could. If we had more time, we could have solved the problem. Good. He is a very good person who is trusted by those around him. Should. To stay healthy, we should eat a balanced diet every day. Wood. He prepared for the cold winter by chopping wood for the fireplace. Would. Would often go fishing in the nearby river on weekends. Cook. She cooked nutritious meals for her family using fresh ingredients. Look. He combed through job sites looking for a new job. Full. I'm so full I can't eat any more dessert. Pull. I pulled the door handle hard and entered the closed room. Assure. He repeatedly assured the anxious family that the surgery would be a success. Cure. Scientists are developing new medicines to cure this incurable disease once and for all. Endure. He endured the rigorous training and finally completed the marathon. Ensure. The company has implemented a strict inspection system to ensure the quality of its products. Mature. She is mentally more mature than her age and always makes calm decisions. Obscure. His explanations were full of technical terms and were obscure to the general public. Pure. This is pure water. Secure. Please secure the door firmly. Sure. He was sure his answer was correct and raised his hand confidently. Surely. With all the preparations we've made, I'm sure the project will be a success. Foot. We decided to stay overnight in a small village at the foot of the mountain. Put. He put the book he had finished reading back on the shelf to return it to its original place. Footprint. There were footprints left on the sandy beach from someone who had walked there earlier. Google. Whenever I come across a word or historical fact I don't understand, I immediately Google it on my smartphone to look it up. Punctual. He is a very punctual person and has never been late for an appointment. Chew. To aid digestion, it is important to chew each bite thoroughly before swallowing. Clue. Police are working to identify the culprit using a few fingerprints left at the scene as a clue. Crew. Aircraft crew undergo rigorous training to ensure the safety of passengers. Cue. At the host's cue, the stage curtain began to slowly rise. Do. He cleared up the household chores that had piled up over the weekend and was ready to do his new job on Monday. Due. The report is due this Friday, so he is rushing to write it. Few. Only a few guests attended the party, and the atmosphere was a little lonely. Grew. The small sapling I planted in my garden grew into a towering tree within a few years. Into. He got out of the car and walked quietly into the old library. Pursue. He is single-mindedly pursuing his childhood dream of becoming an astronaut. Queue. Long queues formed in front of popular ramen restaurants even before they opened. Renew. I went through the process of renewing my driver's license before it expired. Sue. He decided to sue the company for damages for his wrongful dismissal. Through. He made his way through the dense forest, pushing his way through the lush vegetation. To. Studies hard every day until late at night in order to realize his dreams for the future. 2. He was very tired, but he had too much work to do to rest. View. The view from the hotel room is great. Who? He introduced everyone to the people who made this wonderful project a success. You. He has complete confidence in you to accomplish this difficult task. Zoo. On the weekend, my family and I went to the zoo and enjoyed observing the rare animals. Suicide. The government has set up a 24-hour helpline to prevent suicide among young people. Fluid. The situation is extremely fluid, and it is very difficult to predict what will happen next. Sewage. Under the city, huge pipes run that carry sewage from homes to treatment plants. Cruel. He could never forgive such cruel acts as mistreating small animals. Fuel. In preparation for the cold winter, I prepared a large amount of fuel for the wood stove. Jewelry. For her special occasion, she wore luxurious jewelry featuring pearls and diamonds. Ruin. A sudden storm instantly ruined the crops that had been painstakingly cultivated. Fluent. Thanks to his many years living abroad, he can speak French fluently. Mutual. They met through a common hobby and are now best friends bound by mutual trust. Buddhist. Deep in the mountains, an old Buddhist temple stands quietly, and monks live there. Viewer. The final episode of the drama had millions of viewers glued to their screens. Jewish. The area is still home to ancient Jewish culture and traditions. Newly. In the park, newly planted young trees are shining in the spring light. Truly. He truly regrets his mistake and has offered a heartfelt apology. Peculiar. There is a peculiar rumor that strange noises can be heard in the middle of the night in the old mansion. Humid. Summer in Japan is not only hot, but also very humid. Consumer. Companies conducted large-scale surveys to understand consumer needs. Humor. No matter how difficult the situation, he never forgets his humor and makes those around him laugh. Rumor. Rumors spread on social media that the popular actor was retiring, but he denied it. Tumor. After further examination, a small tumor was found in his brain, but fortunately it was benign. Numerous. On the beach, countless seashells had fallen, covering the sand. Illuminate. Streetlights illuminate the surroundings so that people can walk safely at night. Accumulate. He is saving money little by little every month to fulfill his dream of traveling around the world in the future. Community. The volunteer group carries out a variety of activities for the local community. Opportunity. Not wanting to miss this golden opportunity to work overseas, he immediately decided to apply. Universe. Scientists continue to research the origins of this vast universe. Unit. The apartments are equipped with a kitchen and bathroom for each unit. Unite. Two opposing political parties temporarily united to face a common enemy. Sooner. If the traffic jam clears up, we'll arrive sooner than planned. Funeral. I attended my friend's funeral yesterday. Union. Employees formed a labor union to demand improved working conditions. Stupid. He regrets making stupid mistakes that he would not have made if he had been more sober. Pupil. The skilled craftsman trains his devoted pupils to pass on his skills to the next generation. Supervisor. On-site supervisors are constantly patrolling the site to ensure the safety of workers. Usage. Excessive smartphone usage can reduce the quality of your sleep. Nuisance. The noise of construction work echoing late at night is a huge nuisance for local residents. Exclusive. This high-end club is an exclusive venue available only to select members. Crucial. The free throw in the final minutes of the game, when every point mattered, was a crucial moment that determined the outcome. Constitution. The basic principles of Japan's constitution are pacifism, respect for fundamental human rights, and popular sovereignty. Contribution. He has made significant contributions to the local community through his many years of charitable work. Distribution. Logistics experts were called in to ensure smooth distribution of relief supplies. Evolution. Living organisms have adapted to their environments over the course of millions of years and have undergone unique evolution and development. Institution. The university is the most important educational institution in the region, with a history of over 100 years. Pollution. In order to reduce air pollution, many countries are tightening exhaust gas regulations. Prosecution. The prosecution is preparing to prosecute the defendant in order to prove his guilt. Resolution. His New Year's resolution was to read for an hour every day. Revolution. The Industrial Revolution fundamentally changed people's lifestyles and social structures. Solution. He presented original solutions to complex mathematical problems that no one had ever thought of before. Suitable. Formal parties require you to dress appropriately for the occasion. Utilize. By efficiently utilizing solar energy, utility bills can be significantly reduced. Brutal. The film depicts the brutal reality of the battlefield in an unvarnished and realistic manner. Shooting. He watched the shooting star streak across the night sky and silently made a wish in his heart. Duty. Citizens have basic duties to obey the law and pay taxes. Neutral. He maintained a neutral stance in the dispute between his two friends, not taking sides. Approval. He has submitted a proposal for a new project and is waiting for approval from his boss. Reusable. This bottle is reusable, so it is eco-friendly. Enthusiasm. She is incredibly enthusiastic about her new hobby of woodworking. Unusual. This winter has been unusually warm, causing flowers to bloom earlier in many places. Conclusion. After months of discussion, the team finally came to a final conclusion. Confusion. Insufficient signage caused confusion among passengers inside the station. Unusually. This winter has been unusually warm compared to previous years, causing flowers to bloom earlier in many places. Conclude. After months of negotiations, the two companies finally concluded their discussions by agreeing to merge. Crude. Lacking modern equipment, he managed to complete the repairs using crude tools. Exclude. He listened to everyone fairly without excluding any particular group. Food. In the areas affected by the earthquake, there is a shortage of supplies such as drinking water and food. Include. The price of this tour includes not only accommodation but all meals. Intrude. Entering a room without knocking is an intrusion into someone's privacy. Mood. The soft light streaming in through the window created a calming mood throughout the room. Rude. He was very rude even to people he met for the first time, which earned him a bad reputation. Soothe. The mother tried to soothe her crying baby by singing softly. Proof. To prove his innocence, he presented solid evidence of his alibi for the night of the incident. Huge. The stadium is equipped with state-of-the-art facilities that can accommodate huge numbers of spectators. Nuclear. Is considering building a new nuclear power plant to alleviate its energy shortage. Rule. We have decided on some basic rules to ensure our communal life runs smoothly. School. Every morning he drives his children to school. Assume. He assumed the other person was the culprit, even though he had no solid evidence. Bloom. With the arrival of spring, the cherry trees in the garden all bloomed at once, creating a beautiful sight. Consume. In modern society, we consume enormous amounts of energy and resources every day. Doom. Many scientists warn that if global warming continues at its current rate, doom awaits the Earth's future. Presume. He presumed that the other party would agree, and proceeded with the preparations on his own. Resume. The break ended and the meeting resumed where it had been interrupted. Tomb. Many precious gold objects have been discovered in the tombs of ancient Egyptian kings. Whom. He wrote a letter addressed to whom? His most respected teacher. Afternoon. He likes to spend his afternoons reading in the quiet library. Cartoon. As a child, he looked forward to watching cartoons on television on Sunday mornings. Immune. The rules apply to everyone, and no one is immune from their restrictions. Noon. Every day at noon he goes for a walk in a nearby park without fail. Soon. He quickly left the room saying, "I'll be back soon." Tune. He tuned the strings on his guitar properly and began to play his favorite tune. Troop. After completing their training, the troop marched back to base in an orderly fashion. Abuse. Abusing power is a serious problem that undermines the very foundations of democracy. Excuse. He gave a plausible excuse for being late, transportation disruptions. Induce. Doctors considered procedures to induce labor if it did not start naturally. Introduce. At the party, he introduced the new member to everyone. Loose. This clothes is a little loose. Produce. Is rich in produce, including fresh vegetables and fruits. Reduce. In order to protect the environment, the government has launched a campaign to reduce plastic waste emissions. Reproduce. The copier beautifully reproduced the fine details of old photographs. Reuse. To protect the environment, it is recommended that you reuse plastic bags after use, rather than throwing them away. Use. This tool has a very useful use for repairing broken machinery. Useful. This multi-purpose knife is extremely useful for camping, outdoor activities, and many other occasions. Useless. A flashlight with dead batteries is completely useless in the pitch black of a forest. Boost. As a result of the new advertising campaign, we were able to significantly boost sales of our product. Acute. He was struck with sudden, acute abdominal pain and was taken to the hospital by ambulance. Commute. Every morning he commutes to work, spending an hour on a packed train. Dispute. The two neighboring countries have been embroiled in a bitter dispute over territory near their border for many years. Pursuit. He decided to leave a stable job to pursue his ideal career. Recruit. To accelerate technological innovation, the company recruited talented engineers from around the world. Root. Plants have roots that go deep into the ground and absorb water and nutrients from them. Suit. He bought a new well-tailored navy blue suit for an important interview. Absolutely. He is absolutely convinced that the plan will succeed and has no doubts whatsoever. Truth. He believes that no matter how difficult the situation, one should never lie and should tell the truth. Youth. He spent his youth in the countryside. Approve. The board of directors formally approved the budget proposal to build a new branch. Improve. By practicing every day, he dramatically improved his tennis skills. Move. He decided to move to another city to start a new career. Prove. He presented conclusive evidence to the court to prove his innocence. Remove. The surgery was successful in safely removing a small tumor in his stomach. Improvement. The introduction of the latest system has resulted in significant improvements in operational efficiency. Accuse. He publicly accused his colleague of leaking confidential company information. Amuse. He performed magic tricks, much to the amusement of the children who had gathered. Choose. From among the many options available, he chose the path that best suited his future. Confuse. There are so many buttons with similar names that it's easy for first-time users to get confused. Cruise. To celebrate their retirement, they went on a luxury cruise around the world. Lose. Due to his carelessness, he lost his precious house keys somewhere. Refuse. He firmly refused to accept the contract under the unfair terms. Amusement. The park has plenty of amusement facilities for children to play at all day long. Used. He didn't have the budget to buy a new one, so he bought a good used car. Fur. To protect themselves from the bitter winter cold, they wore hats with thick fur. Occur. He closed his eyes and waited quietly until a good idea occurred. Prefer. I tend to prefer tea to coffee. Refer. For more information, refer to page 15 of the manual. Spur. The success spurred him on to try harder. Stir. I stirred the soup slowly with a ladle to ensure the flavor was uniform. Transfer. He will be transferred to the London branch next month. Courage. Sometimes it takes a lot of courage to admit you're wrong. Currency. Before traveling abroad, you need to have some local currency. Current. He always checks the current news and keeps up with social trends. Verbal. To avoid misunderstandings, verbal agreements should be put in writing as well. Urban. In recent years, housing shortages due to population concentration have become a serious problem in urban areas. Merchandise. The store is filled with fascinating merchandise from all over the world. Merchant. He showed a talent for trade at a young age and is now known as a successful merchant. Purchase. He has been saving for many years to purchase a new car. Virtue. Patience is a virtue and is essential for overcoming difficult situations. Virtually. Using modern simulation technology, any situation can be virtually recreated. Virtual. Using the latest technology, you can experience real travel in a virtual space. Burden. His large debts have become a huge burden in his life. Murder. Police are pursuing a suspect in a gruesome murder that occurred last night. Further. It was determined that further investigation was necessary to determine the details. Furthermore. This project is over budget and furthermore understaffed. Worthy. His dedication to his work is worthy of the respect of many. Surface. The surface of the lake reflected the surrounding scenery like a mirror. Burglar. Late at night, a burglar broke into the office by breaking into a window. Discourage. Don't let the fear of failure discourage you from taking on new challenges. Encourage. The teacher gently encouraged the student who had lost confidence. Flourish. This civilization flourished greatly before the Common Era, thanks to the blessings of abundant rivers. Nourish. For plants to grow healthily, they need rich soil to nourish their roots. Hurry. He hurried to the station so as not to miss the train. Worry. There's no point in worrying too much about the outcome, so all I can do now is do my best. Emergency. It is recommended to stockpile emergency food and water in case of an emergency. Urgent. He received an urgent call from the hospital and immediately rushed out of the house. Surgery. He is scheduled to undergo surgery next week to fully repair his knee injury. Circumstance. Due to an unexpected change in circumstances, we were forced to cancel our travel plans. Circuit. Electricians inspected the electrical circuits in the old building to ensure safety. Terminal. Although he was suffering from a terminal illness, he never gave up hope until the very end. Permanent. He likes his current job and has decided to stay there permanently. Permanently. He liked the city so much that he decided to move here permanently. Determine. Are trying to determine the cause of the accident from evidence left at the scene. Alternative. Solar power generation is attracting attention as an alternative energy source to fossil fuels. Eternal. They sincerely hope that this beautiful scenery will continue forever. External. The device comes in a rugged case to protect it from external shocks. Internal. The company brought in outside experts to investigate whether there was any internal fraud. Journal. Every night he makes it a rule to write down the events of the day in his journal. Furniture. When I moved, I bought all new furniture for the living room. Furniture. When I moved, I bought all new furniture for the living room. Earning. His earning is increasing. Earnings. The company's quarterly financial results recorded its highest earnings ever. Earnest. He admitted his mistake and apologized with an earnest expression. Furnish. To furnish the new office, we ordered a large number of desks and chairs. Attorney. I hired a trusted attorney to help me with a complex legal matter. Journey. In order to rediscover himself, he embarked on a journey around the world with just one backpack. Thorough. The police conducted a thorough investigation of the scene to determine the cause of the accident. Thoroughly. To prevent accidents, the safety of the machine was thoroughly inspected. Purpose. He decided to embark on a long journey to find his purpose in life. Interpret. He provided instant interpretation of complex diplomatic issues at international conferences. Diversity. Accepting people with diverse backgrounds increases diversity in an organization. University. He plans to major in engineering at university and hopes to become an engineer in the future. Universal. Freedom and equality are universal values for all humanity. Person. He is a very honest person and hates lying more than anything. Personally. I personally oppose the plan, but I intend to abide by the organization's decision. Anniversary. Today I'm having a family meal to celebrate my parents' 30th wedding anniversary. Nursery. Since she and her husband both work, they leave their child at a local nursery every day. Personal. This is my personal opinion and does not represent the company's. Nursing. She is studying nursing. Mercy. The judge, taking into consideration the defendant's deep remorse, showed mercy and reduced the sentence. Thirsty. He had been walking in the scorching heat and was extremely thirsty. Commercial. The film was a commercial success but received mixed reviews from critics. Controversial. The new policy has become a highly controversial topic among the public. Worship. Many people still come to worship at the old temple. Fertilizer. To help the plants in my garden grow healthily, I spread organic fertilizer in early spring. Courtesy. When visiting another country, you should show at least a minimum of courtesy to the local customs. Fertile. The area is very fertile and produces a large amount of high-quality crops. Certain. I am certain that he will play an important role in this project. Certainly. Can you help me? Yes, certainly. Advertisement. He saw an advertisement for a new smartphone in the newspaper and became interested. Vertical. The vertical axis of the chart shows sales trends over the past 10 years. Dirty. The kids played in the mud and got their favorite clothes completely dirty. Conservative. The politician has conservative views and is cautious about radical reforms. Servant. At the old mansion, the faithful servants who had served the family for many years welcomed them at the gate. Nervous. He seemed a little nervous before his first big performance. Service. This hotel is loved by travelers from all over the world for its attentive service. Observer. He is participating in this election as a neutral observer. Disturb. He is concentrating on his work, so please do not disturb him unless it is an urgent matter. Research. He continues to conduct research on new energy technologies in his university laboratory. Search. He searched every nook and cranny of the room to find the missing key. Absurd. It is extremely absurd to believe such an unfounded rumor. Heard. He heard a faint rumble of thunder in the distance, so he closed the window. Word. He is a man who values his word and always keeps the promises he makes. Emerge. After passing through a long tunnel, a vast grassland emerged before our eyes. Surge. As the typhoon approached, the sea level surged. Urge. Driven by an impulse, he ended up buying an expensive watch that he hadn't planned on buying. Clerk. He asked the hotel clerk to carry his luggage to his room. Work. He takes pride in his work and is unwilling to compromise on even the smallest details. Girlfriend. He plans to go see a new movie with his girlfriend this weekend. World. Scientific advances allow us to instantly connect with people on the other side of the world. Confirm. Just to be sure, I called to confirm that my flight reservation had been completed correctly. Firm. He has firm confidence in his decisions and is not swayed by the opinions of those around him. Germ. To prevent infection, you should wash off germs with soap when you return from going out. Term. The term of this contract is valid for 2 years from next month. Worm. After the rain, a bird was pecking at a worm that had crawled out of the ground. Firmly. He stood by his beliefs and spoke out firmly against his opponents. Terms. The two companies have reached an agreement on the terms of the new contract. Burn. The campfire burned brightly, illuminating the surrounding area with warmth. Concern. The ongoing destruction of the environment is of grave concern to future generations. Earn. He works hard every day to earn a salary to support his family. Learn. He takes programming classes on weekends to learn new skills. Stern. He was very stern in reprimanding his subordinates for breaking the rules. Turn. Turn left at the corner and you'll see a large park in front of you. Concerned. His parents are very concerned about his poor health recently. Surplus. This year's harvest exceeded expectations, resulting in a surplus that can be used for export. Curse. He lamented his misfortune and cried out as if cursing the heavens. Purse. She took out a small purse from her bag and paid with some coins. Reverse. He took one last gamble to reverse the situation. Verse. He quoted a specific verse from the Bible. Worse. Without proper treatment, his injury became worse than it was yesterday. Burst. The balloon suddenly burst, causing the children to jump in surprise. First. The moment he scored his first goal, the stadium erupted in jubilation. Thirst. He quenched his thirst with water. Alert. While driving, you need to remain alert to changes in your surroundings. Assert. He consulted with a lawyer to ensure he could properly assert his rights. Divert. Due to the construction, police temporarily diverted traffic onto another road. Exert. He exerted all his strength to achieve his goal. Hurt. He fell while exercising and hurt his leg, making it difficult for him to walk. Insert. When using an ATM, insert your card into the slot. Earth. Seen from space, the Earth shone beautifully blue in the darkness. Worth. This painting is said to be worth several 100 million yen. Earthquake. The area is preparing for a major earthquake that is expected to occur in the future. Worthwhile. It was a lot of hard work, but the sense of accomplishment when it was finished was worthwhile and more than made up for it. Curve. The road curves here. Deserve. His many years of dedicated effort deserves the highest praise. Nerve. Even in front of a large audience, he spoke confidently without losing his nerve. Observe. Scientists carefully observed and recorded the results of their experiments. Preserve. In this area, there are many activities to preserve the historic townscape. Reserve. It's a popular restaurant, so you need to reserve a seat in advance. Preserved. The old townscape has been preserved in its original form, attracting tourists. Although the plan was risky, they decided to go ahead with it. Below. The basement is located below ground level and is cool even in summer. Blow. A strong wind is blowing, causing the trees lining the road to sway violently. Flow. Due to the heavy rain, the river is flowing much faster than usual. Go. He decided to go overseas in search of new opportunities. Grow. In the spring, the tulip bulbs planted in the garden begin to grow rapidly. No. He is the only person who knows the solution to the problem. Low. The area is at a low elevation and is prone to flooding when heavy rain falls. No. He gave a clear no to the proposal. Oh. Feels a great debt of gratitude to his friend who helped him when he was in trouble. Row. He rowed his boat towards a small island on the other side of the lake. Sew. She carefully sewed her favorite torn shirt back together with a needle and thread. Show. He invited his friends over for dinner over the weekend to show them his new house. So. It was so cold outside that he decided to put on a heavy coat and go out. Though. He was feeling unwell, but he still managed to finish the job. Throw. He threw the ball with all his might and landed a strike in the catcher's mitt. Toe. While walking through a dark room, he hit his toe on the leg of a desk. Undergo. Before any new system can be implemented, it must undergo rigorous testing. Poem. Wrote down a short poem for his loved one, expressing his honest feelings. Poet. He is attracting attention as a young genius poet who expresses the beauty of nature with his unique sensibility. Global. Climate change is a global issue that requires international cooperation. Noble. He has the noble ambition to put aside his own selfish desires and contribute to society. Odor. The fragrant smell of freshly baked bread wafted from the kitchen. Clothing. When hiking in winter, it is important to wear appropriate layers of clothing to prevent body heat from escaping. Profile. He details his background and hobbies in his profile section on social media. Owing. He owes a lot of money to his friends and still owes a considerable amount. Local. When I travel, I enjoy exploring local markets that aren't listed in guidebooks. Vocal. She is known as a very vocal advocate for environmental causes. Token. He gave her a small bouquet of flowers as a token of his gratitude. Focus. The focus of the meeting was narrowed down to next year's budget proposal, and specific discussions were held. Locate. I used a map app to locate the nearest subway station from my current location. Solar. The house is powered by solar panels installed on the roof. Holy. The mountain has long been revered as a holy place, and many pilgrims visit it. Moment. The moment he saw the beautiful scenery, he was so moved that he was at a loss for words. Component. This complex machine is made up of thousands of tiny components. Opponent. In the final, he faces the strongest opponent he has ever beaten. Donate. He donated some of the money he had saved over the years to help underprivileged children. Colonial. The city still retains beautiful architecture from its colonial days. Appropriate. At formal occasions such as weddings and funerals, appropriate clothing is required. Diagnosis. After extensive testing, a diagnosis was finally made that pinpointed the cause of his chronic pain. Grocery. On his way home from work, he stopped by a nearby grocery store to buy ingredients for dinner. Associate. She still keeps in regular contact with her former associates. Associated. Smoking is closely associated with serious health problems, such as lung cancer and heart disease. Socialize. She is very sociable and can quickly socialize with people she meets for the first time, even at parties and other events. Socially. She is very socially active and participates in many volunteer activities. Emotional. The final scene of the movie was very moving, and many in the audience had an emotional reaction. Social. In modern society, social networking sites have become an important social communication tool. Emotion. He hid his emotion. Motion. This machine is in constant motion. Notion. She had always questioned the old notion that women should stay at home. Ocean. The ship sailed across the vast ocean for several weeks before finally arriving at its destination port. Promotion. His many years of achievements were recognized and he finally won promotion to manager. Negotiate. Both sides continue to negotiate tenaciously over wage increases and shorter working hours. Notable. Is known as a notable place for its many historic buildings. Protocol. In diplomatic situations, it is important to follow detailed rules and protocols. Totally. His opinion was totally different from mine. Notice. There was a notice posted on the bulletin board announcing that the entire facility would be closed next Monday. Protest. Thousands of citizens opposed to the proposed tax increase held a massive protest in front of City Hall. Voter. Voters lined up at the polls early in the morning to choose their representatives. Motive. Police are carefully investigating his true motive for committing such a crime. Protein. In order to build muscle efficiently, it is essential to consume high-quality protein after training. Moreover. He is a highly capable engineer and, moreover, has excellent leadership skills. Over. The storm passed over in a few hours, and a rainbow appeared in the sky. Overall. Although some divisions posted losses, the company's overall performance exceeded last year's. Overcome. She overcame many obstacles and finally secured her ticket to the Olympics. Overlap. The two meetings overlap, so I have to miss one of them. Overlook. From the hotel window, we could overlook the beautiful ocean. Overnight. The app became a huge hit immediately after its release, and he became a millionaire overnight. Overseas. To broaden his business horizons, he decided to get an MBA from a university overseas. Overtake. Our team plans to overtake our competitors by introducing innovative technology. Nowhere. I lost my keys, and no matter how much I searched around the house, I couldn't find them anywhere. Disposal. Proper disposal methods must be followed when dealing with hazardous waste. Proposal. He submitted a proposal for a new business model to the board of directors. Composer. The famous composer has composed numerous film scores and has won international awards. Erosion. Years of wind and rain have caused the rocks to be worn away by erosion, creating a unique topography. Explosion. A gas leak at a factory caused a large explosion, and evacuation orders were issued to nearby residents. Exposure. Prolonged exposure to UV rays can have adverse effects on the skin. Globe. After retiring, he embarked on a globe-trotting journey to experience cultures from around the world. Probe. Scientists have sent an unmanned probe to study the geology of Mars. Approach. We have attempted a logical and scientific approach to this complex problem. Code. He wrote new computer code. Explode. The climax of the film is a spectacular scene in which a huge spaceship explodes, emitting a flash of light. Load. He carried a heavy load and carefully climbed the steep mountain path, step by step. Mode. To improve his concentration, he turned off notifications on his smartphone and switched into work mode. Road. This old road is a historic route that was once traveled by many merchants. Clothes. He picked out the cleanest clothes from his closet in preparation for his interview tomorrow. Choke. He was eating in a hurry and nearly choked on his food. Evoke. The nostalgic melody evoked happy childhood memories in my mind. Folk. He is an avid collector of old folk tales passed down among the local people. Provoke. Careless remarks can provoke the other person's anger or resentment. Soak. To soothe my tired body, I decided to take a long soak in a warm bath. Spoke. He noticed that one of the spokes on his bicycle was broken. Stroke. He suffered a stroke, but thanks to prompt treatment he survived. Coal. Old steam locomotives ran powerfully on large amounts of coal. Goal. He practices hard every day to achieve his goal of becoming a professional soccer player. Hole. There is a fence around the area to prevent people from falling into a deep hole dug in the ground. Pole. To hold the flag high, we erected a sturdy metal pole in the middle of the yard. Poll. Recent polls have shown that the approval rating of the current government is gradually declining. Role. In the film, he plays an important role as the protagonist's best friend. Roll. The children were running happily after the roll ball that was rolling down the slope. Sole. These shoes are very comfortable, but the soles are starting to wear out and I need to have them repaired. Soul. The music touches my soul. Toll. To travel on the expressway, you must pay a prescribed toll at the exit. Whole. He was so hungry that he ate a whole big pizza. Shoulder. He set off on his long journey with a heavy backpack on both shoulders. Bold. In order to overcome a difficult situation, he made a bold decision that surprised those around him. Cold. As the cold winter wind blew, he continued walking with the collar of his coat turned up. Fold. He carefully folded the letter into thirds and placed it in an envelope. Hold. She held on tightly with both hands to avoid breaking her precious treasure. Scold. The mother scolded her child harshly when he came home with his clothes dirty after playing in the mud. Sold. The limited edition watches were all sold out within just a few hours of being released. Unfold. As the journey progressed, the scenery unfolded before my eyes, revealing magnificent views I had never imagined. Roam. Vast protected areas where wild animals can roam freely have been created all over Africa. Bone. He suffered an injury that broke a bone in his leg, but he is recovering well now. Known. He is a world-famous architect who has designed many innovative buildings. Own. He dreams of one day owning his own company, and is currently training diligently. Postpone. Due to bad weather, the planned outdoor concert has been postponed until next Sunday. Tone. His tone was very polite. Unknown. The island may be home to many unknown plants and animals that have yet to be discovered by humans. Only. Only person who knows the secret. Loneliness. Living alone in a big city can sometimes make you feel a deep sense of loneliness. Cope. She successfully copes with the pressures of work and balancing her family life. Hope. No matter how difficult the situation, it is important to keep trying and not give up hope until the very end. Scope. The scope of this study aims to cover market trends over the past 5 years. Hopeful. Although the situation is tough, the entire team remains hopeful and positive about winning. Gross. His careless mistake caused gross losses to the company. Closely. Security camera footage was closely analyzed to identify the perpetrator's characteristics. Boast. He boasted to those around him about how wealthy he was. Coast. I spent the weekend away from the hustle and bustle of the city, relaxing on the coast where the gentle waves litter the shore. Host. As the host of the party, he took great care of all the guests. Most of the participants were in favor of the new project approach. Roast. For Sunday dinner, we were served slow-cooked roast beef in the oven. Mostly. His claims are mostly correct, but there are some factual errors. Emotionally. She became emotional and couldn't hold back the tears when saying goodbye to her best friend. Devote. He decided to devote the rest of his life to helping poor children get an education. Float. The lightweight plastic container floats on the surface of the water without sinking. Note. To avoid forgetting, I took notes the important points of the meeting in my notepad. Promote. The company promoted the new product with a large-scale campaign to spread the word about its appeal. Quote. He quoted famous philosophers to support his argument. Remote. The village is located deep in the mountains in a very remote location, and has no electricity. Throat. I think I have caught a cold, as I have had a strange feeling in my throat since this morning and it is difficult to speak. Vote. The people cast their precious vote in the election to choose their representatives. Both. She can speak both English and French fluently. Growth. The economic growth of the region has been fueled by the attraction of new factories. Drove. As soon as he got his new car, he drove down to the coast for the weekend. Compose. He composed a new symphony to express the emotions welling up inside him. Disclose. Companies have an obligation to accurately disclose their financial situation to investors. Dispose. When dealing with hazardous chemicals, they must be safely disposed of in accordance with prescribed methods. Enclose. Along with the letter, I am enclosing a printout of a family photo taken last weekend. Expose. He exposed corporate corruption that had been hidden for many years through thorough investigations. Impose. The government has decided to impose a new luxury tax on the people in order to close the budget deficit. Oppose. Many residents strongly oppose plans to build a huge factory in a quiet residential area. Pose. Global warming poses a very serious threat to the survival of humanity. Propose. As the leader of a new project, he proposed an efficient workflow. Prose. His novels are written in a unique prose style that combines poetic beauty and power. Rose. When she entered the room, the guests all rose from their seats in reverence. Suppose. Seeing that she hasn't arrived yet, we suppose that the train is delayed. Those documents on the desk are scheduled to be distributed at tomorrow's meeting. Exposed. He was exposed to the truth. Imposed. They imposed a new tax. Proposed. At the meeting, he proposed an innovative solution to improve productivity. iPhone. I bought a new iPhone. Draw. She draws landscapes in her notebook every day for her future dream. Law. To protect the safety of citizens, everyone must equally obey the law. Withdraw. He withdrew some cash from the bank ATM because he needed to cover a sudden expense. Officer. The police officer gave a stern warning to the driver, who committed a traffic violation. Often. He likes reading and often goes to the library on weekends to look for new books. Offer. He offered to help me. Wallet. When he tried to pay at the register, he realized he had left his wallet at home. Corridor. Numerous meeting rooms line both sides of the long corridor. Origin. Scientists are developing the latest observation devices to explore the origin of the universe. Foreigner. The number of foreigners visiting Japan is increasing year by year, and tourist spots are bustling. Authority. He is a world authority in that field and has authored many papers. Majority. As a result of the vote, the new bill was passed with the approval of the majority. Minority. In that country, there are laws to protect the rights of the linguistic minority. Priority. He makes spending time with his family his top priority over work. Storage. Since my smartphone storage was full, I deleted unnecessary photos. Moral. A leader is required to have high moral standards, not just obey the law. Oral. He passed the written exam and is preparing for the next step, the oral examination. Quarrel. They had a fierce quarrel over a trivial matter and didn't speak for several days. Forum. On the Internet forum, active exchanges of opinions are taking place regarding the usability of the new product. Foreign. He likes to travel alone to foreign lands to experience new cultures. Explorer. The explorers who set sail in search of unknown continents overcame numerous difficulties. Horror. Hearing the terribly tragic news, he was speechless with horror. Explorers. Explorers of the past set out into the raging oceans in search of unknown continents. Historical. The museum exhibits precious materials that tell the historical transition of this region. Historic. This meeting between the leaders of the two countries is a historic event that marks a major step toward peace. Boring. The movie's content was so boring that he fell asleep halfway through. Glory. He finally won an Olympic gold medal and seized the ultimate glory as an athlete. Historian. The famous historian deciphered ancient manuscripts to solve the mysteries of a lost civilization. Warrior. The ancient story features a brave warrior who fights with his life to protect the kingdom. Exhausted. He is exhausted from work. Precaution. Sufficient safety precautions should be taken beforehand to prevent accidents. Automobile. In the late 20th century, the spread of the automobile dramatically changed people's lifestyles. Daughter. His daughter is gifted in piano and won an international competition. Naughty. The naughty child drew graffiti on the wall when his parents weren't looking. Author. The author is traveling across the country to promote their new novel. Lawyer. He decided to consult an experienced lawyer to resolve the complex legal issues. Abroad. He decided to work abroad starting next year to gain experience in international business. Applaud. The audience stood up to applaud his magnificent speech. Broad. From the summit, a broad plain could be seen stretching as far as the eye could see. Broadcast. The historic news was broadcast in real time through media around the world. Off. He made sure to turn all the light switches off before going out. Offspring. Living organisms pass on their genes to their next generation of offspring. Log. The captain recorded all the incidents during the voyage in detail in the log. Talk. They spent hours in the cafe talking about their future dreams and recent events. Walk. He walks in a nearby park for 30 minutes every morning before work for his health. All. The meeting started on time once all the participants had gathered. Call. He noticed his friend in the distance and called his name loudly. Crawl. The baby crawled energetically across the tatami mats toward her mother. Fall. The leaves of the trees in the park are changing color, signaling the arrival of fall. Hall. Many spectators flocked to the massive concert hall even before the performance began. Install. He had a hard time installing the new software on his computer. Tall. He is the tallest in his class and plays as the star of the basketball club. Wall. He carefully pasted a poster of his favorite artist on the wall of his room. Almost. The construction is progressing well, and almost all of the planned schedule has been completed. Also. He speaks English fluently but is also proficient in French and German. Alter. He decided to fundamentally alter his lifestyle to suit his new job. Salty. After sweating, he ate salty snacks to replenish the salt in his body. Always. No matter how busy she is, she always remembers to thank the people around her. Called. Since he was a child, he was called a little hero by those around him for his brave behavior. Assault. The police are searching for a suspect in a violent assault that occurred on a night road. Fault. The main cause of the accident lay in a design fault of the machine. Halt. Due to the blizzard, train operations had to be temporarily brought to a halt. Salt. A small amount of salt was added at the end to enhance the flavor of the dish. Dawn. He got up at dawn and enjoyed a walk in the quiet morning air. Lawn. One of his pleasures on the weekend is neatly mowing the lawn in his garden. Yawn. He desperately tried to stifle a yawn while listening to the boring lecture. Laundry. On the weekend, I ran the washing machine from early morning to deal with the piled-up laundry. Launch. The spacecraft was launched high into the sky with a roar after a perfect countdown. Haunt. There is a rumor that ghosts haunt that old Western-style house night after night. Along. They walked slowly along the quiet shoreline while listening to the sound of the waves. Belong. He is proud to belong to this team and works hard every day. Long. Years have passed since he left his hometown, and he longs to be reunited with his family. Prolong. By taking this medicine, it is possible to slow the progression of the disease and prolong life. Strong. He achieved a strong physique that surpassed anyone's through daily rigorous training. Wrong. He admitted that his judgment was wrong and apologized. Longer. He tries to sleep longer than before to lead a healthier life. Strongly. The committee strongly opposes the construction plan, which would lead to environmental destruction. Adore. She absolutely adores her young niece and always gives her presents. Before. He looked through all the materials before the meeting started. Bore. The lecture was such a bore that the students lost their concentration. Chore. He finishes all his household chores like cleaning and laundry every weekend. Core. That is the core of the problem. Explore. Young scientists started a project to explore the unknown regions of the deep sea. 4. He is working hard for the future of his family. Ignore. As a result of ignoring the warning, he got involved in big trouble. More. He is not satisfied with the current situation and is striving to absorb more knowledge. nor. He doesn't drink alcohol, nor does he smoke, leading a very healthy life. Or. For lunch you can choose either pasta or a sandwich. Pour. She poured the carefully brewed tea into the cups for the guests. Restore. Experts worked hard to restore the historical building to its original beautiful state. Roar. The lion's terrifying roar echoed through the quiet night jungle. Score. He achieved the highest score on the exam and won a scholarship. Shore. The waves are hitting the shore. Soar. The demand for the new product increased, and the company's stock price soared. Soar. The day after walking a long distance, he found that his leg muscles were sore. Store. He stores food and water in his garage in case of an emergency. War. The history textbook records the horrific war that once took place in this region. Your. Is this your umbrella? Or does it belong to someone else? Orbit. The satellite continues to circle in a stable orbit around the Earth. Fortunately. The car was badly wrecked, but fortunately, the driver escaped uninjured. Unfortunately. He did his best, but unfortunately, he was unable to achieve his goal. Fortune. He built a huge fortune in business. Torture. In that dictatorial state, inhumane torture was inflicted on opponents. Torture. In that dictatorial state, inhumane torture was inflicted on opponents. Ordinary. He is not particularly gifted. He is just an ordinary young man found anywhere. Coordinate. Multiple departments work together to coordinate tasks to make the large-scale event a success. Extraordinary. She displayed an extraordinary talent, entering university at the age of only 10. Border. Near the border between the two countries, guards are patrolling 24 hours a day. Disorder. The garden after the storm was in a state of complete disorder, with broken branches and scattered leaves. Order. The library staff returned the returned books to the shelves in the correct order. According. The plan is moving according to schedule, and there are no delays so far. Accordingly. As the situation is changing constantly, we need to revise our plans accordingly. Orphan. He lost both parents in the war, and was raised as an orphan in a relative's house. Organize. She organized the cluttered documents clearly by date. Organism. Scientists are investigating the ecology of unknown organisms living in the deep sea. Mortgage. He took out a 30-year mortgage at the bank to purchase his own home. Organ. Advancements in transplant surgery have paved the way to save failing organs. Forecast. According to the weather forecast from the Meteorological Agency, it will rain heavily tomorrow afternoon. Format. Please change the format of the document. Normally. He normally wakes up at 7 a.m., but today he woke up exceptionally early. Dormitory. He lives with friends in a dormitory located on the university campus. Formal. Attendance at the banquet required formal attire, such as tuxedos and dresses. Informal. The weekend party is an informal gathering, so a relaxed outfit is fine. Enormous. Completing that project requires an enormous amount of energy and time. Former. As a former president, he still gives lectures all over the world. Formula. In the math exam, he remembered the formula for calculating the area of a complex shape. Incorporate. The new design incorporates a wealth of the latest technology. Abortion. Intense debate continues in that country over the legalization of abortion. Portion. She keeps her meal portions small for the sake of her health. Proportion. Whether you succeed or not is in direct proportion to the amount of effort you put in. Portable. This latest computer is very lightweight and portable, making it ideal for travel. Shortage. Due to the record-breaking heat wave this summer, a serious water shortage occurred in various regions. Mortal. Every human being is mortal, and we should value our limited time. Important. He considers spending time with his family the most important thing in his life. Quarter. He quartered the apple and shared it with the children. Supporter. That politician has many supporters who enthusiastically back his policies. Portrait. The museum displays portraits of great people who left their names in the country's history. Forward. He courageously stepped forward and voiced his opinion. Absorb. This special sponge can absorb spilled liquids incredibly quickly. Chord. After months of negotiation, the two countries finally signed a peace accord. Afford. After saving up, he was finally able to afford the new car he had long desired. Award. In recognition of her years of contribution to science, she was presented with a prestigious international award. Bored. He was bored because the lesson was too easy, and he spent all his time looking out the window. Lord. The medieval story features a wealthy lord who rules over vast lands. Record. He set a new record in track and field. Reward. After overcoming rigorous training, he gained the ultimate reward of winning the championship. Sword. The knight took his sword for the battle. Toward. He continues to move steadily toward his goal, step by step, to realize his dream. Ward. Nurses are dedicated to caring for children in the hospital's pediatric ward. Towards. At sunset, a flock of migratory birds flew towards the southern sky. Conform. To work smoothly within an organization, one is expected to conform to the local rules to some extent. Inform. If you are going to be absent, please inform the person in charge in advance by email or phone. Perform. As a world-renowned pianist, she has performed brilliantly on many stages. Reform. The government carried out a fundamental reform of the tax system to revitalize the economy. Storm. A storm is approaching. Transform. The spread of digital technology has dramatically transformed the way we communicate. Warm. Drinking warm soup in front of a fireplace on a cold winter day is a blissful moment. Born. She was born into a musical family and showed her talent from a young age. Mourn. Many people gathered to mourn the death of the great leader, who died in a sudden accident. Warn. The teacher repeatedly warned the students that the rising river was dangerous. Divorce. His parents' divorce had a significant impact on him when he was still a child. Enforce. The police are trying to reduce accidents by strictly enforcing traffic rules. Force. He never tried to force his ideas onto others. Horse. His hobby is going to a ranch on holidays and riding a horse across the grasslands. Reinforce. The old pillars were reinforced with steel frames to increase the earthquake resistance of the entire building. Source. The reporter refused to reveal the source of the information, protecting the subject. Enforcement. Strict enforcement of the law plays a major role in lowering the crime rate. Court. He testified boldly in court to prove his innocence. Distort. Bias reporting risks distorting the facts and misleading the public. Import. This country relies heavily on imports from overseas for much of its food. Port. Huge cargo ships from all over the world gather at that natural port. Resort. He firmly refused to resort to violence as a last measure. Short. The meeting time was so short that we couldn't have a sufficient discussion. Sort. He sorted the pile of documents by type, picking out only the important ones. Support. Thanks to the support of many volunteers, the event was a success. Transport. With the development of logistics networks, fresh vegetables can now be transported to the market quickly. Shortly. The meeting will begin shortly, so please return to your seats. Fourth. With determination in her heart, She stepped forth boldly into a new world. North. They took advantage of the long holiday to travel to the North region, where abundant nature remains. Across. She noticed her friend on the opposite side and called out loudly across the river. Loss. The company suffered a huge financial loss due to the failure of the new product. Exhaust. Black exhaust is billowing out from the tailpipe of the old truck. Lost. He got lost while traveling and became completely disoriented about where he was. Ought. We ought to respect each other to create a better society. Thought. He remained silent for a while, lost in deep thought about his future. Cloth. She spread out a beautifully embroidered cloth to decorate the dining table. Applause. When the wonderful performance ended, the entire venue was filled with thunderous applause. Because he went out with an umbrella because it was raining. Pause. He paused for a moment before speaking. Double. It is double the price. Trouble. He was having trouble understanding how to operate the computer, so I helped him. Rubber. Rubber is used on the soles of these shoes for grip, making them safe even on rainy days. Suburb. To leave the bustle of the city, he decided to build a house in a quiet suburb. Stubborn. He is very stubborn and won't listen to others' opinions once he has made up his mind. Rubbish. He disposed of his old, useless trinkets as rubbish. Republic. The country abolished the monarchy and transitioned to a republic governed by representatives elected by the people. Publisher. She revised her manuscript many times to find a publisher who would release her novel to the world. Public. The government decided to seek the public's opinion on the introduction of the new tax system. Publish. She decided to publish the novel she had been writing for years through a reliable publisher. Sudden. He was puzzled by the sudden change in plans but quickly regained his composure and responded. Suddenly. The clear sky suddenly turned dark, and a heavy thunderstorm began. Bloody. History textbooks record bloody conflicts over the throne. Studied. His manner was very polite, but it gave off a somewhat studied impression. Another. These shoes didn't fit, so I asked the clerk if they had another size. Other. He decided to carefully consider other options, not just one method. Otherwise. He said he would come on time, but if otherwise, we intend to leave without him. Suffer. He has been suffering from severe unexplained headaches for many years. Suffering. He had been sick for years, but thanks to a new treatment, he was finally freed from his suffering. Luggage. He packed everything he needed into a large piece of luggage for his trip abroad. Struggle. He struggled to adapt to the new environment, but eventually made friends and succeeded. Budget. He is setting a strict budget by cutting down on food expenses for next month's trip. Luckily. He forgot important documents on the train, but luckily they had been turned in to the station's lost and found. Lullaby. The baby fell into a peaceful sleep while listening to the lullaby sung quietly by the mother. Color. In autumn, the mountain trees beautifully change color to red and yellow. Stomach. He felt an uncomfortable pain in his stomach because of extreme nervousness. Summon. The court decided to summon the person who holds key evidence of the case as a witness. Summit. After days of struggling, the climbers finally reached the summit of the mountain, exceeding 8,000 meters. Summer. The long-awaited summer vacation has begun, and the children are excited to plan a trip to the sea. Mummy. The museum exhibits the mummy of a king who was carefully preserved in ancient Egypt. Punish. In that country, there are laws that punish nuisance behavior in public places with strict penalties. Punishment. Those who break the law should receive appropriate punishment corresponding to the severity of their crime. Honey. He drank warm tea with plenty of honey to soothe his sore throat. Couple. The young couple was talking harmoniously on a park bench. Supplement. He takes a vitamin supplement every morning to compensate for nutritional deficiencies. Muscle. He has gained strong muscles through his daily training at the gym. Justify. To justify his lateness, he cited train delays as the reason. Customer. The clerk greeted the customer with a smile and carefully explained the features of the new product. Adjusted. Thanks to the chair, which had its height adjusted to fit me, I was able to work more efficiently. Accustom. He made an effort to accustom himself quickly to the rules of his new workplace. Custom. An old custom of offering a dance of gratitude during the harvest season remains in that land. Accustomed. He has lived in the UK for many years, so he is quite accustomed to driving on the left side. Justice. We seek justice. Cluster. In one corner of the night sky, a beautiful cluster of stars looking like scattered jewels was visible. Frustrate. The repeated delays of the plan frustrated all the project members. Concussion. He struck his head hard during a rugby match, was diagnosed with a concussion, and was ordered to rest for several days. Discussion. A lively discussion was held among all members to decide the direction of the new project. Subtle. His acting contained subtle nuances of emotion that were beyond words. Utter. He was so shocked that he lost his words and was unable to utter a single syllable. Cover. He sought cover under the eaves of a nearby building to protect himself from the sudden rain. Discover. He discovered a highly valuable historical first edition at a second-hand bookstore he happened to stop by. Recover. After undergoing major surgery and several months of recuperation, he finally recovered his strength. Uncover. The archaeological team succeeded in uncovering the ruins of an ancient city from beneath the desert. Coverage. The news program provided in-depth coverage of the election results. Discovery. Scientists succeeded in the discovery of a new species of creature, never seen before in the deep sea. Government. The national government decided to introduce new economic measures to curb inflation. Governor. The governor of the state announced a new education support budget proposal at a press conference. Govern. The newly elected president vowed to govern the country with highly transparent politics. Recovery. He underwent major surgery but showed a remarkable recovery at a speed that surprised even the doctors. Puzzle. He sat at his desk all night to solve the puzzle of that complex mathematical formula. Cousin. At the new year, relatives gathered and he met his cousins for the first time in a long while. Dozen. He bought a dozen eggs at a nearby store for breakfast. Muslim. There is an old mosque in the city, and many Muslims come there to pray. Rub. He slowly rubbed the aching part of his shoulder to ease the stiffness. Subsequent. After the initial earthquake, numerous subsequent aftershocks occurred over several hours. Subsidy. The government provided a subsidy to households installing solar panels to promote renewable energy. Substitute. A young player participated as a substitute for the star player who was out due to injury. Substance. His speech was eloquent, but it lacked any real substance. Such. I had never seen such a beautiful sunset in my life. Touch. The sculpture is very delicate, so you must never touch it with your bare hands. Blood. At the scene of the accident, there were traces of blood on the road surface, telling of the violent collision. Flood. Record-breaking heavy rain caused the river to overflow, bringing a severe flood to the nearby residential area. Enough. He was able to save enough money to travel around the world. Rough. The ship rocked violently because the sea was rough. Stuff. There is stuff on the table. Tough. By enduring rigorous training, he became tough both mentally and physically. Bug. He found a serious bug in the software and created a patch for it. Drug. The research team succeeded in developing a groundbreaking new drug, to treat the incurable disease. Rug. He laid a thick wool rug on the floor to keep his feet warm. Shrug. He didn't know the answer to the question, so he just shrugged his shoulders. Ugly. Due to urban development, beautiful historical streets were replaced by ugly buildings. Luxury. As a reward for his hard work, he stayed at a luxury hotel over the weekend. Judge. The judge carefully reviewed the evidence presented and delivered the final verdict. Judgment. Based on his past experience, he made a calm judgment that the investment was very risky. Luck. He was in a tough situation, but in the end he had the luck to escape the crisis. Suck. The powerful vacuum cleaner sucked up even the fine dust deep in the carpet. Fluctuate. Crude oil prices fluctuate wildly every day in response to changes in the international situation. Infrastructure. To support economic growth, developing social infrastructure such as roads and communication networks is essential. Structure. The architect designed a building with a solid structure that is resistant to earthquakes. Structure. The architect designed a building with a solid structure that is resistant to earthquakes. Construction. Construction of the new shopping center, scheduled for completion next year, is underway in front of the station. Destruction. The massive typhoon brought catastrophic destruction to the coastal villages. Instruction. He followed the clear instructions from his boss and completed the project without delay. Production. The car factory significantly improved production efficiency by introducing the latest robots. Reduction. The company is strongly promoting paperless operations to achieve cost reduction. Reluctant. Because he knew the dangers of the plan, he was very reluctant to participate. Conductor. As the conductor of the orchestra, he brilliantly brought together hundreds of performers. Conduct. As the orchestra conductor, he conducted the performance with brilliant baton technique. Construct. They joined forces to construct a sturdy bridge to cross to the opposite bank of the river. Instruct. He instructed the new staff in detail on how to operate the latest software. Dull. The knife I forgot to sharpen had become quite dull, and I couldn't cut the tomato well. Culture. One of the joys of visiting a foreign land is experiencing its unique and rich culture. Agricultural. In this region, latest technology is introduced to carry out efficient agricultural production. Intercultural. It is an intercultural dialogue. Vulnerable. The old building has low earthquake resistance and is very vulnerable in the event of a major earthquake. Compulsory. In this country, education is compulsory for all children from age 6 until they graduate from junior high school. Ultimate. After years of training, he realized the ultimate secret of martial arts. Ultimately. Despite facing various difficulties, he ultimately succeeded in achieving his goal. Multiple. He is a versatile person, managing multiple projects simultaneously. Multiply. During the math exam, I carefully solved a calculation problem to multiply two-digit numbers. Cultivate. He carefully cultivates top-quality grapes to produce fine wine. Indulge. He decided to indulge in expensive sweets to his heart's content as a reward to himself over the weekend. Bulk. He packed the bulk of his belongings into cardboard boxes in preparation for the move. Sculpture. A magnificent sculpture of modern art carved from marble is on display in the center of the museum. Consult. He consulted a specialized lawyer to resolve legal issues before starting his new business. Insult. His unfair criticism was a clear insult to my expertise and is unforgivable. Result. As a result of rigorous training, he succeeded in breaking his personal best record. Become. After rigorous training, he finally became the professional chef he had admired. Come. Great news came to him, and the whole family shared in the joy. Dumb. He just stayed silent and dumb. From. He received a letter from a distant foreign country, and fondly remembered his old friend. Some. Since there are still some vegetables left in the refrigerator, let's make soup tonight. Some. As a result of his savings so far, he has accumulated a considerable sum of money in his bank account. Thumb. While reading the new book, he marked an important page by placing his thumb in it. Humble. He is a world-famous scientist, but he always maintains a humble attitude without boasting about his achievements. Number. Since the number of participants far exceeded expectations, we changed the venue at the last minute. Comfortable. The sofa in the hotel lobby was very comfortable, making the wait time no trouble at all. Uncomfortable. Since he didn't know anyone at the party, he felt uncomfortable the entire time. Comfort. Her warm words of encouragement provided great comfort to him in his despair. Somehow. With very little time left until the deadline, he somehow managed to finish all the work. Accompany. He was anxious about his first trip abroad, so he decided to have a friend accompany him. Company. He works desperately every day to fulfill his big dream of starting his own company. Somewhat. Since I slept well last night, I feel somewhat better this morning than I did yesterday. Someone. He heard the footsteps of someone approaching from across the room and tensed up. Somewhere. He misplaced his keys somewhere and has been searching the whole house frantically since morning. Clumsy. He is a bit clumsy with his hands and often knocks over glasses or drops things. Bump. He couldn't see his feet in the dark and strongly bumped his knee against the corner of the desk. Dump. He took the old furniture he no longer used to the city's designated dump. Assumption. He made the assumption that it must be him without sufficient evidence. Consumption. Due to the recent rise in health consciousness, more people are cutting down on their sugar consumption. Fun. Going to the amusement park with friends on the weekend is the most fun time for him. 1. There were many apples in the box, but he chose the biggest one. Run. He runs in a nearby park for 30 minutes every morning before work for his health. Son. His son started following in his father's footsteps as an engineer after graduating from university. Sun. The sun peeked through the clouds, easing the freezing cold. 1. His daily efforts paid off, and he finally won the long-awaited national championship. Abundant. This rainforest receives abundant rain, and is home to a wide variety of living organisms. Under. He took a break under the shade of a large tree in the park to avoid the strong sunlight. Wonder. Looking up at the countless stars shining in the night sky, I feel a sense of wonder at the vastness of the universe. Undertake. To save the company, he undertook an extremely difficult project that everyone thought was impossible. Funding. The city will receive significant funding from the government to build a new library. 100. Several hundred years have already passed since that historical building was completed. Hundreds. Hundreds of fans flocked to the concert venue to get a glimpse of their favorite band. Country. He decided to leave the bustle of the city and live quietly in the nature-rich countryside. Countryside. Tired of the hustle and bustle of the city, he refreshed himself by spending the weekend in the quiet countryside. Bunch. He gave her a large bunch of flowers to express his gratitude. Fund. He struggled to raise the fund to establish a new charity. Refund. Since the purchase product was defective, I contacted the store to request a full refund. Plunge. Stock prices suddenly crashed, and investors feared the market would continue its plunge. Once. He did his best not to miss a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once. He did his best not to miss a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Confront. We must confront reality now to solve this serious environmental problem. Front. He put on a brave front in public to hide his fear. Monthly. The magazine is published monthly and provides the latest fashion information. Lung. He quit smoking for his health and started jogging every day to recover his lung function. Tongue. He tried to speak an unfamiliar foreign language, but his tongue got tied and he couldn't pronounce it well. Hunger. After a long journey, he was overcome with intense hunger and sought food in a nearby village. Hungry. He hadn't eaten anything since morning, so he was very hungry by dinner time. Youngster. The youngster has a dream. Junk. He decided to get rid of the junk, such as old appliances, that had accumulated in his garage. Functional. The design is not only beautiful to look at but also very functional, with usability in mind. Function. Let's try the new function of this machine. He plucked up the courage to step up and take action himself to seize a new opportunity. Corruption. The politician was accused of corruption for allegedly accepting bribes from corporations. Upward. The market is trending upward. Abrupt. He left the room with an abrupt manner without giving a reason. Corrupt. As soon as he gained power, he became corrupt and pursued his own selfish desires. Interrupt. An urgent phone call came in during the meeting, temporarily interrupting his explanation. Bus. He commutes to work by bus every day and spends the time inside reading. Discuss. The entire team gathered to discuss the budget for the next project in detail. Fuss. He bothers those around him because he always makes a fuss over trivial matters. Thus. He studied hard, thus he passed. Industrialize. In the late 18th century, Britain succeeded in industrializing its country ahead of the rest of the world. Industrial. This coastal area has become a massive industrial zone with numerous factories. Adjust. He decided to adjust his daily rhythm to get used to the new environment quickly. Disgust. He felt strong disgust at the politician's despicable actions and turned off the TV. Dust. She wiped the dust off the long-unused shelf and cleaned it thoroughly. Just. He arrived at the station at just 12 o'clock and was able to catch the train as scheduled. Must. You must finish your homework. Rust. The bicycle, left abandoned for years, was covered in reddish-brown rust from exposure to the elements. Thrust. He gave the heavy door a powerful thrust and was finally able to get inside. Trust. In order to build good human relationships, it is essential to have deep trust between each other. Brush. Before going out, he carefully brushed the dust off his suit. Crush. He put a large amount of ice into the machine to crush it and make a cold drink. Rush. He rushed along the station platform so as not to miss the last train. But he did his best, but unfortunately, he was unable to achieve his goal. Cut. He proposed to cut the budget by 20% for the new project. What? He was so surprised that he couldn't believe what he had just seen. Utmost. He exerted his utmost effort to make this important project a success. Above. The view from the summit spread out above the clouds and was breathtakingly beautiful. Love. He shows his deep love for his family through his daily actions. Of. The desk is made of high-grade oak and is very sturdy. Husband. Her husband works as an engineer, and they enjoy gardening together on weekends. Agree. They had many discussions and finally agreed on a budget for the new project. B. Being honest and being authentic is the first step to building trust. Degree. He studied hard for 4 years at university and finally earned a degree in economics. Disagree. I disagree with his opinion, but I appreciate his enthusiasm. Fee. The lawyer charges a fixed fee per hour for the consultation. Flee. Residents fled to higher ground with only the clothes on their backs to escape the oncoming floodwaters. Foresee. With his keen insight, he was able to accurately foresee the market changes that would occur in the next few years. Free. At the event, the first 100 people were given free original stickers. Guarantee. This product comes with a 1-year manufacturer's guarantee, and if it breaks down, it will be repaired free of charge. Knee. He twisted his knee during a soccer game and was unable to walk for a while. Me. He strongly warned me not to tell anyone about the secret. See. When I looked out the window, the mountains in the distance were shining red in the light of the setting sun. Theater. Over the weekend, we went to a large theater in town to see a hot new movie. Museum. Over the weekend, we visited the National Museum, which displays ancient Egyptian artifacts. Creature. The deep sea is home to some of the strangest creatures we have ever seen. Creature. The deep sea is home to some of the strangest creatures we have ever seen. Feature. The smartphone's biggest feature is its incredible camera performance. Feature. The smartphone's biggest feature is its incredible camera performance. Greedy. His greedy attachment to wealth has cost him the trust of those around him. Encyclopedia. From an early age, he loved to read the large encyclopedia in his home from cover to cover. Medium. He chose oil painting as the medium to express his ideas. Ingredient. The most important ingredient in this traditional soup is fresh local herbs. Immediate. Upon receiving news of the accident, he took immediate action. Immediately. Immediately after the accident, an ambulance rushed to the scene. Intermediate. The language course is aimed at intermediate level learners who have completed the basics. Neither. Neither of the two proposals presented met my expectations. Defect. A serious defect was found in the product during pre-shipment inspection, and a decision was made to recall all products. Prefecture. He lives in Aichi Prefecture. Illegal. Capturing wild animals without permission is an illegal act that is strictly prohibited by law. Legal. It is wise to seek professional legal advice before entering into any agreement. Eager. He is very eager to get involved in the new project. Vehicle. Electric vehicles will become an important vehicle for realizing a sustainable society in the future. Being. Humans are social beings and cannot survive without interacting with others. Regional. To expand its market, the company developed products tailored to the regional needs of each country. Region. The region is blessed with abundant nature and attracts many tourists. Procedure. To ensure safe surgery, strict hospital procedures must be followed. Recall. He can recall events from decades ago as vividly as if they happened yesterday. Speaking. Generally speaking, the winters in that region are known to be very harsh. Ecosystem. Even a slight change in the environment can disrupt the complex ecosystem of the entire forest. Secret. He never revealed the secret to the project's success to anyone. Equally. The two are equally talented. Equal. All human beings have equal rights under the law. Sequence. The film captivated audiences with its thrilling action sequences. Frequent. The weather in this region is changeable, with frequent thunderstorms in the summer. Frequently. The weather in this region is changeable, with frequent thunderstorms occurring in the summer. Realize. He finally realized his lifelong dream of owning his own home. Dealer. He has been in business in this town for many years as a used car dealer. Ceiling. He lay on his bed, gazing intently at the ceiling of the room, lost in thought. Agreement. The two countries signed a new agreement to remove trade barriers. Female. The research team achieved impressive results, focusing on female leaders. Scenery. The snowy scenery seen from the top of the mountain was breathtakingly beautiful. Meaning. Scientists are trying to figure out the true meaning of this ancient symbol. Inconvenience. The sudden power outage caused great inconvenience to the residents in their daily lives. Convenient. A new supermarket has opened right next to the station, making it very convenient to go shopping. Genius. He displayed extraordinary genius in mathematics, solving one difficult problem after another. Senior. He is one of the most experienced senior managers in the company. People. There are many people living all over the world with a wide variety of cultures and languages. Sleepy. After lunch, when I'm basking in the warm sunlight, I suddenly feel sleepy. Decent. He is a very decent person and is trusted by everyone. Recent. I learned about the amazing discovery in the recent news. Recently. I recently started a new hobby, mountain climbing on weekends. Thesis. He spent months writing his master's thesis to graduate from graduate school. Resource. Recycling is essential to conserve the Earth's limited natural resources. Researcher. She is a prominent researcher investigating the impacts of climate change on marine ecosystems. Increasingly. In recent years, people's interest in environmental issues has been increasing. Appreciate. She deeply appreciates her friend's help during a difficult time. Species. It is said that there are many unknown species that have yet to be discovered in the Amazon rainforest. Retail. He has been in the clothing retail business for many years and is very familiar with the needs of his customers. Treaty. The two countries signed a peace treaty to put an end to years of conflict. Unbelievable. The news that he had won first prize in the lottery was so dramatic it was unbelievable. Evil. The hero in the story stood up to an evil wizard who wanted to take over the world. Medieval. The museum displays many medieval artifacts, including knights' armor and swords. Fever. He has a high fever. Even. He has a very calm personality and maintains an even mental state in any emergency. Previous. As decided at the previous meeting, we will start a new project next month. Previously. He had previously lived in the city and was familiar with its streets. Reason. The reason he was late for the meeting was because he got caught in an unexpected traffic jam. Season. Japan has 4 seasons, and you can enjoy beautiful scenery in each season. Reasonable. Although the food at the restaurant is of high quality, the prices are very reasonable. Leisurely. On weekends, I take a leisurely walk in the park to relieve the fatigue of the week. Uneasy. He feels very uneasy about the situation. Each. The teacher gave individual advice to each student. Preach. The pastor preaches about the importance of love and forgiveness at every Sunday service. Reach. He stretched his arm to reach for the dictionary that was high up on the bookshelf. Teach. Since retiring, he has been passionate about teaching mathematics to young people at a local university. Bleed. He fell and scraped his knee, and the wound was bleeding a little. Breed. The farm is raising a new breed of sheep that is more resistant to the cold. Deed. He prefers to show his integrity by his deeds rather than by his words. Exceed. This month's sales were outstanding, far exceeding our initial forecast. Feed. A rancher's daily routine is to get up early every morning and feed the horses and cows. Greed. His greed for power has caused him to lose many friends. Indeed. His plan was very bold, but it really had the potential to succeed. Mislead. Exaggerated expressions in advertising may mislead consumers and lead them to make wrong decisions. Need. He tried to meet the needs of his friends in need as best he could. Plead. The lawyer pleaded with the judge that the defendant was in a state of insanity at the time. Precede. At formal dinners, soup usually precedes the main dish. Proceed. Now that we were ready, we decided to proceed to the next step as planned. Seed. He carefully planted flower seeds in his garden so that beautiful flowers would bloom in the spring. Succeed. He put in a lot of effort and finally succeeded as a global entrepreneur. Needlessly. He criticized others needlessly, causing friction with those around him. Breathe. The basics of yoga begin with straightening your spine and taking deep, slow breaths. Belief. She has a strong belief that hard work will always pay off. Brief. He began the meeting by giving a brief overview of the project. Grief. She had a hard time recovering from the deep grief she felt after losing her beloved pet. Leaf. In autumn, the leaves of the trees turn red and yellow, beautifully decorating the ground. Relief. He felt great relief that the problem that had been bothering him for so long was finally resolved. Thief. A thief broke into a jewelry store under cover of darkness, stole a valuable diamond and fled. Briefly. At the beginning of the meeting, he briefly explained the purpose of the project. Fatigue. He fell asleep in his chair due to extreme fatigue caused by hard work every day. League. He plays in a baseball league. Leak. I noticed a water leak coming from the ceiling and immediately called a repairman. Peak. After several days, the climbers finally reached the peak of Everest. Seek. Sought a better educational environment and decided to move to the city. Speak. He spoke passionately to a large audience about the importance of protecting the environment. Technique. Through years of training, he has mastered the advanced techniques for creating intricate woodwork. Unique. The building has a unique style that beautifully blends tradition and modernity. Weak. His legs became weak from the long hours of exercise and he could barely walk. Weekend. He often goes camping with his family on weekends to relieve the fatigue of the weekdays. Weekends. He enjoys going on weekend drives with his family to the countryside. Weekly. The magazine is published weekly and brings you the latest news. Appeal. The charity made a worldwide appeal for help for the disaster-stricken areas. Conceal. She deliberately put on a cheerful face to conceal her true feelings. Deal. He handled difficult situations calmly and made big business deals. Feel. He felt the cold wind on his skin and realized that winter was coming. Heal. As time passed, his emotional wounds gradually healed. Heel. Perhaps because he walked poorly, the heels of his new shoes wore down quickly. Ideal. He pursues the ideal image of a leader and works hard to improve himself every day. Meal. The time he spends with his family sitting around the dinner table enjoying a leisurely meal is something he treasures more than anything else. Peel. To prepare the dessert, she carefully peeled the apple with a knife. Reveal. He finally decides to reveal the secret he's been hiding for years to only his best friend. Seal. He put the confidential documents in an envelope and sealed it so that no one could open it. Steal. Unable to bear the hunger, he stole an apple from a market stall. Steel. The structure of a modern skyscraper is supported by a strong steel frame. Wheel. The wheel of the car went flat. Field. As an agricultural expert, he spends his days out in the vast fields observing the growth of crops. Yield. With the proper use of fertilizer, this year's wheat yield was 1.5 times higher than last year's. Esteem. He is highly esteemed by his colleagues for his significant contributions to his field. Extreme. Winters in the area are extremely cold, with temperatures sometimes dropping below -30 degrees Celsius. Regime. The revolution brought down an authoritarian regime and ushered in a new era of democracy. Scheme. He developed a highly complex and sophisticated fraudulent scheme to acquire his wealth. Seem. Seems scary at first glance, but he's actually a very kind person. Steam. Pure white steam rose vigorously from the kettle, signaling that the water was boiling. Stream. The water in the small stream that flows down the mountain slope was surprisingly cold and clear. Supreme. Ruled supreme that the law was unconstitutional. Theme. The theme of the meeting is the environment. Extremely. The temperature at the summit is extremely low, so you need to take thorough measures to protect yourself from the cold. Between. A beautiful stream flows between the two villages. Clean. On weekends, she cleans the whole house to refresh herself. Gene. Recent research has identified genes involved in the development of specific diseases. Keen. He has a keen eye for observation and notices even the smallest changes that others might miss. Lean. He jogs every day, which gives him a lean physique with no excess fat. Machine. This modern machine can produce parts much faster than previous models. Marine. At the aquarium, you can observe colorful tropical fish and rare marine life. Mean. To understand the true meaning of the word, you need to consider the context. Routine. That is my daily routine. Scene. It was a very beautiful scene. Vaccine. To prevent the spread of the disease, the government recommended that people get vaccinated. Teenager. The teenagers were enthusiastically discussing popular music. Meantime, while waiting for the ambulance, he continued to treat the injured. Meanwhile, while the older brother was preparing dinner, the younger brother helped clean the living room. Means. All legitimate means should be considered to achieve the goal. Asleep. He was reading a book on the sofa and before he knew it, he was asleep. Cheap. This store offers high-quality clothing at very cheap prices. Keep. He tries to eat a balanced diet every day to stay healthy. Leap. He took a powerful leap to jump over the puddle. Reap. After many years of hard work, he finally reaps the rewards of great success. Steep. The slope of the mountain was very steep and it was difficult to climb. Sweep. Her daily routine is to sweep the front door with a broom every morning. Weep. She couldn't help but weep when she saw the final scene of the moving movie. Cease. The two sides agreed to immediately cease fighting to prevent further casualties. Decrease. By introducing an efficient system, we were able to significantly decrease work hours. Increase. The new marketing strategy has been successful, and sales have been steadily increasing. Peace. After a long period of conflict, peace has finally returned to the border area. Peace. He finally put the last piece of the puzzle into place and completed it. Police. To ensure the safety of citizens, the police patrol the city. Release. The film production company announced that it will release its highly anticipated new film worldwide next month. Peacefully. The conflict ended, and the villagers were able to live peacefully again. Peaceful. The quiet morning by the lake was very peaceful, with the only sound being the chirping of birds. East. The sun rises in the east every morning and sets in the western sky. Feast. The villagers held a lavish feast in the town square to celebrate the harvest. Least. He finds time in his busy schedule to go to the gym at least once a week. Priest. The priest of the old church is always available to offer advice to the local people regarding their problems. Beat. He practiced harder than anyone else in order to beat his rival. Cheat. Cheating in an exam not only hinders your own growth, but also makes you lose credibility. Compete. Top athletes from around the world compete at the Olympics, aiming for the gold medal. Complete. After several years of research, he finally constructed a complete system of theory. Concrete. We need concrete solutions to the problem, not just abstract discussions. Defeat. No matter how difficult the situation, he never accepted defeat. Delete. To free up space on my computer, I deleted old files that I no longer need. Eat. In order to stay healthy, it is essential to eat a nutritionally balanced diet. Elite. He is a member of that elite unit. Greet. Every morning when she enters the office, she greets her colleagues with a bright smile. Heat. To beat the harsh summer heat, many people head to the sea or the mountains. Meat. To stay healthy, he is trying to eat less meat and more vegetables. Meet. We decided to meet at a cafe in front of the station to discuss the details of our new project. Neat. His desk is always neat and tidy, and he is very efficient at his work. Repeat. Please do not repeat the same mistake. Retreat. Troops temporarily retreated from the front line to minimize casualties. Seat. The theater seats were fully booked, and there were no tickets left for the day. Treat. He rescued an injured stray cat and had it properly treated at the veterinary clinic. Wheat. On this vast farm, wheat, the raw material for bread and noodles, shines golden. Completely. The heavy rain completely soaked his clothes. Treatment. A new method of treatment for the disease was established, and many patients were saved. Beneath. He picked up the pen that had fallen beneath the desk. Achieve. After much hard work, he finally achieved his goal of breaking the world record. Believe. She believes that no matter how difficult the situation, hard work will always pay off. Conceive. He conceived a revolutionary idea to solve this problem from a completely new perspective. Deceive. It is never acceptable to deceive people with sweet words and take their money. Leave. He decided to leave the company he had worked for many years to start a new career. Perceive. He is very good at perceiving subtle changes in the atmosphere around him. Receive. On her birthday, she received a thoughtful gift from a friend who lives overseas. Relieve. Light exercise and stretching are effective in relieving shoulder stiffness caused by desk work. Retrieve. He rushed to retrieve an important document that he had accidentally thrown in the trash. Weave. Craftsmen carefully weave cloth with intricate patterns by combining colorful threads. Achievement. After many years of research, he achieved a historic achievement in the scientific community. Breeze. The pleasant breeze coming off the sea helped to ease the summer heat. Chinese. He is majoring in Chinese culture and history at university. Degrees. He earned degrees in physics from a prestigious university and now works in a research lab. Disease. Scientists are constantly researching new treatments for this seemingly incurable disease. Ease. He took a deep breath to ease his tension before beginning his speech. Freeze. On winter nights, when the temperature dropped below freezing, the water in the bucket froze solid. Seize. The police raided the criminal's hideout and seized a large amount of counterfeit currency that served as evidence. Sneeze. Suffers from hay fever and sneezes frequently in the spring. Squeeze. He squeezed fresh lemons with all his might to make homemade lemonade. Tease. He likes to tease his best friend a little, in an affectionate way. Pleased. He is very pleased that his new house turned out just as he wanted. Prestige. Receiving the award is the highest honor a scientist can receive and brings with it great prestige. Apply. She applied to a famous university to fulfill her dream. Buy. He stood in line in front of the store since morning to buy the latest smartphone. Buy. The report must be submitted by 5 p.m. on Friday. Cry. The ending of the movie was so sad that he couldn't help but cry. Defy. He defied the dictator's orders and continued to fight for freedom. Deny. He completely denied any involvement in the incident and claimed his innocence. Die. The old tree died, unable to withstand the severe winter cold. Dye. She dyed her hair a light brown for a change of pace. Hi. The airplane is flying at a very high altitude above the clouds. I am planning to start a new project next month. Imply. His words indirectly implied that the current plan had failed. Lie. He told an obvious lie to escape responsibility. Pie. She served freshly baked sweet apple pie for dessert. Rely. We rely on him to always help us when we are in trouble. Reply. He immediately sent a polite reply to his friend's email. Sigh. He sat in the chair and let out a sigh of relief after a hard day's work. Supply. The company supplies high-quality parts to markets all over the world. Tie. He carefully tied his necktie in front of the mirror to match his new suit. Try. It is important to try new things many times without being afraid of failure. Why? She couldn't understand why he was so angry. Via. He decided to fly from Japan to London via Dubai. Liable. The contract states that the borrower is liable for damages should they occur. Reliable. He is a very reliable staff member who completes any task perfectly and on time. Violence. We must not condone solutions involving violence for any reason. Violent. Violent conflicts broke out all over the city last night, resulting in many injuries. Dialogue. In order to solve the problems between the two countries, it is essential to have sincere dialogue. Dialect. He spoke in a dialect unique to the region, so it was a little hard for city people to understand. Violate. You must not violate someone's privacy for any reason. Anxiety. He feels strong anxiety ahead of his important presentation tomorrow. Society. We need to build a better society where diverse values are recognized. Variety. The supermarket has a rich variety of fruits collected from all over the world. Trial. It was a fair trial. Triumph. The victory achieved after overcoming hardships was a triumph he could never forget. Scientist. Many scientists are researching new technologies to curb climate change. Alliance. The two companies formed a strategic alliance to expand their market share. Appliance. The kitchen is equipped with new appliances, such as a refrigerator and a microwave. Science. He majored in natural science at university to unravel the mysteries of the universe. Client. The lawyer fought with all his might in court to protect the rights of his client. Bias. A referee should be impartial, but he seemed to have a bias toward a particular team. Diet. He tries to maintain a balanced diet to keep himself healthy. Quiet. The library was very quiet, providing an environment where one could concentrate on study. Riot. Public dissatisfaction with the tax hike exploded, leading to riots in various parts of the city. Quietly. Since the baby was sleeping, he left the room quietly to avoid making any noise. Fiber. This towel is made of natural fibers and is very soft to the touch. Library. He goes to the library every day to concentrate on his studies in a quiet environment. Divided. On that issue, the committee's opinions remain divided. Provided. The field trip will take place provided that the weather is good tomorrow. Idle. Due to the recession, half of the machines in the factory are sitting idle. Friday. On Friday nights he takes a long soak in the bath to relieve the week's fatigue. Tidy. She made the living room perfectly tidy in preparation for her guests. Choir. He acquired fluent foreign language skills through living abroad. Buyer. In the real estate market, buyers currently have an advantage over sellers. Desire. He has a strong desire to travel the world and experience new cultures. Entire. He was so hungry that he ate the entire pizza that was served. Fire. On the night of the camp, they sang songs around the fire. Hire. Due to business expansion, the company decided to hire 5 new engineers. Prior. Prior notice is required when attending the meeting. Require. Solving this complex puzzle requires high concentration and patience. Hierarchy. A strict hierarchy exists in that organization, keeping the chain of command clear. Entirely. The failure of the plan was due to a lack of preparation, and is entirely my responsibility. Retirement. After retirement from the company he had worked for many years, he went on a trip around the world. Fired. He was finally fired from his company due to repeated tardiness. Tired. He walked around all day, so his legs were very tired. Iron. He carefully smoothed out his wrinkled shirt with a hot iron. Migrate. Many migratory birds migrate to warmer regions in accordance with seasonal changes. Striking. The creative design of the building has a striking feature that catches the eyes of passers-by. Island. The beautiful island is popular with tourists who come for the blue sea and rich nature. Silence. The library was enveloped in deep silence out of consideration for the readers. Silent. The entire venue was enveloped in a deep, silent atmosphere as everyone waited for the next words. Highlight. The highlight of the trip was seeing the magnificent waterfall up close. Climate. Climate change on a global scale has become a serious environmental problem in recent years. Primary. Family environment is a primary factor for the healthy growth of a child. Finally. After years of research, he finally succeeded in developing a new drug. Dinosaur. Dinosaurs went extinct a long time ago. Minor. It is a very minor problem. Tiny. Using a microscope, you can observe tiny microbes that are invisible to the naked eye. Desirable. To build good relationships, it is desirable to have an attitude of respecting others' opinions. Irony. It is a deep irony that a car boasting the highest safety standards would get into an accident. Environment. A safe and rich educational environment is essential for children to grow up healthily. Virus. To prevent computer virus intrusion, the latest security software should always be installed. Inquiry. The police have launched a full inquiry to identify the exact cause of the fire. Isolated. The village is deep in the mountains and is isolated from the outside by snow during winter. Isolate. Those suspected of infection were temporarily isolated to prevent the spread of the virus. License. He finally became able to drive alone after obtaining his driver's license. Crisis. The government launched new measures to overcome the unprecedented economic crisis. Eyesight. His eyesight has worsened recently, so he decided to get new glasses. Skyscraper. A huge skyscraper, the symbol of the city, towers in the center of town. Excited. The children are very excited, imagining the trip to the amusement park starting tomorrow. Entitle. Employees who have completed a certain period of service are entitled to take long vacations. Title. The title of the book is simple, but it attracted the interest of many readers. Vital. For the success of the team, close communication among members is a vital factor. Item. He put the last item on his shopping list into the basket and headed for the register. Frighten. The sudden clap of thunder frightened the small children playing by the window. Frightened. The children clung to their mother, looking very frightened by the sudden loud noise. Exciting. The comeback in the final match was an exciting moment for all the spectators in the stadium. Mighty. The old castle walls once repelled many attacks from mighty armies. Arrival. Because the plane's arrival was significantly delayed, he was kept waiting at the airport for hours. Survival. In the harsh wilderness, securing food and water is the top priority for survival. Private. It is a private matter. Horizon. The sun began to rise slowly from the horizon over the sea, staining the sky red. Surprisingly. I heard the exam was very difficult, but the results were surprisingly good. Describe. She described the beautiful scenery she found during her trip to her friend in detail. Prescribe. The doctor prescribed appropriate medication to relieve his symptoms. Tribe. A tribe of indigenous people who still maintain their unique culture lives deep in the Amazon. Beside. She sat beside her sick friend and nursed him all night long. Bride. The bride, who was the star of the ceremony, was beautiful. Coincide. The two major events happened to coincide, making the city very crowded. Decide. He chose to decide his own path at a major turning point in his life. Divide. He divided the large pizza into 8 equal slices to share with his friends. Guide. Thanks to the experienced guide, we reached the summit safely. Hide. He hid his face with both hands out of sheer embarrassment. Inside. It is very cold outside, but inside the heating is on and it is warm. Provide. The school provided students with the latest learning tablets. Ride. He likes to ride his bicycle along the coast on a sunny day. Side. He must make a careful decision about which side to take. Slide. He slipped on the wet floor and slid all the way to the wall. Tide. Many surfers gathered at the beach for the high tide. Wide. He opened his eyes wide to get a good look at the opposite bank of the river. Guideline. Please follow the new guideline. Widely. The new technology is now widely used in industries all over the world. Widespread. With the spread of the internet, information has become more widespread than before. Sidewalk. For safety, he avoided the roadway and walked toward the station on the well-maintained sidewalk. Besides. He can speak Spanish and French besides English. Wife. He reserved her favorite restaurant to celebrate his wife's birthday. Oblige. The law obliges all citizens to pay their taxes by the set deadline. Obliged. Having received kind help, he felt obliged to return the favor someday. Alike. The twin brothers sound so much alike that you can't tell who is speaking over the phone. Dislike. He has always struggled with crowds and strongly dislikes noisy places in the city. Like. He looks very much like his father and like him enjoys playing sports. Spike. Due to the summer heat wave, electricity bills for air conditioning spiked temporarily. Strike. The labor union declared that it would go on a full-scale strike starting next week to demand higher wages. Unlike. Unlike his sociable older brother, The younger brother is shy and prefers to spend time alone. Likely. It is likely to rain this afternoon as the clouds have become thick. Unlikely. Since he is a very cautious person, it is unlikely that he would take such a reckless gamble. Likewise. When she expressed her approval at the meeting, he likewise indicated his agreement. Aisle. Aisle seats on planes are preferred by many passengers because they are easy to move from. Compile. He compiled the latest data from various regions for the new project. Pile. There is a pile of half-read books stacked on the desk. Smile. Her bright smile always cheers up the people around her. While. He checked his schedule for the day while drinking coffee. Mild. This winter has been very mild compared to usual years. Childhood. He spent his childhood in a rural village surrounded by abundant nature. Wildlife. The national park protects rich wildlife, including rare birds and animals. Mildly. He smiled mildly and brushed off the criticism from his boss. Climb. He climbed the steep rock wall carefully, step by step. Crime. The police are doing their best to uncover the truth behind that heinous crime. Prime. He achieved his greatest accomplishments during the prime of his life. Time. He made a detailed plan to use his limited time effectively. Sometimes. He is usually very quiet, but sometimes he speaks his mind passionately. Times. In the modern era, things change rapidly, and we need to keep up with the times. Assign. The teacher assigned homework to the students to be completed over the weekend. Confine. He confined his activities to indoors for a while to prevent his injury from worsening. Decline. Along with the economic downturn, the company's sales began to decline slowly. Define. Please define that technical term. Design. She designed new furniture that combines both usability and beauty. Divine. Ancient kings often claimed to be endowed with divine power. Line. He used a ruler to draw a straight line on the paper. Mine. A large amount of high-quality coal used to be extracted from that old mine. Refine. He further refined the design of the new product, aiming for higher quality. Resign. He resigned from the company he had worked at for many years to start a new challenge. Sign. He signed his name at the end of the document to make the contract official. Finding. The research team reported a surprising finding. Rainforest. They protect the rainforest. Assignment. He was given an important assignment as the leader of the new project by his boss. Behind. He was in a hurry and left his important documents behind on the desk. Bind. He used a thick rubber band to bind the loose documents together. Blind. He has been blind since birth but is blessed with a talent for music. Find. He finally found the keys he thought he had lost deep in his coat pocket. Grind. He grinds the beans himself every morning to enjoy freshly brewed coffee. Inclined. He is somewhat inclined to have a negative opinion toward the new proposal. Kind. He has a very kind personality and cannot leave people in trouble alone. Mind. He organized the situation in his mind before making a decision. Remind. She reminded him not to forget the time of tomorrow's meeting. Wind. A strong wind is blowing, and the trees in the garden are swaying violently. Mindful. To maintain health, it is important to be mindful of eating a balanced diet daily. Ripe. The fruit, bathed in plenty of sunlight, has become ripe and is giving off a sweet aroma. Wipe. She hurriedly wiped the table to clean up the spilled coffee. Admire. I sincerely admire her courage in facing difficulties and her tireless efforts. Expire. My passport will expire next month, so I need to renew it. Inquire. He inquired with customer support about the details of the new product. Inspire. Her enthusiastic speech strongly inspired many young people in the audience. Retire. After retiring from the company he worked at for years, he is enjoying his hobby of gardening. Expired. Since his driver's license had already expired, he needed to go through the renewal process. Advice. He followed his mentor's advice and decided to specialize in international law. Device. A smartphone is a versatile device that can be used for communication and entertainment. Precise. Precise data entry is essential to perform complex calculations accurately. Price. The price of the product rose sharply as the balance between supply and demand collapsed. Twice. He checked the calculations twice to ensure there were no errors. Vice. Gambling was a vice that he found very difficult to overcome. Precisely. He followed the experimental procedures precisely as written in the manual. Bite. Extremely hungry, he took a large bite of his sandwich. Bright. Bright sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. Cite. You need to appropriately cite reliable sources when writing a paper. Delight. He was delighted by the unexpected gift from his daughter and beamed with a smile. Despite. The game started as scheduled despite the heavy rain. Fight. He continued to fight until the end, even in difficult situations, to defend his beliefs. Flight. Our scheduled flight was canceled due to bad weather. Height. The building is over 300 meters in height and can be seen from anywhere in the city. Invite. She invited her close friends to her birthday party. Polite. He is trusted by those around him because he treats everyone with a polite attitude. Quite. His new house was quite larger than he had imagined. Recite. He recited a famous poem he had been practicing in front of the whole class. Right. He thought carefully to find the right path he should follow. Sight. The view from the summit was a sight more magnificent than anything I had ever seen. Site. This location is the site plan for the construction of a new library. Slight. There was a slight mistake in his plan, but it was within a correctable range. Spite. He intentionally provided false information out of spite for his rival. Tight. These shoes are a bit too tight, making my feet hurt. Tonight. He is looking forward to reuniting with his friends at the party tonight. Upright. He sat upright with his back straight to correct his posture. Right. He wrote down the key points of today's meeting in his notebook so he wouldn't forget them. Politely. When a stranger asked for directions, he politely showed them using a map. Slightly. Adding salt made the soup taste slightly better. Tightly. She held the box containing her precious treasures tightly so as not to give it to anyone. Nightmare. I had a nightmare last night. Brightness. The morning brightness streaming through the window filled the entire room. Lightning. Lightning lit up the sky. Sightseeing. We went sightseeing on the weekend. Rights. Everyone has basic human rights to enjoy freedom and equality. Alive. He was in a major accident, but was miraculously found alive, relieving his family. Arrive. Although the flight was delayed, he managed to arrive by the start time of the meeting. Deprive. The law was criticized as depriving certain citizens of their basic rights. Derive. We learned that many English words derive from Latin or Greek roots. Drive. He commutes to work by car, driving for an hour every morning. 5. The team consists of 5 members, each playing a different role. Live. After graduating from university, he is living alone in the center of London. Revive. Many volunteers cooperated to revive the old traditional festival. Strive. We must constantly strive to build a fairer and more sustainable society. Survive. He survived the harsh environment in the desert and miraculously made it out alive. Lively. The party was very lively. Advise. The doctor advised him to rest. Arise. The meeting was urgently postponed because an unexpected trouble arose. Despise. He despises people who tell lies and never forgives dishonest behavior. Devise. They decided to devise a new strategy to solve the problem. Disguise. Because he was a celebrity, he used a disguise to hide his identity when walking the streets. Prize. He was recognized for his many years of research and won a globally prestigious prize. Revise. Before submitting, he revised the report content several times to ensure there were no typos. Rise. The sun slowly rose in the eastern sky, and a new day began. Wise. He is experienced and can make wise judgments in any difficult situation. Away. He took a vacation and traveled far away from the hustle and bustle of the city. Bay. The view of the bay can be seen from the window. Betray. He vowed never to betray his best friend. Convey. It can sometimes be difficult to convey gratitude through words alone. Decay. The old tree is decaying slowly. Delay. Bad weather caused a delay in the flight. Display. He displayed his new work. Essay. For a university assignment, she wrote an essay about inequality in modern society. Gay. He is in a very gay mood. Lay. He laid the book on the desk. Obey. You must obey the rules. Play. Children are playing outside. Portray. The film is a very realistic portrayal of 18th century aristocratic life. Pray. Every night, she silently prays for health and peace for her family. Prey. Lions move silently across the savannah in search of prey. Ray. A ray of light shone in. Spray. To help alleviate the heat, I sprayed the plants in the garden with water from a hose. Stay. We decided to stay at a nearby cafe until the rain stopped. Survey. The government conducted a large-scale survey on the life satisfaction of its citizens. Way. I looked up the quickest way to my destination on my smartphone. Way. At the airport counter I had my checked baggage weighed. Chaos. The power outage caused traffic lights to go out, temporarily throwing the intersection into chaos. Enable. New technologies enable us to instantly connect with people across great distances. Stable. He is currently in stable condition after surgery and is on the mend. Unable. He hurt his throat and was unable to speak at the meeting yesterday. Labor. The construction of the gigantic pyramid required the labor of a huge number of people. Neighbor. I'm on friendly terms with my neighbor who lives next door, and we always exchange greetings. Neighborhood. This neighborhood is safe and very popular with families. Maybe. It might rain tomorrow or it might be sunny. Nature. For him, spending time away from the city and surrounded by abundant nature is the best kind of relaxation. Nature. For him, spending time away from the city and surrounded by abundant nature is the best kind of relaxation. Layer. When you look at the cross-section of the cake, you can see that the cream and sponge are layered beautifully. Mayor. The newly elected mayor has pledged to improve the educational environment. Agency. He works at an advertising agency. Agent. He works as an agent specializing in negotiating contracts for athletes. Major. He is majoring in economics at university. Naked. He was confronted with the naked truth and had no words to respond. Vacant. In the middle of the city, there is a vacant piece of land that has been abandoned for many years. Maker. The shoes are carefully made by skilled craftsmen. Sacred. This mountain has long been revered by local people as a sacred place. Available. The material is available online to anyone. Alien. His radical claims were alien to the sensibilities of many ordinary citizens. Failure. He learned from his past failures and finally succeeded the next time. Payment. Credit cards and electronic money are used for payments for online shopping. Famous. The old castle is world famous for its beautiful gardens and historical value. Sustainable. In order to protect the environment, there is an urgent need to switch to sustainable energy sources. Container. At the port, huge containers loaded with cargo to be transported all over the world are lined up. Remaining. He finally reached the goal after using up all his remaining energy. Simultaneously. The two incidents occurred simultaneously, leaving the police scrambling to respond. Volcano. The volcano has become active again after hundreds of years of silence. Capable. He was a very capable leader and led his team to success. Staple. Rice is a staple food in many countries. Vapor. When I blew on the cold window pane, it fogged up with white vapor. Basin. Flood control works are underway throughout the river basin. Basis. Claims that are not based on scientific basis are difficult to gain credibility. Eraser. I erased the mistakes I made with the eraser attached to the end of the pencil. Educational. The museum has educational exhibits that teach children the joys of science. Racial. Many people are involved in activities to eliminate racial discrimination. Accommodation. Travelers were happy to find comfortable accommodation. Administration. He works in the university's administration department, providing student support. Application. He submitted his application form yesterday to apply for a new job. Association. The association has long supported the conservation of endangered species. Celebration. A grand celebration was held at the hotel to mark the company's 10th anniversary. Civilization. We are amazed by the legacies of ancient Egyptian civilization, such as the pyramids. Collaboration. The collaboration between the two brands has resulted in an innovative product. Concentration. To solve complex problems, you need to clear your mind and maintain a high level of concentration. Conservation. Environmental conservation activities to protect endangered species are being carried out all over the world. Consideration. Consideration for the feelings of others is the basis for smooth human relationships. Conversation. I met someone by chance while traveling and had a fun conversation about our common hobbies. Cooperation. Cooperation among all team members is essential for the success of the project. Corporation. He works for a large corporation. Creation. This magnificent sculpture is a masterpiece that took the young artist 3 years to complete. Destination. After a long journey, they finally arrived at their final destination. Discrimination. Eliminating unfair discrimination based on race and gender is a responsibility of modern society. Donation. He made a large anonymous donation to a local orphanage. Education. High-quality education greatly expands children's future possibilities. Evacuation. Evacuation advisories have been issued to coastal residents as a powerful typhoon approaches. Evaluation. The company conducts a rigorous evaluation of employee performance every 6 months. Examination. He studied hard for more than 10 hours every day in preparation for the difficult national examination. Expectation. Expectations and predictions from those around the new manager are higher than ever. Explanation. His explanation was very logical and easy for everyone to understand. Formation. The rocks were formed naturally over a long period of time spanning millions of years. Foundation. A healthy democracy requires an unshakable foundation called education. Generation. We have a responsibility to continue protecting this beautiful nature for the next generation. Graduation. He is set to get a job at a local company after graduation. Hesitation. Faced with a golden opportunity, he made his decision without a moment's hesitation. Illustration. The vivid illustrations on the book's cover caught the reader's eye. Imagination. Having a rich imagination is essential for generating new ideas. Immigration. The country has an aggressive immigration policy to address its labor shortage. Implication. His casual remark contained important implications regarding his future plans. Indication. The darkening sky is an indication that heavy rain will soon fall. Inflation. Due to inflation in recent years, people's living costs have increased significantly. Information. The internet is overflowing with a huge amount of information. Innovation. Technological innovation has the power to fundamentally change the way we live our lives. Interpretation. The interpretation of this old poem varies greatly depending on the reader. Investigation. Authorities have begun a full-scale investigation to determine the cause of the accident. Invitation. He received a wedding invitation from a friend and gladly replied that he would attend. Irrigation. Large-scale irrigation projects are underway to convert desert areas into farmland. Isolation. He left the city and chose to live in complete isolation in a remote mountain cabin. Legislation. New environmental protection legislation is due to come into effect next month. Location. The restaurant is in a great location with a view of the sea. Meditation. He meditates for 30 minutes every morning to calm his mind and improve his focus. Nation. The nation continues to develop against a backdrop of diverse cultures and histories. Negotiation. After lengthy negotiations, they finally reached an agreement on terms that were acceptable to both parties. Obligation. Once a contract is signed, both parties have a legal obligation to fulfill their promises. Observation. Scientists conducted detailed observations to record the results of their experiments. Occupation. I filled out the occupation section of my resume with a detailed description of my current job. Operation. A new system was introduced to ensure smooth factory operations. Organization. She is a member of an international organization that supports children in developing countries. Plantation. They own a vast coffee plantation. Population. The city's population has grown rapidly in recent years. Preparation. He made careful preparations for tomorrow's important presentation. Pronunciation. She listens to native speakers every day to practice accurate English pronunciation. Publication. His latest novel is scheduled for publication by a major publisher next month. Recommendation. With strong recommendations from his mentor, he began his career as a researcher. Regulation. For safety reasons, strict speed regulations are in place within this area. Relation. He and I have a deeper relationship than just being coworkers. Representation. The organization serves as a representation for the voices of local residents. Reputation. The restaurant has a great reputation not only for its delicious food, but also for its excellent service. Reservation. I made a reservation at a popular restaurant for the weekend by phone in advance. Sanitation. In developing countries, there is an urgent need to improve sanitation. Sensation. The new singer's debut song caused a huge sensation in the music industry. Separation. Proper separation of waste is important for resource recycling. Situation. I am in a difficult situation now. Station. Every morning, he takes the nearest subway station to work. Translation. He has translated famous foreign novels and made them bestsellers. Transportation. In urban areas, public transportation such as trains and buses is highly developed. Vacation. He left his busy daily life behind and spent a week on vacation on a southern island. Variation. Even if it is the same song, changing the conductor can result in great variation in the performance. Patience. Successful fishing requires patience, waiting quietly until the prey is caught. Patient. He continued to work patiently and finally passed the difficult exam. Congratulations. His friends offered him congratulations after he passed the exam. Ratio. The school has an ideal teacher-to-student ratio. Latest. He is always up to date with the latest fashions and is very sensitive to trends. Equator. Countries close to the equator experience high temperatures and humidity throughout the year. Later. I'm busy right now, so we'll talk more about that later. Related. Police believe the two cases are related to each other. Rating. The film received very high ratings from audiences. Creative. He has a very creative perspective that is not bound by existing concepts. Native. She is a native speaker of English. Hatred. There is deep hatred between the two countries due to past tragedies. Favor. She readily agreed to a small favor that a colleague asked her to do. Flavor. Adding this spice gives a unique flavor to your dish. Favorite. Of all the books he has, this old adventure novel is his favorite. Slavery. In history class, we learned about the tragedy of unjust slavery. Navy. He proudly attended the ceremony dressed in his Navy uniform. Behavior. His gentlemanly behavior made a very good impression on those around him. Lazy. I like to spend Sunday afternoons lazy at home without going out anywhere. Equation. I had trouble solving quadratic equations on my math exam. Occasion. To celebrate his 60th birthday, we arranged for the whole family to get together for a special occasion. Persuasion. After much persuasion, he finally agreed to participate in the project. Occasionally. I usually eat at home, but occasionally I enjoy eating out. Afraid. He is afraid of dark places and always sleeps with the lights on at night. Aid. International aid is being sent in one after another to support the disaster-stricken areas. Blade. The blade of the knife is sharply sharpened, and it can cut paper easily. Decade. Over the past decade, he has grown his business globally. Fade. Because I had placed it in a sunny spot, the color of the curtains completely faded. Invade. News spread across the country that enemy forces had crossed the border and invaded. Made. This furniture is made by hand by artisans and is a sturdy product. Persuade. She persuaded her parents to allow her to study abroad. Shade. To avoid the strong sunlight, we rested in the shade under a large tree. Trade. The city has long flourished as a trade center for silk and spices. Upgrade. He upgraded his computer's memory to improve his work efficiency. Plague. In medieval Europe, plagues raged and many lives were lost. Vague. His memory was vague and he couldn't recall any details about the day of the incident. Age. He is the same age as me. Engage. He is deeply engaged in a new project and is busy every day. Rage. He felt a great rage at being betrayed by a friend he trusted. Wage. Labor unions are demanding wage increases to keep up with rising prices. Aged. The aged cheese tastes delicious. Engaged. He is currently deeply engaged in a new project. Ache. Long hours of desk work cause a dull ache in the back and lower back. Awake. He stayed up late into the night to finish his unfinished report. Bake. Her hobby is baking cookies and cakes for children on the weekends. Break. In between long hours of work, I decided to take a short break and have a cup of coffee. Fake. The bag looks genuine, but it's actually a well-crafted fake. Make. He fixed the broken toy and made it work again. Mistake. I made a careless mistake on the test. Sake. I did it for you for your own sake. Stake. The company's future has a stake in the project's success. Take. In order to get to my destination quickly, I decided to take the least crowded route. Breakdown. The sudden breakdown of the machine halted production. Detail. He reported the circumstances of the incident in great detail. Fail. No matter how much preparation you do, there will be times when you fail, but it's important to learn from those experiences. Jail. The man was arrested for theft and spent several months in jail. Male. The male of the bird has very beautiful plumage to attract females. Pale. He seemed unwell and his complexion was very pale. Prevail. After much debate, reason ultimately prevailed and an agreement was reached. Tail. When the owner returned home, the dog greeted him by wagging its tail happily. Tale. The old man told me a mysterious tale that he had once experienced at sea. Trail. We followed a narrow trail through the forest to the waterfall. Railway. This railway, which runs through mountainous areas, is famous for the beautiful scenery it offers from the windows. Detailed. He compiled the results of his investigation into a very detailed report. Aim. He practices hard every day with the lofty aim of winning a gold medal. Blame. He doesn't do something cowardly like blaming others for his own failures. Claim. She strongly claimed primary credit for the discovery. Fame. He achieved worldwide fame at a young age, but he remained humble. Flame. The orange flame of the campfire lit a warm glow in the darkness. Frame. I put my favorite photo in a frame. Proclaim. The president formally proclaimed to the nation that the new law would come into effect. Same. I share the same opinion as him and fully support this proposal. Shame. He felt deeply ashamed of his mistake and decided to apologize. Tame. It's not easy to tame such a wild horse, but he built up its trust over time. Chamber. The king made important decisions in a secret chamber, deep within the castle. Namely, I have one problem to solve, namely a lack of funding. Ashamed. He regretted his lie so much that he was ashamed and could not hold his head up. Attain. After many years of hard work, he finally attained the title of world champion. Brain. He has an extremely clear brain that can perform complex calculations instantly. Campaign. Environmental groups are launching a global campaign to reduce plastic waste. Complain. Even when he was dissatisfied, he never complained and continued working silently. Contain. This drink contains a wealth of vitamins that are effective in relieving fatigue. Crane. At the construction site, a huge crane was lifting heavy materials. Domain. A domain name on the internet is like a website address. Drain. Heavy rain caused the roads to flood, making it necessary to clean the drains. Entertain. He entertained the party guests with his skillful storytelling and magic tricks. Explain. The teacher used diagrams to clearly explain how light refracts. Gain. He was able to gain valuable experience and knowledge through his new job. Grain. I felt a strong determination not to waste even a single grain of desert sand. Insane. The plan is so reckless that those around him think it is insane. Lane. To avoid the traffic jam, he changed to a bus that runs in a bus lane. Maintain. A balanced diet and sleep are essential to maintaining good health. Obtain. Obtaining personal information about others without their permission is prohibited by law. Pain. He hit his knee hard when he fell and felt a sharp pain. Plain. She explained complex theories in plain language that anyone could understand. Refrain. In public places, you should refrain from making phone calls in a loud voice. Regain. Thanks to the rest, he finally regained his strength. Reign. During the king's reign, the country enjoyed unprecedented peace and prosperity. Remain. Even after the violent storm has passed, the scars of the storm still remain in the city. Restrain. He felt intense anger, but he restrained himself to remain calm. Retain. Even after the renovation, the old building retains its original beautiful appearance. Stain. I spilled coffee on my shirt and it left a brown stain. Strain. Long hours of desk work puts a lot of strain on the eyes and lower back. Sustain. He continued to sustain a high pace in the second half of the marathon and made it to the finish line. Vain. He continued to take on new challenges, unafraid that his efforts would end up being vain. Vain. She was carrying such a heavy load that the veins in her arms were visible. Ancient. The ruins have revealed evidence of advanced technology from an ancient civilization. Painful. I twisted my ankle when I fell, and now I feel a painful sensation with every step I take. Danger. The fog is so thick and visibility is so poor that it is dangerous to drive without extreme caution. Endanger. Reckless driving is an act that endangers not only your own life, but also the lives of those around you. Stranger. I got lost in a strange place, but a kind stranger helped me. Dangerous. The old bridge is in danger of collapsing, making it very dangerous to cross. Endangered. Efforts to protect endangered animals continue. Mainly. This magazine is targeted mainly at young women. Entertainment. The theme park offers the best entertainment for everyone, from children to adults. Mainstream. What was once a subculture has now become mainstream in society. Maintenance. Regular maintenance is essential to extend the life of a building. Acquaintance. He has made many acquaintances through his work, but few close friends. Arrange. He arranged the necessary materials and venue for next week's meeting. Exchange. Students from different cultures deepen mutual understanding by exchanging ideas. Range. This store carries a wide range of products, from affordable to luxury items. Strange. She became uneasy when she heard strange noises outside in the middle of the night. Strangely. He's usually very talkative, but today he was strangely quiet. Arrangement. In order to create a travel schedule, we proceeded with arranging accommodation and transportation. Acquaint. Having moved to a new place, the first thing you need to do is to acquaint yourself with the people in your neighborhood. Faint. He heard faint music in the distance and strained his ears. Saint. He is like a saint. Ape. He skillfully imitated the gestures of his friends, making everyone around him laugh. Escape. To escape from his busy daily life, he goes to the mountains alone on weekends. Shape. The potter skillfully manipulated the rotating clay to create the beautiful shape of a vase. Base. He spent several months collecting data that would form the basis of his theory. Case. You should have extra food on hand in case of an emergency. Chase. Police gave chase to the fleeing criminal's car on the highway. Displace. The war forced many people to leave their homes and displace them. Embrace. They were happy to be reunited after several years and embraced each other with great enthusiasm. Erase. He carefully erased the mistakes in his notebook with an eraser. Face. It is when we are faced with difficult realities that our true worth is tested. Grace. She captivated the audience with her graceful movements. Place. The old photograph was taken in a place that holds special memories for him. Race. He won the race. Replace. By replacing old parts with new ones, the machine's performance was restored. Trace. They found a trace of the animal. Replacement. The light bulb burned out, so I replaced it with a new replacement that I had in stock. Haste. As the saying goes, haste makes slow progress. Haste often leads to failure. Taste. This soup is spicy and has a very deep taste. Waste. Food waste is one of the major challenges in modern society. Await. In the arrival lobby of the new airport, many people are eagerly awaiting the return of their families. Create. Artists find joy in creating new worlds from a blank canvas. Date. He wrote a date on his calendar for a reunion with a dear friend. Debate. There was a fierce debate in Congress over the new tax proposal. Estate. He inherited a vast estate from his grandfather, including vast tracts of land and a magnificent mansion. Fate. He feels that it was fate that led him to this profession. Hate. He has a strong hatred for discrimination and prejudice, and works to create an equal society. Late. He is so engrossed in his work that he often stays in the office late into the night. Mate. It is said that once penguins become mates, they will cherish that partner for the rest of their lives. Rate. The country's rate of economic growth is accelerating year by year. Relate. He skillfully related his experiences into a story that anyone could relate to. State. He made an official statement about the new project at a press conference. Straight. Without any hesitation, she looked straight at the other person. Trait. Tenacity is one of his most defining traits. Translate. He translated overseas papers into Japanese and introduced them to Japanese researchers. Update. To always have the latest information, I frequently update my news app. Wait. She sat on a bench at the station and quietly waited for her friend to arrive. Wait. This bridge has a limit on the weight of vehicles that can cross at one time. Grateful. I am grateful for your help. Straightforward. His explanation was very straightforward and easy for anyone to understand. Greatly. He was greatly surprised by the news. Lately. Lately, I've been so busy with work that I barely have time for my hobbies. Statement. He made a statement to the police. Statesman. Even after his retirement, he continues to give advice to younger generations as a wise statesman. Faith. Even in difficult situations, he never lost faith in his friends who supported him. Behave. He always behaves calmly, no matter how much pressure he is under. Brave. He did a brave thing by jumping into the raging sea and saving a drowning child. Cave. Explorers venture deep into a massive cave that has remained untouched for thousands of years. Grave. Doctors told his family that his condition was very grave. Slave. He was forced to work like a slave from morning till night for the sake of the company's profits. Bravely. He faced his fear and bravely ran into the burning house. Pavement. After the rain, the pavement was shining, reflecting the light from the street lamps. Amaze. Her incredible memory amazed everyone around her. Gaze. He gazed intently at the beautiful starry sky outside the window. Phase. The project is now entering its final and most important phase. Phrase. That phrase is often used in English. Praise. His teacher generously praised him for his tireless efforts and excellent results. Raise. He quietly raised his hand to signal his opinion. Raw. He felt a strong sting in his mouth because he ate raw onions. Probable. Judging from the sky and the forecast, it is highly probable that it will rain in the afternoon. Probably. The sky looks suspicious this afternoon, so it will probably rain. Problem. It took me 30 minutes to solve the difficult math problem at the end of the test. Modify. We modified the app's design slightly to meet the user's requests. Commodity. Wheat and oil are among the most important commodities traded on the global market. Product. This factory daily produces the latest electronic products delivered to consumers worldwide. Model. He spent a whole month completing that exquisite plastic model. Modest. Even after achieving great success, he maintains a modest attitude and never boasts. Moderate. To maintain health, it's more important to continue moderate exercise than overly intense exercise. Moderator. The moderator of the panel discussion worked to ensure the debate proceeded smoothly. Modern. The museum is characterized by a very modern design combining glass and steel frames. Audience. When the concert ended, the audience stood up and gave generous applause for the wonderful performance. Bother. When I'm focusing on work, I don't want anyone to bother me. Awful. It was an awful storm last night, and I couldn't sleep all night because of the sound of the wind. Profit. The company earned its highest profit ever this term due to the hit of the new product. Biography. He read Steve Jobs' biography and was moved by his turbulent life. Geography. He is good at geography and knows a lot about the locations and climates of countries around the world. Progress. With the development of new technologies, the field of medicine is making progress at an incredible speed. Project. Many experts were gathered to ensure the success of the huge urban development project. Biological. She became interested in how living things work and is immersed in researching biological phenomena at university. Logical. To get your point across, it is important to provide a logical explanation without becoming emotional. Psychological. For disaster victims, not only material support, but also appropriate psychological care is necessary. Logic. The key to a solution is building your logic based on facts without being swayed by emotions. Democracy. We should cherish the principles of democracy, where we elect our representatives by voting. Awkward. There was an awkward silence between the two after their fight. Document. The historian discovered a valuable document recording life at the time in an old storehouse. Occupy. This task is very time-consuming. Qualify. He passed the rigorous exam and finally qualified as a lawyer. Psychologist. It is the job of a psychologist to empathize with people who have worries and give appropriate advice. Apologize. He sincerely apologized to his friend for breaking an important promise due to his carelessness. Apology. He deeply reflected on his rude attitude and offered her a sincere apology. Biology. He is interested in how living things work and is immersed in biology experiments using a microscope. Ecology. An urgent investigation is needed into how global warming affects the local ecology. Psychology. I want to learn through psychology about the movements of the mind and why people behave the way they do. Molecule. Water is made of molecules in which 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 oxygen atom are bonded together. Colony. A colony of ants is building a complex nest underground, centered around the queen. Policy. The company introduced a new policy of being flexible with returns, under the slogan Customer First. Politics. To increase young people's interest in politics, voter education such as mock elections is being conducted in schools. Equality. Regardless of gender or race, everyone has the right to enjoy equality under the law. Quality. This product is expensive, but its quality is very high and it lasts a long time. Solid. This table is made of solid oak and is very heavy. Knowledge. With the spread of the internet, we can instantly access a vast amount of knowledge. Voluntary. He participated in the litter-picking campaign of his own voluntary will, not because he was forced. Scholar. The renowned scholar has dedicated his life to researching ancient civilizations. Tolerate. Bullying in the workplace should never be tolerated for any reason. Scholarship. Because her academic grades were excellent, she was awarded a full scholarship by the university. Acknowledge. He honestly acknowledged his fault and promised to improve. College. He went on to college to learn specialized knowledge to become an engineer in the future. Alcoholic. He does not like alcoholic beverages. Abolish. The government decided to abolish the old tax system to reduce the burden on citizens. Polish. He polished his important shoes until they shone before heading to the interview. Colleague. If you have any problems, it is best to consult with a reliable colleague at work. Follow. You should follow their instructions. Hollow. I found a small squirrel hiding nuts inside the hollow of a tree stump. Swallow. When taking medicine, please make sure to swallow it with plenty of water. Follows. Whether that rumor is true or not will be revealed by the news that follows. Accommodate. The new stadium can accommodate up to 50,000 spectators. Comedy. I watched a comedy at the movie theater for the first time in a while, and laughed until my stomach hurt. Phenomenon. The Northern Lights are a very mysterious and beautiful natural phenomenon seen near the North and South Poles. Prominent. He is one of the most prominent scholars in the field and gives lectures all over the world. Dominate. The giant corporation uses its overwhelming financial power to dominate markets around the world. Promising. The rookie player gave a great performance in his debut, suggesting a promising future. Thermometer. I thought I might have a fever, so I put a thermometer under my arm to check. Common. A cold is a very common illness, but care is needed as it can worsen if left untreated. Commonly. This plant is commonly known by the name sakura in Japan. Promise. He visited the village again 3 years later to fulfill his promise that he would definitely come back. Comment. He left a comment on that article. Commerce. With the spread of the internet, companies around the world have come to engage in cross-border commerce. Atomic. Atomic energy has great power, but its handling requires the utmost care. Economic. The country achieved rapid economic development by nurturing new industries. Economics. He majors in economics at university and studies how market trends affect people's lives. Communist. The country has maintained a communist system for many years and promotes its own economic policies. Anonymous. The large donation was from an anonymous supporter who did not wish to reveal their name. Astronomy. He has loved looking at the starry sky since he was a child and majored in astronomy in college. Economy. The government introduced a new economy policy to boost the business cycle. Monitor. He monitors the data on the screen. Honest. He is an honest person who admits his mistakes, and he is highly trusted by those around him. Honor. He was awarded the highest honor by the country for his significant contributions. Electronic. In modern business, electronic communication methods such as email are indispensable. Astonish. The magician's clever tricks astonished all the spectators in the venue. Monument. A giant stone monument honoring a former hero stands in the center of the square. Monopoly. The company has a monopoly on the power supply in the entire region, with no competitors. Opposite. His opinion was the exact opposite of mine, and the discussion remained at a standstill. Proper. Proper attire suitable for the occasion is required at ceremonial events. Operator. An experienced operator was called in to fix the mechanical malfunction. Cooperate. To solve complex problems, it is essential for everyone to cooperate across departmental boundaries. Operate. To operate this new machine correctly, several days of special training are required. Properly. To use the machine safely, you first need to read the manual and operate it properly. Property. He purchased a small property in the suburbs with the money he earned by working hard. Tropical. During winter vacation, I want to forget the cold and relax on a warm tropical island. Topic. The topic of today's meeting is the environment. Copyright. Posting text written by someone else on your blog without permission is an infringement of copyright. Popular. This cafe's pancakes went viral on social media and are very popular among young people. Sorrow. He felt deep sorrow at parting with his best friend and was speechless for a while. Borrow. I forgot my dictionary at home, so I decided to borrow one from my friend in the next seat for just an hour. Impossible. It is nearly physically impossible to climb this high mountain in a single day without preparation. Possible. Depending on your effort, it is entirely possible to achieve a goal that seemed impossible. Possibly. It is possibly near impossible to finish the project in such a short time. Philosopher. Ancient Greek philosophers debated what it means to live well. Philosophy. He majored in philosophy at university to find the answer to the question, what is life? Curiosity. When children see something new, they want to ask all kinds of questions with great curiosity. Fossil. The geological research team discovered a fossil of a giant fish from hundreds of millions of years ago in the strata. Awesome. The vast view of the Grand Canyon spreading out before my eyes was truly awesome. Blossom. In spring, cherry blossoms blossom in full bloom, and the park is dyed pink. Process. In the process of making bread, it is important to knead the dough thoroughly and let it ferment. Prosecutor. The prosecutor presented strong evidence in court to prove the defendant's guilt. Prospect. With the prospect of success in a new market, the company decided to move forward with its overseas expansion. Prosper. The new business steadily gained customers and prospered greatly within a few years. Hostile. At the meeting, some attendees gave a hostile reaction to my proposal. Foster. The organization is looking for foster families for underprivileged children. Caution. Because the mountain path was slippery, the sign said "Caution" in large letters. Bottom. I drank up the water that remained a little at the bottom of the glass. Rotten. An apple forgotten in the back of the refrigerator had become completely rotten. Lottery. He bought several lottery tickets with a 1 billion yen top prize, hoping for a dream come true. Patriotic. After their country's athlete won a gold medal at the Olympics, the citizens' patriotic passion soared. Hypothesis. Scientists need to first form a hypothesis based on observational data before starting an experiment. Novel. He came up with one novel idea after another that overturned conventional wisdom. Province. He left the hustle and bustle of the city and began a quiet life in a northern province rich in nature. Poverty. He works to support underprivileged children and break the cycle of poverty. Proverb. There is an expression similar to the Japanese saying "isogabamo ware" in a famous English proverb. Positive. When trying something new, it's important to always have a positive attitude. Deposit. When renting a new apartment, I gave 1 month's rent to the real estate agent as a deposit. Rob. A robber broke into a nearby bank last night and robbed them of a large sum of cash. Object. During the undersea survey, the sonar detected a giant object thought to be a shipwreck. Obstacle. To achieve your goal, you must overcome the difficult obstacles in front of you one by one. Obvious. It was obvious to everyone that she was lying from her trembling voice and wandering eyes. Obviously. His face was pale, and he was obviously feeling unwell to anyone's eyes. Watch. He looked at his wristwatch many times, waiting for the person he was meeting to arrive. God. Ancient people believed that a god of rain and thunder lived in the sky. Nod. He answered the teacher's question by simply giving a nod. Odd. Everyone was surprised by his odd behavior when he suddenly started dancing. Cough. He caught a terrible cold and suffered from a severe cough all night. Block. A large truck was blocking the road for construction, so cars could not pass. Clock. The clock hanging on the wall of the room pointed exactly to 12 o'clock noon. Flock. At sunset, I saw a flock of birds flying through the sky back to their nests. Mock. He mocked the way his friend talks and made everyone laugh. Stock. The supermarket takes care to never run out of stock of fresh vegetables. Oxygen. After intense exercise, deep breathing is necessary to take enough oxygen into the body. Proximate. The exact figures are not yet known, but the approximate damage is expected to reach $1 million. Approximately. It takes approximately 15 minutes to walk from here to the station. Dioxide. During photosynthesis, plants absorb the carbon dioxide that we exhale. Toxic. Regulations are necessary because exhaust gases contain toxic substances that are harmful to health. Doctor. I'm not feeling well, so I plan to see a local doctor tomorrow. Doctrine. The political party upholds the basic doctrine of promoting free trade. Dissolve. When you put sugar in warm tea and stir, it quickly dissolves and disappears. Evolve. Living things have evolved over many years to adapt to their surrounding environments. Involve. For the success of the new project, it's necessary to involve many staff members with specialized knowledge. Resolve. International arbitration was conducted to peacefully resolve the dispute between the two nations. Solve. He succeeded in solving a very difficult math problem on his own after spending many hours. Involvement. The active involvement of local residents was essential for the success of the project. Involved. He was deeply involved in the case and was questioned by the police. Bomb. The old building suffered catastrophic damage from a bomb dropped during the war. Calm. After the storm passed, the sea was surprisingly calm, reflecting the sky like a mirror. Palm. He hid the coin used in the magic trick in his palm without anyone noticing. Combat. Soldiers engaged in intense combat on the front lines to maintain peace. Combine. The two small companies combined to make a fresh start as one large enterprise. Competent. She is a very competent secretary who not only speaks multiple languages, but also has great practical skills. Compensate. The company compensated the employees for their labor by paying them an overtime allowance. Compound. The substance is a chemical compound made up of two different elements. Complicated. The rules of this puzzle are very complicated and take time to understand. Complicate. His unnecessary remark further complicated the already strained relationships. Complement. The acidity of this red wine perfectly complements the sweetness of the beef fat. Compliment. He praised her new hairstyle and gave her the highest compliment. Complex. The puzzle had such a complex structure that it took several days to complete. Accomplish. Through extraordinary effort, he finally managed to accomplish the feat of climbing Mount Everest. Accomplishment. After 10 years of research, he developed a new drug and achieved the greatest accomplishment of his life. Compromise. Their claims conflicted, but eventually both sides made concessions and reached a compromise. Prompt. He is very efficient at his work and is trusted because his email replies are always prompt. He picked up the dictionary on the desk and began to look up the meaning of a difficult word. 1. He looks one from a prolonged illness, which is worrying those around him. Correspondent. The news program connected live with the local correspondent to report on the current situation in the Middle East. Wander. I wandered aimlessly through the alleys of an unfamiliar city without a map. Confidence. She stepped onto the stage with strong confidence backed by years of practice. Confident. Since he has prepared thoroughly, he is confident that tomorrow's presentation will be a success. Conference. Next month, an international conference bringing together environmental scientists from around the world will be held in this city. Conflict. An intense conflict continues between two neighboring countries over the ownership of resources. Responsible. As the leader of the team, he is in a responsible position for the success or failure of the project. Consequence. As a consequence of taking the exam unprepared, he faced the reality of failing. Consequently. He kept skipping practice and consequently was dropped from the starting lineup. Concentrate. It is difficult to deeply concentrate on your studies in a noisy place. Concept. The concept for the new chair proposed by the designer was a cloud floating in the sky. Constitute. Liberty and equality are the most important elements that constitute this country's constitution. Constant. In scientific experiments, keeping the temperature constant directly affects the accuracy of the results. Constantly. The world situation is constantly changing, and it is hard to keep up with the latest news. Conscience. He felt a strong pang of conscience for betraying his friend for his own benefit. Conscious. He has become health conscious lately and makes sure to eat vegetables every day without fail. Consciously. To fix his bad habit, he consciously maintains good posture in his daily life. Consciousness. He lost consciousness due to the impact of the accident, but made a miraculous recovery after being rushed to the hospital. Contact. I have to make contact with her. Continent. Asia is known as the world's largest and most populous continent. Quantity. When cooking, it is important to accurately measure the quantity of ingredients, not just their quality. Horizontal. The line is horizontal. Context. To understand the meaning of a word accurately, it is important to consider the context in which it is used. Content. He is quite content with his current simple life and does not desire any more wealth. Contest. She practiced hard after school to participate in a speech contest. Contrast. The vivid contrast between the white snow and the blue sky enhances the beauty of the winter scenery. Contract. After months of negotiations, the two companies finally signed a formal contract regarding their business alliance. Controversy. The new bill sparked intense controversy from the perspective of privacy protection. Contrary. He did not agree with everyone and deepened the discussion by taking a contrary position. Converse. He didn't just state his own opinion. He also considered the converse view to examine the issue from multiple angles. Convert. He renovated an old warehouse and converted it into a stylish cafe. Convict. With decisive evidence found, the judge delivered a verdict to convict the defendant. Beyond. A beautiful lake that I have never seen lies beyond that mountain. Bond. There is a strong bond between the two of them after sharing years of hardship. Correspond. My ideas correspond perfectly in detail with the plan she proposed. Fond. I am fond of reading. Pond. A few goldfish are swimming peacefully in the small pond in the garden. Respond. The teacher asked a question, but none of the students responded. Response. Customer support gave a prompt response to the inquiry from the customer. Congress. At the International Congress where representatives from various countries gathered, an important resolution on environmental issues was adopted. Conquer. After extraordinary effort, he finally conquered the summit of Mount Everest. Conquest. It is said that the ancient hero achieved the conquest of vast lands and built a huge empire. Cop. When I asked a cop on patrol for directions, he kindly helped me. Crop. Thanks to the good weather this year, the crop of rice and vegetables is very abundant. Drop. He carelessly dropped his precious smartphone on the ground. Shop. It's my routine to go to my favorite boutique shop on weekends to look for new clothes. Top. His years of effort paid off and he finally climbed to the top of the industry. Option. As a career path after graduation, I am considering the option of studying abroad as well as going to university. Adopt. The local government decided on a policy to fully adopt renewable energy for environmental protection. Bar. After finishing work, he makes it a routine to have a quick drink at his regular bar. Car. I went for a drive to the sea with my family on the weekend in our new car. Far. It takes 30 minutes to walk from my house to the station, which is a bit too far for a child. Scar. Every time I see the scar on my knee from falling as a child, I remember how mischievous I was back then. Star. Looking up at the night sky, countless stars were shining like diamonds. Carbon. Reducing carbon dioxide emissions is a global challenge to prevent global warming. Barber. My hair had grown long, so I went to the local barber to get a clean cut. Harbor. Many fishing boats returned to the quiet harbor at sunset. Garbage. To keep the city clean, you should dispose of garbage in the designated areas. Departure. Because the flight's departure was delayed, I ended up waiting in the lobby for 3 hours. Departure. Because the flight's departure was delayed, I ended up waiting in the lobby for 3 hours. Garden. My pleasure on weekends is to tend to the garden and plant seasonal flowers. Regarding. Details regarding the schedule for the new project will be sent by email later. Bargain. Buying this high-quality watch at half price was a real bargain. Cargo. The huge cargo ship left the port loaded with a vast amount of cargo to be transported around the world. Argument. They had a fierce argument for hours about the solution to the problem. Argue. They argued heatedly for hours about the pros and cons of the environmental policy. Margin. When writing a paper, you should leave appropriate margins on all sides to make it easy to read. Remarkable. The rookie player put on a remarkable performance, scoring a hat trick in his debut match. Architecture. Traveling through Spain, he was impressed by Gaudi's creative architecture. Architecture. Traveling through Spain, he was impressed by Gaudi's creative architecture. Architect. He is a famous architect who designed the innovative building that has become a symbol of this city. Sparkle. Her eyes were full of sparkle with hope for the new project. Market. On weekend mornings, I went to the local open market in search of fresh vegetables and fruit. Parking. The shopping mall was very crowded on the weekend, and I had trouble finding a parking space. Parliament. Enthusiastic debates are being held daily in Parliament to enact new national laws. Harmony. At the choir contest, everyone's voices in the class created a perfect harmony. Garment. This brand manufactures eco-friendly garments using only natural materials. Farmer. A local farmer delivered some freshly picked vegetables to us. Army. A large army continues to train in order to protect the borders. Partial. His explanation was only partial, making it difficult to grasp the full picture of the incident. Article. On the front page of this morning's newspaper, an article by an expert expressing concern about the economy was published. Particle. Scientists use accelerators to study the movement of invisibly small particles. Party. I invited my friends over for a home party this weekend and we talked until late at night. Marvelous. The sunset viewed from the top of the hill was a marvelous sight beyond words. Harvest. Autumn is the harvest season, and farmers are busy working in the fields from morning till night. Guard. He is guarding the building. Hard. This problem is very hard, and nobody in the class could solve it. Regard. He is held in high regard by those around him as a leader in his field. Yard. They are playing in the yard. Regardless. Regardless of the opposition around him, he pushed forward following his own beliefs. Hardly. It was so foggy and visibility was so poor that I could hardly see the lights of the car ahead. Charge. After eating at the restaurant, I paid an additional charge as a service fee. Discharge. He was finally allowed to discharge from the hospital as his injury had completely healed. Enlarge. I enlarged the family vacation photo to poster size and displayed it in the living room. Large. The park has a large grassy area where children can run around. Largely. This success is largely dependent on the cooperation of all team members. Mark. I made a small mark on the wall. Remark. At the end of the meeting, he added a short remark about the project's progress. Spark. His casual remark became the spark that generated a new idea. Arctic. There are concerns that the melting of Arctic ice is depriving polar bears of their habitat. Alarm. I set the alarm for 6 o'clock. Arm. He used his muscular arms to the fullest to carry the heavy luggage. Charm. Her bright smile has a mysterious charm that instantly attracts people she meets for the first time. Harm. When handling strong chemicals, you should wear gloves to avoid causing harm to your skin. Harmful. Air pollution has a very harmful effect on the human respiratory system. Armed. The building was heavily guarded by security officers armed with guns. Arms. To maintain peace, the international community restricts the excessive proliferation of arms. Sharp. This kitchen knife is very well sharpened and sharp, so you must be careful not to cut your finger. Sharply. Following the economic downturn, the company's stock price fell sharply in afternoon trading. Sparse. Because the region is extremely dry, the vegetation is very sparse. Harsh. He used harsher words than necessary toward his subordinate's mistake. Part. After dating for several years, they decided to live apart to follow their own paths. Art. She has shown a talent for art since she was a child and is now a successful famous painter. Chart. He summarized the sales data in a chart. Depart. At the scheduled time, the plane moved toward the runway and departed for its next destination. Heart. Even when facing difficulties, he never lost heart and kept trying until the end. Part. This component is one of the most important parts for maintaining engine performance. Smart. He is a very smart thinker and solved the complex problem in an instant. Start. The new semester has started, and the classroom is filled with the voices of expectant students. Partly. The project's failure was partly due to a lack of preparation. Department. She belongs to the physics department at the university and is studying the basics of quantum mechanics. Partnership. The two companies agreed to form a strong partnership for new technology development. Carve. A skilled craftsman carved a beautiful figure of a bird out of hard wood. Starve. The adventurer lost in the desert almost starved to death with no food or water. Hospital. He complained of severe abdominal pain and was rushed to a nearby general hospital by ambulance. Cost. Latest smartphones are very convenient, but the cost is also quite high accordingly. Wash. He washes his hands before meals and always tries to stay clean. Lot. A new library is planned to be built on that vast lot in the future. Not. He didn't get the result he expected and looked discouraged, shaking his head. Not. Plot. The plot of that mystery novel was so clever that I didn't know who the killer was until the very end. Lots. He won lots of prize money in the lottery and went on a round-the-world trip, his long-time dream. Cause. The police began an investigation to identify the direct cause of the fire that occurred last night. Cosmos. The astronauts gazed out at the jet-black cosmos and reaffirmed the beauty of the Earth. Cabinet. He installed a new steel cabinet in the office to organize his documents. Inhabitant. The inhabitants of the island still cherish and preserve their ancient traditional events. Habit. He has made it a long-time habit to wake up early every morning and go jogging. Establish. He succeeded in establishing his own company, which had been his long-time dream. Establishment. That old restaurant is known as the most historic establishment in the city. Laboratory. In the university laboratory, students are working hard on developing new materials. Elaborate. He devised an elaborate experimental plan to prove his theory. Fabric. The fabric used for these curtains has been specially treated to block out light. Vocabulary. Encountering new words through reading is the best way to increase your vocabulary. Congratulate. Hearing that a colleague was promoted, all the team members gathered to congratulate him. Natural. It was perfectly natural to everyone that she succeeded after her hard work. Natural. It was perfectly natural to everyone that she succeeded after her hard work. Statue. A giant bronze statue honoring the city's founder stands in the center of the park. Radical. To solve social problems from the root, a radical reform that breaks existing frameworks is necessary. Adequate. After intense exercise, adequate hydration is essential to replace lost fluids. Ladder. He leaned a ladder against the wall to climb up and repair the roof. Address. In his speech, he addressed the serious problems facing the local community. Gather. Before the storm arrived, the villagers gathered in the square to discuss countermeasures. Rather. I would rather live in the quiet countryside than in the city. Traffic. During the morning commute, the main street is filled with cars, creating heavy traffic. Magazine. He buys a specific magazine every month to get the latest fashion information. Agriculture. The invention of agriculture made it possible for mankind to settle in one place and build civilizations. Agriculture. The invention of agriculture made it possible for mankind to settle in one place and build civilizations. Tragedy. The loss of a promising young life in a sudden accident was a great tragedy for the entire city. Imaginary. The children were playing happily while having conversations with their imaginary friends. Fragile. This box contains fragile glasswork, so please handle it with care. Imagine. Close your eyes and try to imagine yourself surrounded by a white sandy beach and blue sea. Graduate. After graduating from university, he started an internship at an overseas company. Exaggerate. He tends to exaggerate stories to make his own achievements seem greater. Gradually. As spring approaches, the time the sun sets has gradually become later. Gradual. It was a gradual change. Tackle. The rugby player made a powerful tackle to stop the opponent with the ball. Faculty. He has an excellent faculty for language acquisition and mastered 5 languages in a short period. Sacrifice. He continued to work, sacrificing his own time for the sake of his family's happiness. Evacuate. As a massive typhoon was approaching, residents in coastal areas evacuated to shelters on higher ground. Accuracy. In scientific experiments, the accuracy of data is one of the most important factors. Accurate. In scientific experiments, accurate data is essential to obtain reliable results. Analysis. The economists performed an analysis of current market trends using the latest statistical data. Hospitality. Thanks to the warm hospitality of the hotel staff, I had a wonderful vacation. Mortality. We must not forget that all humans are subject to mortality. Nationality. The soccer team has players of various nationalities, making it very international. Reality. Chasing ideals is important, but sometimes it's necessary to face harsh reality and create a plan. Salad. For health, I make it a point to eat a salad with fresh lettuce and tomatoes at every meal. Valid. The expiration date for this coupon is the end of this month, after which it will no longer be valid. Talented. She has been extremely talented in the field of music since she was a child, and her future looks very promising. Challenge. He is taking on a new challenge. Balance. Keeping a balance between work and private life is essential for maintaining health. Talent. She has displayed a talent for music since childhood and has won numerous competitions. Gallop. At the rider's signal, the horse began to gallop across the meadow at full speed. Palace. Around the magnificent palace where the royal family lives, gardens with beautiful fountains stretch out. Ally. The two countries formed a military alliance to face a common enemy and became encouraging allies to each other. Salary. By taking on a responsible position at the new company, he began to earn a higher salary than before. Originality. That work has wonderful originality. Personality. Her bright and sociable personality is positively changing the atmosphere of the entire team. Valley. In the deep valley surrounded by mountains, there is a small river with crystal clear water. Shallow. The river was so shallow that we could take off our shoes and wade across. Diameter. In math class, we learned that the diameter of a circle is twice its radius. Damage. The car suffered severe damage in the accident. Mammal. Whales and dolphins look like fish, but they are actually mammals that breathe with lungs and raise their young. Famine. The prolonged drought destroyed the crops, and the region was struck by a severe famine. Grammar. To master English accurately, it is essential to correctly understand grammar as well as vocabulary. Examine. The doctor examined the condition of the bones in detail, using X-rays to identify the cause of the symptoms. Manager. As the project manager, she constantly keeps track of the team's progress. Analyst. The market analyst predicted the future trends of stock prices based on the current economic situation. Analyze. Scientists analyze the vast amount of data obtained from the experiment to prove the correctness of their hypothesis. Manage. He managed his busy schedule well and finished all tasks within the deadline. Panel. A panel of experts gathered to exchange views on the new energy policy. Planet. Earth is the only planet in the solar system confirmed to support life. Manner. He always treats others in a polite manner, no matter how busy he is. Botanical. Over the weekend, I visited the National Botanical Garden where rare tropical plants are on display. Mechanical. The watch doesn't use batteries. It operates solely on a mechanical system of springs and gears. Humanity. He was a commander with true humanity, showing mercy even toward his enemies. Organic. For health, I try to choose organic vegetables grown without pesticides. Volcanic. The island was formed by volcanic activity and still occasionally emits smoke. Vanish. When the wizard waved his staff, the large box in front of him vanished without a trace. Manuscript. The library of the old monastery houses precious manuscripts written in the Middle Ages. Companion. During his solo journey, he met a like-minded companion heading for the same destination. Annually. A large music festival is held annually in October in this city. Annual. The annual parade was held on the city's main street, as it is every year. Manual. He read the thick repair manual from cover to fix the machine. Capital. London is the capital of the United Kingdom, and the center of politics and the economy. Appetite. Because he had a fever from a cold, he had no appetite at all, even for his favorite sweets. Rapid. Technological progress is so rapid that products become outdated after only 6 months. Rapidly. Due to economic globalization, world markets continue to change rapidly. Happen. Something no one could have predicted happened, forcing a major change in the plan. Unhappy. He feels very unhappy in his current work environment, where he cannot fully demonstrate his abilities. Happiness. Having been able to open his own shop, which was his long-time dream, he now feels the greatest happiness. Paragraph. The second paragraph of this essay contains the core part that the author wants to emphasize the most. Narrative. The novel depicts a boy's growth using a compelling narrative style. Carriage. Ancient aristocrats moved about in luxurious carriages drawn by beautiful horses. Carry. He carried the heavy luggage by himself and climbed the stairs to the third-floor room. Barrier. A barrier was installed on the highway to prevent vehicle entry. Arrow. He drew the bow with all his might and released a sharp arrow toward the target. Ambassador. He was appointed as the new ambassador to deepen the friendly relations between the two countries. Classify. The librarian accurately classified the newly arrived books by genre. Fascinate. The beautiful architectural style and historical stories of the old castle fascinate the many tourists who visit. Capacity. This hall has a capacity to accommodate up to 500 people. Acid. Lemons and vinegar contain acidic components and have a distinctive sour taste. Passage. The ship threaded its way through the icebergs and passed through a narrow passage in the sea. Castle. There is an old castle on the hill. Passenger. When the plane arrived at the destination, the passengers started gathering their luggage all at once. Asset. Her language and communication skills are a great asset to our globally expanding company. Classical. He prefers listening to classical music, such as Bach and Beethoven, over modern pop. Classic. I like listening to classic music. Massive. Massive concrete breakwaters are built on the coast to prevent high waves. Passive. He rarely voices his own opinions and always takes a passive attitude during meetings. Aspect. Before starting the new business, he considered every aspect, from market research to funding. Pastime. He considers reading the best pastime and often spends his weekends at the library. Disaster. The massive typhoon that struck the region caused a catastrophic disaster to the infrastructure. Master. After years of training, he finally mastered the skills of traditional craftsmanship. Masterpiece. The museum exhibits an undying masterpiece by a genius painter representing the Renaissance. Drastic. To prevent the company's bankruptcy, drastic reforms, including staff cuts, are necessary. Fantastic. The night view from the observation deck was fantastic beyond words. Plastic. Plastic materials can be molded into any shape by applying heat. Nasty. When he gets angry, he sometimes hurls very nasty words at the people around him. Astronaut. He dreamed of going to space since he was a child and finally became an astronaut after rigorous training. International. He studies languages hard every day, dreaming of playing an active role on the international stage. National. As a representative of his country, he challenged the international competition with national pride. Rational. Rational thinking, which involves making judgments based on objective facts rather than emotions, is required. Compassion. He has deep compassion for the underprivileged and has continued volunteer work for many years. Fashion. She always incorporates the latest fashion and enjoys her own unique style. Passion. He has a strong passion for music. Category. It belongs to a different category. Strategy. To win the competition in the market, the company developed a new strategy of introducing a breakthrough new product. Satellite. The Moon is the Earth's only natural satellite, revolving around the Earth. Attitude. He approaches everything with a positive attitude. Cattle. Cattle are eating grass in the pasture. Rattle. The baby wouldn't stop crying, so I shook a toy rattle to soothe them. Patent. He promptly applied for a patent to prevent others from imitating his invention. Apparatus. A complex apparatus for measuring gas components is installed in the science laboratory. Status. In recognition of his years of achievement, he solidified his social status within the organization. Satisfy. The food at the new restaurant exceeded expectations in both taste and portion, fully satisfying the customers. Satisfied. He is fully satisfied with the conditions of his new job and works with motivation every day. Latter. Two plans were presented, and I thought the latter was more realistic. Matter. No matter how small the issue, examining it without overlooking anything is the key to success. Scatter. He scattered breadcrumbs in the park square to feed the birds. Shatter. The glass cup fell to the floor and shattered into pieces in an instant. Saturday. He finishes a week's worth of shopping on Saturday mornings and relaxes in the afternoon. Battery. His smartphone battery was about to run out, so he hurried to find a charger. Scattered. Fallen leaves are scattered on the ground. Democratic. To increase organizational transparency, a democratic process where everyone can participate in decision-making is necessary. Diplomatic. High-level diplomatic negotiations were held to ease the tension between the two countries. Dramatic. At the end of the match, a dramatic turnaround that no one had predicted was waiting. Dramatically. With the introduction of new technology, the factory's productivity improved dramatically. Attribute. He attributed the team's success to the unceasing efforts of all its members. Navigate. The sailors used the latest radar equipment to safely navigate the foggy waters. Avenue. High-end boutiques and restaurants line both sides of the avenue. Cavity. Because I ate too many sweets, I got a large cavity in my back tooth. Gravity. Newton is said to have discovered the law of the Earth's gravity by watching an apple fall. Savage. The movie depicts contact with a savage tribe living in an uncivilized land cut off from civilization. Travel. He travels all over the world during his vacations to experience new cultures. Average. The temperature this winter was much colder than the annual average. Hazard. Wearing a helmet is mandatory because there are many hazards lurking at construction sites. Casual. Since today is not an official event, casual attire without a tie is perfectly fine. Grab. Since he was about to be late, he quickly grabbed a piece of breakfast toast and left the house. Lab. Scientists are working day and night to develop new drugs in a lab equipped with the latest facilities. Absolute. The king held absolute power over the country, and no one could oppose his decisions. Absence. No one in the class knew the reason for his long absence. Absent. He was absent from yesterday's meeting due to illness but returned in good health today. Attach. When sending my resume by email, I didn't forget to attach the ID photo data. Catch. He brilliantly caught the flying ball with his bare hands and received applause from the audience. Match. He carefully chose the color of his tie to match his outfit for today. Patch. He repaired the hole in the knee of his old jeans with a blue cloth patch. Scratch. He scratched the itchy spot hard and it left a mark. Ad. Ads for the new smartphone are posted everywhere in the city. Add. Adding just a little salt at the end of cooking enhanced the flavor even more. Glad. He looked truly glad to be able to see his best friend after a long time. Mad. He was madder than ever because his important plans had been ruined. Sad. He had a very sad look on his face because the trip he was looking forward to was cancelled. Advocate. As an enthusiastic advocate for environmental protection, he calls for a reduction in plastic use. Advertising. The company significantly increased its advertising budget to raise awareness of its new product. Advertise. To widely announce the launch of the new product, they advertised extensively on TV and social media. Behalf. He delivered a speech at the anniversary ceremony on behalf of the president, who was hospitalized. Graph. He compiled the numbers into an easy-to-understand graph, so that the sales trends from last year could be grasped at a glance. Laugh. Everyone in the venue couldn't help but laugh out loud at his humorous joke. After the movie ended, I discussed my impressions with a friend at a nearby cafe. Laughter. The entire venue was filled with warm laughter at his humorous speech. Afterward. They had a heated argument, but afterward they shook hands and reconciled. Afterwards. We enjoyed the movie first, and afterwards had dinner at a nearby restaurant. Craft. The artisan completed the beautiful furniture using the sophisticated craft he had developed over many years. Draft. He finished the first draft of his thesis and submitted it to his supervisor. Bag. He packed his travel essentials into a large duffel bag and left the house. Drag. She slowly headed to the station while dragging her heavy suitcase across the floor. Fragment. The archaeologist carefully excavated a small fragment of ancient pottery from the soil. Back. With strong backing from his friends, he decided to start a new business. Crack. The intense shaking of the earthquake caused a large crack in the wall of the old building. Lack. His plan is excellent, but he lacks the funds to put it into action. Stack. There was a stack of books on the library table that he had gathered for his research. Track. The police tracked the movements of the escaped criminal, using security camera footage. Actual. His theory is great, but whether it will be useful in actual situations is another matter. Actually. He looked unconfident, but actually he was a very highly capable person. Manufacture. They manufacture cars here. Manufacturer. The car manufacturer unveiled its latest electric vehicle to the global market. Manufacturing. Manufacturing has flourished in that area for a long time, with many automobile parts factories gathered there. Background. She broadened her horizons by interacting with people from diverse cultural backgrounds. Accident. You must be very careful about car accidents on rainy days because the road surface is slippery. Maximum. The maximum capacity of this elevator is set at 10 people. Attraction. The new attraction at the amusement park has lines that take several hours on weekends. Fraction. His explanation was only a fraction of the truth. There must be more facts still hidden. Interaction. Interaction with people from different cultures is a perfect opportunity to broaden your horizons. Reaction. After administering the new drug, the doctor carefully observed the patient's body for any reactions, such as side effects. Satisfaction. He finished all his work perfectly and left the office with a deep sense of satisfaction. Transaction. Using the bank's app, you can complete transactions like money transfers online without going to a branch. Practical. While learning theory is important, it is also crucial to acquire practical skills that are useful in daily life. Activist. As an environmental activist, she leads a petition drive to reduce plastic use. Practically. He is very knowledgeable in the field and practically has the same level of ability as an expert. Practice. To improve at the piano, practicing every day without fail is more important than anything else. Factor. A balanced diet is one of the most important factors for maintaining health. Factory. At this factory, precise electronic components are produced around the clock using the latest robots. Active. She remains active in local volunteer activities, even after her retirement. Attractive. His proposal was very attractive, offering improved quality while keeping costs down. Satisfactory. The test results were satisfactory, and he decided on his further education with confidence. Relax. I want to relax at home on the weekend. Tax. The government decided to raise the tax imposed on consumers to maintain public services. Abstract. He prefers to speak in abstract theories rather than giving concrete examples. Act. He acted quickly and without hesitation to help his friend in a difficult situation. Attract. The beautiful scenery attracts millions of tourists from all over the world every year. Distract. When smartphone notifications come during study, my attention inevitably gets distracted. Exact. Exact measurement is essential for obtaining accurate results in scientific experiments. Extract. I had to go to the dentist and get a badly decayed back tooth extracted. Fact. To judge whether his claim is correct, we first need to verify the objective facts. Impact. The widespread use of smartphones has had a dramatic impact on the way we communicate. Intact. Although hit by a fierce storm, fortunately, all the roof tiles remained intact. React. He reacted calmly and without panic, even when faced with a sudden question. Exactly. What I was looking for were exactly the shoes with this design. Canal. On the old canal flowing through the center of the city, small boats carrying tourists come and go. Calculate. He calculated the cost needed to build a house and went to the bank to discuss a loan. Altitude. The airplane is currently flying at a steady altitude of 10,000 meters. Valuable. Valuable jewels passed down through generations are kept in that safe. Value. He considers the antique to have historical value and keeps it carefully stored. Evaluate. Investors carefully evaluate a company's financial status and future potential before deciding to invest. Jam. The roads were in a terrible jam during the morning rush hour, so I was late for the meeting. Ambulance. Upon receiving news of the accident, an ambulance arrived at the scene with its sirens blaring within minutes. Ample. This room has large windows and ample light streams in for reading. Example. He presented his own failure as an example for his juniors to avoid repeating the same mistake. Damp. Inside the forest after the rain, the air was damp, and the smell of the earth lingered strongly. He declared that he would not allow an exception to the plan. Ban. The government enacted a law to completely ban smoking in public places. Pan. She fried eggs and bacon in a pan for breakfast. Plan. He made a big plan to work abroad in the future and started saving money to prepare. Span. The bridge has a long span. Then. There is clearly more snowfall this winter than in average years. Substantial. By introducing new insulation, we were able to achieve substantial savings on utility costs. Candidate. He is widely gathering support from citizens as a leading candidate for the next mayoral election. Handle. You must handle this fragile vase with extreme care when moving it. Abandon. Unable to give up his dream, he abandoned his stable job to pursue a path in art. Commander. The commander calmly analyzed the situation and ordered the troops to withdraw. Standard. That is the industry standard. Outstanding. His performance this term was outstanding, and he won the Employee of the Year award. Kanji. For international students learning Japanese, memorizing many kanji with complex stroke counts is a very difficult task. Mankind. The progress of space exploration is a major step toward opening up unknown frontiers for mankind. Ancestor. He researched his family tree and found the names of his ancestors who developed this land hundreds of years ago. Answer. She gave a precise answer to the difficult question without being flustered at all. Cancer. With advances in modern medicine, cancer, once considered incurable, can now be treated if detected early. Fancy. I was surprised by how fancy the interior of that high-end restaurant was. Financial. To expand the company, financial support from banks is essential. Expansion. The company is opening new branches one after another, aiming for expansion into overseas markets. Granted. He took his parents' help for granted and never uttered a word of thanks. Advantage. He won a job in the overseas department by leveraging his great advantage of being fluent in languages. Disadvantage. To compensate for the disadvantage of being far from the station, the shop operates a shuttle bus. Branch. A branch of the large tree in the park broke and fell onto the road during last night's gale. He walked to a nearby convenience store to buy bread and milk. Command. He issued a command to his subordinates. Demand. Due to the summer heat wave, the demand for cold drinks and air conditioning is skyrocketing. Expand. Building on its success in the Asian market, the company plans to expand its business into Europe. Grand. From the mountain top, we could view the grand scenery of nature spreading below. Hand. He wasn't afraid to get his hands dirty and immersed himself in the work, becoming covered in mud. Land. When the plane safely landed at the destination airport, a round of applause broke out from the passengers. Misunderstand. Because of his insufficient explanation, the people around him greatly misunderstood his intentions. Stand. To uphold his beliefs, he took a firm stand without fearing criticism from those around him. Understand. He read the textbook over and over to deeply understand the meaning of the complex mathematical formula. Withstand. This building is designed to fully withstand the impact of a massive earthquake. Handout. The speaker distributed materials summarizing the presentation as a handout to the participants. Grandfather. My grandfather makes it a daily routine to wake up early every morning and tend to the garden. Grandmother. I think the apple pie my grandmother makes is the most delicious in the world. Landscape. From the observation deck, you can see a beautiful natural landscape that changes with the seasons. Advance. The advance of technology has made surgeries that were once impossible now feasible. Chance. He seized a perfect chance to restart his life and took a new step forward. Enhance. Planting colorful flowers in the garden helped to further enhance the beauty of the entire house. Finance. He consulted with a finance expert to raise funds for starting his new business. Glance. He cast a quick glance at his watch to see if he would make it to the train. Grant. The government provided a special grant to support the original projects of young researchers. Plant. He decided to plant new flower seedlings with the arrival of spring to enrich his garden. Bang. Suddenly, the door shut with a loud bang, surprising everyone. Hang. He hung the newly purchased painting on the wall, changing the room's atmosphere. Angle. He moved around looking for the angle that would make the building look its best for the photo. Anger. He felt strong anger at the unfair treatment but tried to remain calm. Angry. He felt an uncontrollable angry emotion because his efforts were not recognized at all. Language. To deeply understand a foreign culture, one should first learn the language spoken in that country. Ankle. He stepped off a ledge while jogging and twisted his ankle. Frankly. Frankly speaking, there is a very high possibility that the current plan will run out of budget. Bankrupt. Burdened with huge debts, the company finally filed for bankruptcy and became effectively bankrupt. Bank. I sat on the bank of the river and got lost in thought while watching the water flow. Blank. Being called on suddenly, his mind went blank with surprise, and he couldn't answer anything. Rank. After years of effort, he finally rose to the highest rank in the organization. Anxious. He is spending his time feeling very anxious about what the result of tomorrow's final interview will be. Thanks. He expressed his sincere thanks for the help from his friends. Clap. When the performance ended, a loud clap of applause erupted from the audience. Lap. She sat on the sofa and let her cat sleep on her lap. Map. When traveling in an unfamiliar place, a map app on your smartphone is essential. Nap. To improve work efficiency in the afternoon, I took a 15-minute nap after lunch. Snap. He snapped his fingers as if he had just thought of something. Tap. He was rhythmically tapping the desk with the tip of his pen while thinking. Trap. He fell into a trap. Wrap. She carefully wrapped the fragile items in newspaper before putting them in the box. Capture. The photographer brilliantly captured the moment a wild lion aimed for its prey. Laptop. He opened his laptop at the cafe and started working while drinking coffee. Chapter. From the third chapter of this novel, the story takes a sudden turn. Collapse. Due to the severe earthquake, old wooden buildings collapse one after another. Perhaps. Perhaps it will rain tomorrow, so you should take an umbrella with you. Adapt. She studied the local language hard to quickly adapt to life in a foreign country. Apt. He has a talent for languages and is very apt at picking up new vocabulary. Gas. I always check if the gas in the kitchen is turned off before going to bed. Grass. It's wonderful to lie down on the soft grass in the park and look at the sky on a sunny afternoon. Mass. All matter in the universe has mass corresponding to its size. Pass. The only pass to cross the mountain range is closed by snow during the winter. Surpass. His new record significantly surpassed the performance of any past athlete. Catastrophe. If a giant meteorite were to collide with the Earth, it would be an irreversible catastrophe for all of mankind. Ask. He got lost, so he asked a passerby for directions to the nearest station. Task. Finishing this complex project within the deadline is an extremely difficult task. Grasp. He reread the textbook many times to fully grasp the difficult concept. Blast. The blast of dynamite echoed deep within the coal mine, and the rock wall crumbled down. Cast. The film's success was thanks to an excellent cast that perfectly matched the characters. Fast. He fasted from sunrise to sunset as part of a religious observance. Last. These shoes are very durably made and will last for several years even with intense exercise. Past. He reflected deeply on his past mistakes and pledged to live honestly from now on. Fast. From the airplane window, a vast landscape of the Sahara Desert stretched out as far as the eye could see. At. Ash remained after the fire went out. Cash. He used a credit card for payment because he had no cash in his wallet. Crash. The car slammed into the wall in the fog and crashed with a loud noise. Smash. He smashed the ball hard. Trash. He cleaned his room and threw all the accumulated unnecessary documents into the trash bin. At. He made an appointment to meet his friend at the station ticket gate exactly at noon. Cat. My cat loves to curl up and sleep on the sunny windowsill. Chat. We enjoyed a chat over coffee. Fat. He is careful not to consume excess fat from his diet for the sake of his health. Flat. The area had no undulations, and flat land stretched out as far as the eye could see. Hat. To avoid the strong sunlight, he went out wearing a wide-brimmed hat low over his eyes. That. He spoke passionately about how that book was the one that changed his life. Atmosphere. The restaurant had low lighting, creating a very calm atmosphere. Math. He is good at dealing with numbers and wants to major in advanced math at university. Path. Colorful alpine plants were blooming on both sides of the narrow path, leading deep into the forest. Athlete. He is an athlete aiming for the Olympics. Have. The company decided to have next year's advertising budget to cut costs. Have. He has a big dream of having his own farm in the future. While working as a teacher, he also puts effort into volunteer activities on weekends. Whereas. The older brother is extroverted and has many friends, whereas the younger brother is introverted and prefers reading. Prohibit. The school rules strictly prohibit the use of smartphones on campus. Liberal. He has liberal views. Deliberate. He is a very cautious person and always deliberates before taking action. Deliberately. He was deliberately rude in order to anger the other person. Liberty. The Constitution guarantees liberty of thought and belief to all citizens. Exhibit. The museum has a special exhibit of precious artifacts from ancient Egypt. Distributor. The company is the sole distributor of popular overseas brands in Japan. Contribute. He participates in cleanups every weekend to contribute to local environmental conservation efforts. Distribute. After the disaster occurred, food and blankets were quickly distributed to people gathered at evacuation centers. Ritual. The tribe has a tradition of holding special rituals for young people as they reach adulthood. Humidity. Summer in Japan is very humid, and it often feels more muggy than the temperature actually is. Riddle. The old temple is home to some difficult riddles that are said to have been left behind by a wise man thousands of years ago. Consider. We should give more serious consideration to our future careers. Considerable. Restoring the old Western-style building will take considerable time and money. Considered. After careful consideration, he decided to decline the offer. Wither. There had been no rain for a long time, so the flowers in the garden gradually withered. Difficult. This math problem was so difficult that no one in the class could solve it. Magnificent. The view of the sunrise from the top of the mountain was simply magnificent and beyond words. Differ. Even siblings can have very different personalities and interests. Difference. The accumulation of small efforts will create a big difference in the future. Different. He has a completely different personality from his brothers and is very sociable. Significance. Historians emphasize the historical significance of the old document. Significant. The development of new drugs is a very significant advancement in medicine. Significantly. The introduction of the new system has significantly reduced work time. Certificate. He passed the difficult national qualification exam and finally received his certificate. Scientific. His claims are based purely on speculation and lack sufficient scientific evidence. Specific. When giving instructions, you should be as specific as possible to avoid misunderstandings. Terrific. The audience was terrifically moved by her wonderful piano performance. Indifferent. He is completely indifferent to politics and has never voted. Trigger. A small argument can trigger a major conflict between nations. Vigorous. He never misses his morning jog and maintains a vigorous stamina even at over 80 years old. Calligraphy. She has studied traditional Japanese calligraphy and is passionate about writing beautiful characters. Figure. He used statistical data to provide an accurate figure of future population trends. Ambiguous. His response was ambiguous, and I couldn't tell whether he agreed or disagreed. Originally. The building was originally built as a church but is now a museum. Indigenous. We should respect the indigenous cultures that have been passed down in the land for generations. Originate. The unique ritual originates from ancient customs in the region dating back hundreds of years. Individual. The teacher not only gave explanations to the students as a whole, but also gave individual instruction. Rigid. He is a very rigid person and will not allow any changes to his plans. Religion. He does not believe in any particular religion, but is interested in spiritual pursuits. Refrigerator. To prevent food poisoning in the summer, raw food should be put in the refrigerator immediately. Wicked. Fairy tales feature wicked witches who use their magic to torment the heroes. Liquid. Mercury is a rare metal that remains liquid at room temperature. Curriculum. The university has significantly revised its curriculum to meet modern needs. Ridiculous. It's ridiculous to believe in such an impossible plan. Particular. She is very particular about food and is particular about the ingredients. Particularly. This summer has been particularly hot, with record high temperatures hitting new highs in many areas. Military. The country maintains a highly technologically advanced military force for national defense. Military. The country maintains a highly technologically advanced military force for national defense. Military. The country maintains a highly technologically advanced military force for national defense. Ability. She has an amazing ability to solve complex problems in a short space of time. Flexibility. In today's rapidly changing society, flexibility of thinking that is not bound by stereotypes is required. Possibility. Scientists continue to explore the possibility of life on Mars. Responsibility. As the leader, he is prepared to take full responsibility for the project's failure. Illustrate. He illustrated complex economic theories using concrete diagrams to make them easy to understand. Killer. The killer was caught by the police. Diligent. He is a very diligent student and studies every day until the library closes. Facility. The new research facility is equipped with the world's most advanced measuring equipment. Willing. She was very willing to take on new challenges and proactively offered her opinions. Really. He looked really surprised when he heard the news. Silly. He told silly jokes during the meeting, embarrassing everyone around him. Billion. The IT company's market capitalization finally surpassed $100 billion last year. Million. The famous singer's new song was played over 1 million times just 1 week after its release. Familiar. The melody of the song was somehow familiar and brought back nostalgic feelings. Immigrant. The city is home to many immigrants and has a diverse mix of cultures. Immigrate. My grandfather immigrated to this country soon after the war in search of a better life opportunity. Similar. Coincidentally, the new car we chose was a similar color and design. Similarly. The older brother is good at math, but the younger brother is similarly good at science subjects. Criminal. Police are tracking the whereabouts of criminals based on fingerprints left at the scene. Preliminary. Before conducting a detailed investigation, a preliminary check was carried out on site. Eliminate. The team improved profitability by thoroughly eliminating unnecessary costs. Limited. This product is a limited edition and will sell out quickly. Unlimited. If you sign up for this plan, you can enjoy unlimited high-speed data communication. Imitated. He imitated the bird's call. Imitate. Children closely observe their parents' behavior and naturally begin to imitate their parents' speech and gestures. Primitive. Archaeologists discovered a number of primitive tools in the cave. Symmetry. The garden is designed to maintain beautiful symmetry. Image. The company has established a clean brand image through its environmental protection activities. Limit. That is my limit. Stimulate. The new tax incentives are intended to stimulate business investment. Minimum. Employers are obligated to pay employees the minimum wage set by law. Innocent. Throughout the trial, he proved himself to be completely innocent of the incident. Innocently. The children were innocently playing in the park, unaware of anything. Minister. As the minister in charge of environmental issues, he announced new policies. Ministry. He works in a government ministry aimed at promoting education. Minutes. He skillfully summarized the main points of the discussion in minutes, so as not to disrupt the progress of the meeting. Dinner. Enjoyed a lavish dinner at a fine restaurant to celebrate their wedding anniversary. Inner. He values the time he spends listening to his inner voice through meditation. Mineral. The natural water collected in this area is rich in minerals such as calcium. Clinic. He had cold symptoms, so he went to a nearby clinic. Beginning. At the beginning of anything, setting clear goals is the first step to success. Diminish. Unless appropriate measures are taken, this precious resource will diminish with each passing day. Finish. The marathon runner mustered his final strength and finally finished the race. Pinion. It's important to have your own opinion, but it's equally important to listen to the opinions of others. Continue. Although it was raining heavily, they decided to continue the game. Typical. Eating pizza for lunch is typical for modern Americans. Typically. Winters in the region are typically dry with little rainfall. Manipulate. He skillfully manipulated information with his words and steered public opinion to suit his own purposes. Irrigated. The farmer irrigated the field. Tyranny. The people could no longer tolerate the tyranny of the dictator that had continued for many years, and finally started a revolution. Appearance. He always tries to maintain a clean and neat appearance when he appears in public. Spirit. He has a strong spirit. Mirror. Before going out, he checked in the mirror to make sure his clothes were in order. Spiritual. He places more importance on spiritual growth and the pursuit of inner peace than on material wealth. Spiritually. Through his travels, he grew spiritually and his outlook on life changed. Irritate. The intermittent noises coming from the next room irritated his nerves as he tried to concentrate on his work. Theory. His claims are merely theory and have not yet been backed up by empirical data. Period. Many fossils from the period when dinosaurs lived have been discovered in this stratum. Cereal. He eats a bowl of cereal to get things done quickly on busy mornings. Imperial. The museum displays treasures that were once used by the imperial court. Material. Before a building can be constructed, strong building materials must be procured. Experience. Volunteering overseas was a valuable experience that he couldn't replace. Mysterious. Deep in the forest lies a mysterious lake that no one has ever set foot in. Serious. That is a serious problem. Inferior. Products made from cheap materials tend to be inferior in terms of durability. Interior. The interior of this historic building retains the luxurious decorations of the time. Superior. His outstanding skills were superior to those of any of his peers. Participant. The international conference attracted more than 1,000 participants from all over the world. Anticipate. We carefully anticipate how new technologies will change the market. Participate. He actively participates in local volunteer activities and deepens his interactions with his neighbors. Discipline. He has a strict discipline and practices every day. Electricity. The storm downed power lines, cutting off electricity to the entire city. Publicity. The new product receives significant publicity through a flashy advertising campaign. Whistle. When the referee blew the final whistle, the stadium erupted in cheers. Whisper. In the library, she spoke in whispers so as not to disturb those around her. Sophisticated. She wears sophisticated fashion to perfection. Assistance. After the disaster occurred, assistance was quickly sent to the affected areas from around the world. Distance. The emotional distance between the two gradually widened due to an accumulation of minor misunderstandings. Existence. Scientists are searching for evidence of the existence of life on atmospheric planets other than Earth. Resistance. The new reform proposals were met with strong resistance from conservative groups. Consistent. His words and actions are always consistent, and he is trusted by those around him. Distant. He gazed silently at the distant mountain range beyond the horizon. History. He pored over old documents in the library to research the history of his hometown. Mystery. The true nature of this huge shipwreck that sank into the deep sea is still shrouded in mystery. Artistic. She showed artistic talent from an early age and won many art exhibitions. Characteristic. His characteristic deep voice is unforgettable once you hear it. Optimistic. No matter what difficulties she faces, she always remains optimistic. Pessimistic. He is very pessimistic about the future and thinks nothing will go well. Statistics. The latest statistics released by the government show that the unemployment rate is gradually improving. Existing. Costs can be reduced by making maximum use of existing facilities. District. The district, with its historic buildings, is very popular with tourists. Tissue. She had caught a cold and her nose was running, so she took out some tissue from her pocket. Initially. Although the negotiations were initially expected to be difficult, they proceeded surprisingly smoothly. Traditional. They had their wedding in the traditional manner handed down from their ancestors. Initiative. Although he was a young employee, he took the initiative to make the new project a success. Artificial. The island has a huge artificial beach made for tourists. Beneficial. Regular daily exercise is beneficial not only for your physical health, but also for your mental well-being. Initial. Some problems are expected to arise in the initial stages of planning. Official. The government has officially announced that a new tax system will be introduced from next month. Acquisition. The company expanded its market share by acquiring rival companies overseas. Edition. The library has recently received an edition of valuable books. Admission. It is extremely difficult to gain admission to this prestigious private university. Ambition. He started his own business at a young age and has a big ambition to create the best company in the world. Coalition. Several political parties joined forces to form a coalition government and set about rebuilding the country. Commission. The government has established an independent investigative commission to uncover the truth behind the corruption cases. Competition. Healthy competition in the market improves the quality of services and lowers prices. Composition. The complex composition of the piece made a deep impression on the audience. Condition. He continued training under strict conditions and finally won the tournament. Definition. I checked the dictionary for the exact definition of the word to avoid any misunderstandings. Emission. In order to curb global warming, international efforts are underway to reduce carbon dioxide emissions. Exhibition. The museum hosts special exhibitions showcasing contemporary art. Expedition. A team of scientists embarked on an expedition into the depths of the Amazon to investigate unknown creatures. Intuition. She has a keen intuition and can see through people's true nature on first meeting. Mission. He is working on a mission to save the forest. Nutrition. Balanced nutrition is essential for living a healthy life. Opposition. The opposition parties express strong opposition to the government's proposed tax increase. Permission. With his parents' permission, he decided to go on a solo trip abroad during the summer vacation. Physician. He is an excellent physician and is deeply trusted by local residents. Politician. The politician made an earnest appeal for new economic policies ahead of the next election. Recognition. He received recognition for his many years of achievements from the government in the form of a prestigious award. Superstition. There are still many people who believe in superstitions such as, "It's bad luck if a black cat crosses your path." Supposition. His claims are based solely on supposition and lack conclusive evidence. Suspicion. His unnatural behavior made those around him suspect that he was hiding something. Tradition. In this village, festivals based on traditions that have been passed down for hundreds of years are carefully preserved. Transition. As society transitions to digitalization, new employment forms are emerging. Tuition. In recent years, university tuition fees have skyrocketed, and an increasing number of young people are struggling with student loan debt. Additionally, in addition to the main dish, we also ordered a side dish. Commissioner. The former diplomat was appointed Special Commissioner of the International Conference. Deficiency. If you continue to eat an unbalanced diet, you may develop a deficiency of vitamins that your body needs. Efficiency. The introduction of the latest machinery has dramatically improved the factory's production efficiency. Efficient. This new engine uses energy much more efficiently than the previous model. Insufficient. Due to insufficient preparation time, the project did not proceed as planned. Sufficient. In preparation for a disaster, you should stockpile enough food and water for at least 3 days. Bishop. The bishop, who oversees the church in the area, sent a message calling for peace. Delicious. The home-cooked meal she cooked for me was the most delicious I have ever eaten. Suspicious. He was walking around in the middle of the night with a large bag, and was stopped by the police as a suspicious person. Issue. This is a very important issue that we will face in the future. Political. He threw himself into political activism to bring the voices of young people to national politics. Legitimate. He is recognized by those around him as the legitimate successor to the company. Citizen. Every citizen has the right and the obligation to vote in elections. Little. Every day he continues to work steadily, little by little towards his goal. Bitter. He was betrayed by a trusted friend and it was a very bitter experience. Litter. Littering in parks leads to environmental destruction. Literature. He majored in British literature at university and is researching Shakespeare. Literature. He majored in British literature at university and is researching Shakespeare. Literally. His story was so amazing that it literally left me speechless. Illiterate. In developing countries, there is an urgent need to provide support to illiterate people who have been deprived of educational opportunities. Literary. She was blessed with literary talent and won the New Writers' Prize at the tender age of 20. Critical. He expressed critical opinions about his boss's plan and called for improvements. Criticize. He only criticizes the opinions of others and never offers any alternatives of his own. Criticism. Her new novel has received harsh criticism from experts. Critic. As a well-known film critic, he evaluates new releases with a keen perspective. Critics. His new film has been met with rave reviews from critics. City. He decided to leave the quiet countryside and work in the bustling city. Committee. A committee of experts was set up to consider new educational policies. Pity. He felt deep pity for those who had lost their homes and donated a large amount of money. Pretty. The garden is filled with colorful and pretty flowers. Equivalent. Passing this exam is considered equivalent to the academic ability of a university graduate. Civilize. Ancient empires attempted to civilize the territories they conquered by introducing their own laws and education. Civilized. We live in a civilized society where individual freedom is respected. Activity. Through after-school club activities, students learn the importance of teamwork. Productivity. As a result of introducing the new management system, the factory's productivity improved dramatically. Vivid. His memories of the trip were as vivid as if it were yesterday. Civil. As the conflict escalated, great care was taken to avoid civil casualties. Given. The goal is to achieve the best possible results under given conditions. Deliver. The delivery company delivered the order package on schedule. Liver. The liver is an important organ that breaks down toxins in the body and aids in metabolism. River. A beautiful river flows through the center of the city, making it a place of relaxation for the citizens. Delivery. The product I ordered online was delivered earlier than expected. Trivial. Worrying about such trivial things is a waste of time. Invisible. He began to walk unsteadily, as if controlled by an invisible force. Visible. The fog cleared and the distant mountains became clearly visible. Visitor. The museum receives many visitors from all over the world on weekends. Prison. He was arrested for robbery and sentenced to 5 years in prison. Prisoner. The prisoner was released from prison after more than a decade and became a free man. Visit. I plan to use my summer vacation to visit some old temples in Kyoto. Miserable. He had been caught in the cold rain all day and returned home feeling miserable. Misery. War brings much misery. Physical. He makes sure to get regular physical exercise to stay healthy. Physics. Einstein laid the foundations of modern physics and fundamentally changed our view of the universe. Busy. He is extremely busy from morning to night preparing for a new project. Dizzy. When he suddenly stood up, he felt a slight dizziness and staggered. Dizziness. The moment he suddenly stood up, he was hit by a violent dizziness and fell back into his chair. Visual. The presentation materials make extensive use of graphs and photographs, making them very visually easy to understand. Collision. Two cars collided violently at an intersection, sending debris flying everywhere. Decision. When making important decisions in life, you should take your time and think things through calmly. Division. The company established a new sales division to develop overseas markets. Provision. In preparation for disasters, it is necessary to secure emergency provisions such as water and food. Vision. Great leaders have a clear vision for the future of their organization. Visually. The presentation materials make extensive use of graphs and diagrams, making them visually very easy to understand. Enrich. Reading enriches our minds and opens up new worlds to us. Pitch. He made an enthusiastic pitch to investors to convey the appeal of his project. Witch. In the fairy tales I read as a child, there was a terrifying witch who lived deep in the forest. Bid. The company submitted a bid to win the airport construction work. Forbid. His doctor forbids him from strenuous exercise to avoid straining his heart. Rid. He threw out everything unnecessary and rid the room of everything. Midnight. He was so absorbed in his work that before he knew it, the clock had struck midnight. Midst. Even in the midst of chaos, he remained calm and gave precise instructions. With. Even when faced with difficulties, he faced them with courage. If it rains tomorrow, the field trip will be cancelled. Stiff. When he woke up in the morning, he found that he had slept wrong and his neck muscles were stiff. Drift. The ship, its engine dead, drifted slowly northward, carried by the strong ocean current. Shift. Factory employees work in 2 shifts, day and night. Dig. He dug deep with his shovel into the corner of the garden in search of treasure. Signature. To complete the contract, we will need your signature at the end of the document. Signature. To complete the contract, we will need your signature at the end of the document. Dignity. No matter what difficult situation he was in, he never lost his dignity. Signal. Although it was foggy, we could clearly see the signal coming from the lighthouse in the distance. Ignorance. Ignorance of the law is not an excuse in court. Ignorant. He is ignorant of the fact. Bridge. The huge suspension bridge serves as an important bridge connecting the 2 islands. Brick. The old factory is built with red bricks, giving it a sense of history. Pick. Picked a basket full of fresh strawberries from her garden. Quick. He was going to be late, so he walked quickly to the station. Sick. He had a severe headache and felt nauseous, and was sick today and took the day off work. Thick. The book was very thick, and it took me more than a month to finish reading it. Trick. He showed a magic trick. Picture. To preserve the memories of his trip, he took pictures of the beautiful scenery with his camera. Quickly. He wrote the report quickly to meet the deadline. Dictionary. Whenever he reads a paper in a foreign language, he always has a dictionary at hand to look up the meaning of words. Conviction. With his own beliefs and strong conviction, he continued his work to eliminate discrimination. Fiction. All characters and organizations appearing in this story are fictional and have no relation to real people or organizations. Friction. Where different cultures come into contact, friction can sometimes arise from minor misunderstandings. Restriction. To prevent the spread of infectious diseases, the government imposed strict restrictions on entry from overseas. Addicted. He has recently become addicted to smartphone games and is suffering from sleep deprivation. Victim. Police interviewed the victim of the fraud case in detail. Fix. I tried to fix the broken faucet myself, but it only made things worse. Mixture. The cake is made from an exquisite mixture of flour, sugar, and eggs. Contradict. His testimony today directly contradicts what he said during his previous police interview. Predict. Economists predict a gradual economic recovery in the second half of next year. Restrict. Due to the water shortage, local governments have asked residents to restrict watering their gardens. Strict. My father was very strict about etiquette and forbade talking during meals. Bill. After eating at a restaurant, he asked the waiter to bring him the bill. Chill. He went outside wearing little clothing, and the cold night wind made him feel chilled. Drill. Used a powerful electric drill to make a hole in the wall. Fill. She filled up the glass with cold water to quench her dry throat. Fulfill. Fulfilling contractual obligations is the foundation of trust in business. Hill. From the top of the gentle hill, you can get a panoramic view of the entire village. Ill. He suddenly started feeling ill last night and has been in bed all day today. Pill. He took the pill prescribed by his doctor with water to cure his cold. Skill. He has a high programming skill. Spill. He carelessly spilled his coffee on the table. Still. It was raining heavily outside, but inside the house it was surprisingly still. Thrill. He rode a roller coaster and experienced a thrill like he had never experienced before. Till. He used a tractor to carefully till the soil in his field in preparation for harvest. Until. He stayed in the office and continued working until the job was finished. Wilderness. He left the hustle and bustle of the city and set out on a journey into the wilderness, where nature remains untouched. Illness. She was forced to cancel a trip she had been looking forward to due to a sudden illness. Filter. He replaced the coffee filter. Guilty. He was found guilty in court of years of fraud. Civilian. Ensuring the safety of unarmed civilians in conflict zones is a top priority. Brilliant. The young genius mathematician presented a brilliant solution to a difficult problem that no one had been able to solve. Build. He dreams of one day building a house of his own design. Filled. The venue was filled with many fans eagerly awaiting the announcement of the new work. Silk. This scarf is made from the finest silk and feels incredibly smooth against the skin. Film. On his days off, he likes to watch his favorite old films at home. Gym. To stay healthy, he goes to the gym every day after work. Limb. He injured his left limb in the accident, but recovered through intensive rehabilitation. Symbol. The dove is a symbol of peace. Timber. This region has long been a thriving producer of high-quality timber. Sympathy. She felt heartfelt sympathy for her best friend's misfortune. Impulse. She saw a beautiful dress in a store and couldn't resist the impulse to buy it. Implement. The government quickly implemented new economic policies to promote economic recovery. Symptom. He complained of typical cold symptoms, sore throat and fever. Glimpse. He thought he caught a brief glimpse of his old lover in the crowd. Begin. When starting a new project, the entire team reaffirmed their goals. Pin. To keep the scarf in place, she fastened it with a beautiful pin adorned with pearls. Sin. I was taught that telling a lie is a sin. Skin. On sunny days, you should apply sunscreen to protect your skin from UV rays. Spin. A figure skater performed a breathtakingly fast spin on the ice. Twin. The twin brothers have identical facial features and are indistinguishable on first meeting. Win. He endured the rigorous training and finally achieved his long-awaited victory at the national tournament. Within. To be successful, it's important to believe in the possibilities that lie within you. Indicate. The latest survey results indicate growing concern about environmental issues among young people. Industry. The country has achieved remarkable economic growth thanks to the development of the automobile industry. Indoor. The facility is equipped with a large indoor tennis court for fun even on rainy days. Index. I used the index at the back of the book to quickly find the information I needed. Kindergarten. He has just started kindergarten and looks forward to playing with his new friends every day. Infinite. The universe is infinite, and it is impossible for humans to know everything about it. Infant. The infant was sleeping peacefully in his mother's arms. Influence. Through social media, she has a huge influence on young people's fashion and lifestyles. Injure. The violent collision left him with a back injury and forced him into hospital. Injury. He was involved in a violent collision during a rugby match and suffered a serious shoulder injury. Income. He is trying to increase his monthly income by starting a side job. Input. He input the data. Incident. Police have launched an investigation into a violent incident that took place in the park last night. Principle. The principal objective of this project is to reduce costs. Principle. He firmly rejected injustice, following his own beliefs and principles. Insight. The scholar offered sharp insight into the complex problems facing modern society. Insect. In summer, many insects such as rhinoceros beetles and stag beetles gather in the forest. Institute. The government has instituted new training programs to promote youth employment. Instance. He cited several concrete success instances to support his claims. Instant. When he heard about the accident, he instantly rushed to the scene. Instantly. He pressed a button and the data on the screen instantly updated. Instinct. A mother's instinct to protect her child from danger is a biological instinct. Instrument. From an early age, he was able to play multiple instruments with perfection. Integrate. Immigrants integrate into local society. Intellect. He has a high level of intellect and can easily follow complex philosophical discussions. Intimate. Through their long-term relationship, they developed an intimate relationship in which they shared each other's secrets. Interval. Taking short intervals between bouts of intense exercise helps prevent fatigue from building up. Intake. My doctor recommended that I limit my daily salt intake to stay healthy. Interested. He has been interested in space since he was a child and hopes to become an astronaut in the future. Interesting. This book offers a very interesting perspective that captures the issues of modern society in a sharp way. Interest. He has had a strong interest in astronomy since he was a child. Vineyard. In the vast vineyards of southern France, it was time to harvest wine grapes. Convince. Through persistent persuasion, he finally succeeded in convincing his client. Since. Has been working at the same company in this city since he graduated from college. Bring. Please remember to bring a copy of the report that each of you has prepared to tomorrow's meeting. Cling. When young children feel anxious, they cling tightly to the hems of their mother's clothes. String. He used a strong nylon string to secure his luggage. Swing. Children are playing on the swing. Kingdom. Lions reign as kings of the vast kingdom of the savannah. Finger. She ran her finger across the map and confirmed her destination. Fingerprint. Police quickly identified the perpetrator by comparing fingerprints left at the scene. Bilingual. Having spent her childhood in America, she is perfectly bilingual in Japanese and English. Extinguisher. A fire extinguisher was placed near the kitchen in case of a fire. Distinguish. He has excellent hearing and can distinguish subtle differences in sound. Blink. The light was so bright that he couldn't help but blink several times. Link. Click this link. Shrink. This sweater is 100% wool, so it will shrink if washed in hot water. Sink. A huge luxury cruise ship collided with an iceberg and slowly sank to the bottom of the ocean. Think. To solve the difficult math problem, he closed his eyes and thought deeply. Distinction. There is a clear distinction between successful people and unsuccessful people in their daily habits. Extinction. If environmental destruction continues, many wild animals will be at risk of extinction. Distinctive. This wine has a distinctive aroma that comes from the soil specific to its region. Distinct. When the fog cleared, the two islands visible in the distance revealed distinct shapes. Extinct. Dinosaurs are thought to have extinct from the earth tens of millions of years ago. Chip. When he fell, he chipped the rim of his precious teacup. Clip. He used a large office clip to hold the scattered papers together. Dip. She dipped the bread lightly into the hot soup before putting it in her mouth. Equip. The school has equipped classrooms with new computers so students can learn the latest technology. Grip. He tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Lip. His lips were dry from nervousness, so he continued his speech, moistening them with his tongue several times. Skip. I was busy and skipped breakfast. Slip. He nearly slipped on the icy road and fell. Strip. Before repainting, the old paint needs to be stripped cleanly. Tip. He gave a generous tip in recognition of the excellent service at the restaurant. Trip. He tripped over a tree root that was sticking out into the road and nearly fell. Equipment. The Research Institute is equipped with the advanced equipment required for cutting-edge scientific research. Description. Based on witness testimony, police prepared a physical description of the suspect. Prescription. After his consultation at the hospital, he picked up his prescription medication at the pharmacy. Script. In preparation for the performance, the actors memorized the script they were given perfectly. Appear. Appeared before our eyes. Beer. For him, the best way to relax is with a cold beer after work. Career. He began his career as an educator at a small elementary school in his hometown. Cheer. The crowd gave a huge cheer to the team that pulled off the comeback victory. Disappear. She blended into the crowd and quickly disappeared from sight. Fear. Fear of failure can sometimes dampen your motivation to try new things. Frontier. Scientists continue their research to explore the unknown frontier of space. Gear. Before going camping, I checked all the necessary gear, such as tents and sleeping bags. Hear. I could hear the church bells ringing in the distance. Here. I've lived here for over 10 years and I really love the atmosphere here. Interfere. When parents interfere excessively with their children's relationships, it hinders their growth. Mere. Solving the problem will require more than mere efforts. Fundamental reform is required. Peer. Appreciation from peers is very important to young people. Pioneer. As a pioneer in space development, he has successfully completed many challenging missions. Rear. We loaded our luggage into the rear seats of the car and got ready to go. Severe. This winter has been hit by an unusually severe cold wave, causing damage all over the country. Sheer. The north face of the mountain forms a sheer, almost vertical cliff. Sincere. He acknowledged his mistake and offered a sincere apology to the victim. Souvenir. He bought local crafts as souvenirs to remember his trip abroad. Sphere. With the spread of the internet, people's range of activities has expanded to every sphere on the planet. Steer. The captain used the huge rudder to steer the ship through the storm to safety. Year. He undergoes a medical checkup once a year to check the state of his body. Nearby. I was thirsty, so I bought a cold drink at a nearby convenience store. Tearful. She was sad to say goodbye to her best friend and said a tearful final goodbye at the airport. Merely. He refused to admit his fault and insisted that it was merely bad luck. Nearly. My homework is nearly finished. Sincerely. He deeply regrets his mistake and has sincerely apologized to the victim. Weird. In the forest at night, I heard a weird cry I had never heard before. Fierce. In the final, a fierce battle unfolded between the two teams for victory. Dismiss. His boss quickly dismissed his proposal, saying it lacked concrete evidence. This. I have every confidence that this new project will be a success. Mischief. The children planned a little mischief to surprise the adults. Risk. He made a decision to take a risk involving a large amount of money. Assist. As a volunteer, he assists elderly people with carrying heavy loads. Consist. Our team consists of 5 members with different areas of expertise. Exist. Scientists believe that extraterrestrial life exists somewhere in this vast universe. Insist. He insisted that he was right and refused to apologize. Persist. Even in difficult situations, it is important to persist in your beliefs. Resist. He couldn't resist the sweet temptation and finally gave up on his diet. Twist. The story had an unexpected twist at the end that surprised readers. Wish. When she spotted the shooting star, she secretly wished in her heart for her future success. Admit. He readily admitted his mistake and apologized to everyone. Bit. He seems to have been a bit unwell since last night. Commit. He committed his entire life to the cause of helping the poor. Hit. The new song was a huge hit upon its release, reaching number 1 on the charts. I was looking for the book and finally found it under the desk. Knit. Grandma knitted a warm wool sweater for her grandson in preparation for winter. Omit. When preparing the report, I decided to omit unimportant details. Permit. By law, unauthorized operations are not permitted in this area. Pit. Before eating a peach, you need to remove the large, hard pit in the center. Quit. He decided to quit his long-time job to pursue a new dream. Shit. Faced with sudden trouble, he instinctively uttered the curse word shit. Sit. My hobby is to sit on a park bench and enjoy reading at my leisure. Split. He used an axe to split a large piece of firewood in 2 for the campfire. Submit. The assignment report must be submitted to the Secretariat by next Monday. Transmit. This radio allows you to transmit signals over long distances. Commitment. To be successful, a strong commitment to your goals is essential. Witness. Police are looking for witnesses who were close by to witness last night's accident. Myth. Even today, many people believe in the myth that certain foods are panaceas. Forgive. She decided to forgive him for his mistake and to rebuild their relationship of trust. Give. He gave his wife a beautiful necklace for her birthday. Privilege. Meeting with the president is a special privilege given only to a select few. is a highly accomplished scientist and holds many patents. Wisdom. She counseled the young people with the wisdom she had gained from many years of experience. Rebel. He is supported by young people as a rebel who stands up against the existing old authority. Perpetual. He suffers from perpetual anxiety and has trouble sleeping at night. Edible. Carefully examine the mushrooms you find in the mountains to make sure they are truly edible. Incredible. He performed incredible piano playing using just 3 fingers. Medical. If you are not feeling well, you should seek professional medical advice rather than self-diagnosing. Dedicate. He dedicated his entire life to helping underprivileged children. Medicine. When you are unwell, it is important to follow your doctor's instructions and take the prescribed medicine correctly. Predecessor. The new mayor's policies were significantly different from the path established by his predecessor. Editor. As an editor at a newspaper company, he carefully checked the manuscripts that arrived. Predator. The lion is a powerful predator that stands at the top of the savanna's ecosystem. Credit. The credit for the brilliant invention went to her, the team leader. Federal. In the United States, federal laws apply nationwide separate from state laws. Already. By the time he arrived at the venue, the meeting had already started, and most of the seats were taken. Already. By the time he arrived at the venue, the meeting had already started, and most of the seats were taken. Ready. He was in a ready state to depart at any time and was waiting for the contact. Ready. He was in a ready state to depart at any time and was waiting for the contact. Steady. He did not panic even in difficult situations and maintained a steady attitude. Steady. He did not panic even in difficult situations and maintained a steady attitude. Meadow. In the warm spring sunshine, I leisurely walked through the meadow, where colorful wildflowers were in full bloom. Altogether. His explanation was altogether different from what I had heard beforehand. Feather. The rare bird had beautiful feathers that changed color depending on how the light hit them. Leather. I like leather bags. Together. We worked together as a family to solve this difficult problem. Weather. I refrained from going out because the forecast predicted the weather would get worse on the weekend. Weather. He thought carefully all night about whether he should accept the new job. Definite. He has very definite plans for his future. Definitely. He was definitely convinced that the plan would succeed and was full of confidence. Definitely. He was definitely convinced that the plan would succeed and was full of confidence. Deficit. The government is under pressure to take measures to eliminate the ballooning fiscal deficit. Preference. I like coffee, but I have a preference for tea. Reference. When he prepared his resume, he listed his former boss as a reference. Effort. Success requires effort. Nephew. He is my lovely nephew. Negative. There was a lot of negative reaction from within the team about the change in plans. Regulated. The chemical industry is strictly regulated. Regulate. The government strictly regulates financial transactions to prevent market turmoil. Prejudice. Education is the most effective means of breaking down prejudice against certain groups. Educate. Properly educating the younger generation is crucial to the future of the nation. Legend. His indomitable spirit and achievements became a legend passed down to many people later. Register. He registered his name and address at the reception desk to take a new course. Register. He registered his name and address at the reception desk to take a new course. Schedule. He keeps an eye on the clock as he keeps up with his minute-by-minute packed schedule. Mechanism. I understood the mechanism of the clock. Recognize. When I met him for the first time in a long time, he had changed completely, but when I heard his voice, I immediately recognized him. Second. He was second in the race, but he renewed his personal best. Second-hand. To save money, he bought expensive furniture second-hand. Decorate. For the birthday party, we decorated the living room with colorful balloons. Echo. When I called out from deep inside the cave, my voice came back to me as an echo. Secretary. As a company secretary, she manages her boss's schedule perfectly. Executive. As the company's executive, he is responsible for making important business decisions. Umbrella. He always keeps a folding umbrella in his bag in case of sudden rain. Celebrate. A grand parade was held throughout the city to celebrate the team's victory. Intelligence. Advances in artificial intelligence are dramatically changing the way we work. Intelligent. She was very intelligent and could solve complex mathematical equations in no time. Delicate. This pottery is very delicate and needs to be handled with great care. Eloquent. His eloquent speech deeply touched the hearts of the audience. Element. Hydrogen is one of the most abundant chemical elements in the universe. Telescope. His hobby is astronomy, and he uses a powerful telescope to observe the rings of Saturn. Relative. The definition of success changes relative to the environment in which one finds themselves. Relatively. This winter, relatively warm days have continued compared to last year. Relatively. This winter, relatively warm days have continued compared to last year. Irrelevant. His question was completely irrelevant to the topic at hand. Relevant. To move the discussion forward, let's stick to what is relevant to this issue for now. Develop. The company is developing new software to meet market needs. Development. The government has injected funds to promote the economic development of the region. Jealous. When he found out that his best friend had been promoted before him, he felt a little jealous. Intelligently. She was able to answer even difficult questions intelligently and calmly. Intelligently. She was able to answer even difficult questions intelligently and calmly. Spelling. In an English test, even if the meaning is correct, you won't get any points if the spelling is incorrect. Fellow. He has started a new research project in collaboration with his fellow university colleagues. Remedy. We need to find a fundamental remedy to solve this serious problem. Remedy. We need to find a fundamental remedy to solve this serious problem. Chemical. This factory produces a variety of chemical fertilizers to help crops grow. Democrat. As a staunch Democrat, he is always trying to protect civil liberties and rights. Eminent. The conference was attended by many of the world's most eminent scientists. Chemistry. He majored in chemistry at university and is working on the synthesis of new compounds. Demonstrate. A public demo was held to demonstrate the usefulness of the new product. Memory. He still cherishes the memory of the beautiful scenery he saw during his trip. Memory. He still cherishes the memory of the beautiful scenery he saw during his trip. Hemisphere. The Earth is divided into two hemispheres, the Northern Hemisphere and the Southern Hemisphere, separated by the equator. Academic. He chose to devote himself to academic research at the university rather than to practical work. Premise. The entire argument is based on one false premise. Benefit. This new law will provide significant benefits to low-income families. Enemy. The two countries had been at war for many years, but they finally cooperated to confront a common enemy. Senator. The senator submitted a new bill to revitalize the local economy. Penetrate. Penetrating into a new market requires a thorough marketing strategy. Penalty. The player who broke the rules was given a severe penalty, an ejection from the game. Menace. Abandoned ruins are not only at risk of collapse, but also a menace to local security. Senate. After passing the House of Representatives, the bill is debated in the Senate, the upper house. General. He has a general knowledge of a wide range of subjects rather than specialized knowledge. Generous. He gave generously to help the poor without regard for his own profits. Generate. This wind farm has the capacity to generate electricity for the entire region. Energy. He has enough energy. Any. Please do not hesitate to ask me if you have any questions, no matter how trivial they are. Many. Many people gathered at the venue to catch a glimpse of his lecture. Anywhere. With a passport and a credit card, you can go anywhere in the world. Anyway. He knew he would be opposed, but he pushed his opinion through anyway. Anyway. He knew he would be opposed, but he pushed his opinion through anyway. Genuine. This diamond ring is not an imitation, but a genuine item that comes with a certificate of authenticity. Weapon. Although they hoped for a peaceful resolution, they were ultimately forced to take up weapons to defend themselves. Deputy. While the mayor was away, his deputy took over all administrative duties. Era. Due to the spread of the internet, humanity has entered a new era where information sharing happens instantly. Terrible. Last night's massive earthquake has caused terrible damage all over the city. Paradox. It's a strange paradox that the more we learn, the more ignorant we realize we are. Clarify. To avoid misunderstanding, he clarified his intentions in detail once more. Terrify. The sudden violent shaking terrified everyone inside the building. Arrogant. He is overconfident in his own abilities and has an arrogant personality, not listening to the opinions of others. Parallel. These two lines are parallel, so no matter how far you stretch them, they will never intersect. Primarily. The company is primarily in Tokyo. Experiment. In science class, we conducted an experiment to observe how plants grow towards the light. Ceremony. The graduation ceremony was held as scheduled in a solemn atmosphere. Therapy. He is receiving therapy from a professional physical therapist for rehabilitation of his injury. Comparison. Rather than comparing yourself to others and feeling down, think about how you can improve from who you were yesterday. Popularity. The singer gained explosive popularity among young people through social media. Prosperity. Thanks to stable economic policies, this country has enjoyed long-term prosperity. Similarity. The two paintings look similar at first glance, but there are many similarities when you look at the details. Peril. Putting oneself out to sea in a small boat on a stormy night is a reckless act that carries with it peril, and can even cost one's life. Parent. His ill health was apparent to everyone. Transparent. The water in the lake was so transparent that the stones at the bottom were clearly visible. Apparently. Since the window is open, apparently he has already gone out. Apparently. Since the window is open, apparently he has already gone out. Embarrass. When his mistake was pointed out in front of everyone, he blushed and became embarrassed. Embarrassed. He made a mistake in front of a large group of people and felt very embarrassed. Inherit. She inherited antique jewelry from her late grandmother. Merit. This new proposal has many merits that are worth considering. Terror. A sudden explosion echoed through the city, and people fell into terror and ran around in panic. Territory. That is their territory. Charity. She is doing charity work for the poor. Character. His sincere character is trusted by many colleagues. Character. His sincere character is trusted by many colleagues. Cherish. I will cherish the happy memories I had with my family for the rest of my life. Bury. He buried the treasure he used to cherish at the base of a large tree in the corner of the garden. Dairy. I eat dairy products every morning. Merry. They were in a very merry mood. Vary. Seasoning for dishes varies greatly depending on personal taste and region. Very. It was very cold this morning, so I went out wearing a thick coat. Aquarium. We went to the aquarium with my family on the weekend. Librarian. I couldn't find the material I was looking for, so I decided to consult a librarian with specialized knowledge. Various. On weekends, various types of events are held around the park. Married. After a long relationship, they got married last month in the presence of their relatives. Narrow. We carefully drove along the narrow road, which was just wide enough for one car to pass through. Specimen. Scientists carefully collected specimens of the new plant species and analyzed them in detail in the laboratory. Necessary. Daily effort and patience are necessary elements to achieve success. Necessity. In modern society, the internet has become a necessity for daily life. Vessel. The huge vessel is carrying a large amount of oil from the Middle East to Japan. Lesson. You need to take medicine to lessen the pain and get some rest. Adolescent. During adolescence, people experience rapid changes both physically and mentally. Lesser. Between two bad options, he had no choice but to choose the lesser evil. Professor. The university professor presented his latest research results at an international conference. Blessing. The health and peaceful life of my family are a blessing that cannot be replaced. Aggressive. To beat its competitors, the company adopted a very aggressive pricing strategy. Excessive. Excessive alcohol consumption can cause serious damage to your health. Impressive. The audience was captivated by her impressive performance, which was unusual for a newcomer. Rescue. The team rescued the stranded person. Desperate. He continues to make desperate efforts to alleviate the food shortage. Testify. He appeared in court as a witness and testified truthfully about the events of that day. Investigator. The police investigator carefully collected the evidence left at the accident scene. Investigate. A team of experts is conducting a detailed investigation at the scene to determine the cause of the accident. Estimate. I was given a rough estimate in advance of how much the repairs would cost. Destiny. He accepted his destiny and decided to live positively no matter what difficulties he faced. Festival. In the summer, the city hosts a grand festival featuring traditional music and dance. Investor. Many individual investors bought shares in the startup, hoping for future growth. Investor. Many individual investors bought shares in the startup, hoping for future growth. Yesterday. He checked the contents decided at yesterday's meeting in detail once more. Yesterday. He checked the contents decided at yesterday's meeting in detail once more. Domestic. She prefers domestic trips around Japan's hot spring resorts to overseas travel. Testing. Engineers are testing the new car. Specialize. The university professor specializes in research into medieval European history. Aggression. Although they hoped for a peaceful resolution, they were forced to respond to military aggression by their neighbors. Depression. The recession deepened, and the whole country was plunged into a long period of depression. Expression. She has difficulty expressing her feelings in words, but she expresses herself through drawing. Impression. His sincere way of speaking made a very good impression on the interviewer. Obsession. He has an abnormal obsession with health management and keeps detailed records every day. Possession. This old clock is one of the most treasured possessions that has been passed down through generations in my family. Profession. He fulfilled his childhood dream and took up the noble profession of medicine. Recession. The global recession has forced many companies to reassess their recruitment plans. Session. The next session of the meeting is at 1 o'clock. Precious. We should not waste our precious time on trivial matters. Metaphor. The expression life is a journey is a typical metaphor that has been used in many literary works. Competitor. He always watches the moves of his biggest competitor regarding market share. Competitive. To survive in the global market, competitive pricing of products is essential. Metal. Car bodies are made of lightweight, durable metals such as aluminum. Settle. Was finally settled on terms that were acceptable to both parties. Settlement. After lengthy negotiations, the two parties agreed to an out-of-court settlement. Threaten. Threaten to reveal the secret to get his way. Threatened. Their habitats are being taken away by development, and many wild animals are threatened with extinction. Letter. She wrote a long letter to her friend living far away, describing recent events. Etc. I have books, pens, etc. Etc. The stationery store has many office supplies such as pens, notebooks, erasers, etc. Arithmetic. He amazed those around him by being able to quickly solve complex arithmetic problems mentally. Cosmetic. The renovation of the old apartment was cosmetic rather than structural. Magnetic. He has a magnetic charm and is always surrounded by many friends. Method. He decided to introduce a new method to solve the problem efficiently. Evidence. Police are looking for conclusive evidence to prove his innocence. Evident. Judging by his expression, it was evident that he was extremely disappointed with the outcome. Revenue. Due to the spread of online advertising, the company's advertising revenue increased significantly compared to the previous year. Devastate. A massive earthquake struck the city, devastating many of its historic buildings. Inevitable. Historically, project failure is an inevitable outcome if a project is underprepared. Heaven. She believes that her beloved dog, who passed away, is now running around happily in heaven. Clever. He is very clever and immediately finds solutions to any complex problem. Clever. He is very clever and immediately finds solutions to any complex problem. Endeavor. He endeavors in his research every day to contribute to the progress of science. Endeavor. He endeavors in his research every day to contribute to the progress of science. Ever. He felt an emotion unlike anything he had ever experienced before. Ever. He felt an emotion unlike anything he had ever experienced before. Forever. They wish to keep this beautiful scenery in their memories forever. Forever. They wish to keep this beautiful scenery in their memories forever. However. He did his best, but however, the result was not satisfactory. However. He did his best, but however, the result was not satisfactory. Never. He has never broken a promise and is highly trusted by his friends. Never. He has never broken a promise and is highly trusted by his friends. Whatever. Whatever happens, I will be on your side until the end. Whatever. Whatever happens, I will be on your side until the end. Whenever. Please do not hesitate to consult me whenever you are in trouble. Whenever. Please do not hesitate to consult me whenever you are in trouble. Wherever. He traveled everywhere in search of beautiful scenery wherever he went. Wherever. He traveled everywhere in search of beautiful scenery wherever he went. Heavy. He carried the heavy box containing many books upstairs by himself. Several. He saw several kinds of fruit in the refrigerator and wondered which one to eat. Everyone. I want to share this great news with everyone here. Everywhere. In spring, colorful flowers bloom everywhere in the park. President. The company's president announced a new vision for the next generation. Hesitate. If you have any problems, please don't hesitate to contact us at any time. Designate. The area has been designated as a special conservation area to protect the natural environment. Presence. He simply walks into a room and exudes a powerful presence that dominates the room. Peasant. In medieval Europe, many peasants made a living by farming the land of their lords. Pleasant. The weather was nice yesterday and the walk in the park was very pleasant. Present. He was present at the meeting but didn't say a word. Unpleasant. The room was filled with an unpleasant smell, like rotten food. Desert. He never deserted his comrades when they faced difficulties. Resident. Local residents are in favor of the proposed new park. Hesitantly. He raised his hand hesitantly and asked a question, looking unsure of himself. Hesitantly. He raised his hand hesitantly and asked a question, looking unsure of himself. Leisure. In between his busy work, he enjoys golf as a hobby during his leisure time. Leisure. In between his busy work, he enjoys golf as a hobby during his leisure time. Measure. The government took new economic measures to curb inflation. Measure. The government took new economic measures to curb inflation. Pleasure. She feels the greatest pleasure in sharing a delicious meal with her friends. Pleasure. She feels the greatest pleasure in sharing a delicious meal with her friends. Treasure. The old temple houses precious treasures that have been protected for centuries. Treasure. The old temple houses precious treasures that have been protected for centuries. Web. A spider is spinning a web. Stretch. Having been sitting for a long time, he stood up and stretched his body fully. Ahead. A steep mountain path lies ahead, so you need to be very careful. Bread. He enjoyed freshly baked, fragrant bread and coffee for breakfast. Dead. He found a dead bird lying on the roadside and felt sorry for it. Dread. He dreaded tomorrow's important presentation and could not sleep at night. Head. As the head of the organization, he carefully listened to the opinions of the members. Instead, he decided to drink green tea for his health instead of coffee. Lead. With his excellent leadership, he led the team to victory and received praise. Said. He said, "I will definitely go tomorrow," but he never showed up. Shed. In autumn, trees shed their leaves in preparation for winter. Spread. The rumor spread throughout the town in an instant, causing confusion. Thread. She threaded the needle and carefully mended the torn clothes. Headache. A series of problems just before the deadline is a major headache for project leaders. Headquarters. The global company's headquarters is located in a skyscraper in New York. Deadline. He worked all night and somehow managed to meet the tight deadline. Headline. This morning's newspaper headlines carried a major report on the birth of the new government. Deaf. He was born deaf, but he actively interacts with others using sign language. Deaf. He was born deaf, but he actively interacts with others using sign language. Theft. Police are investigating the theft of a National Treasure class painting from a museum. Leftover. She made lunch today using the leftovers from last night's dinner. Leftover. She made lunch today using the leftovers from last night's dinner. Beg. The poor man begged for enough small change from passers-by to buy some food. Beg. The poor man begged for enough small change from passers-by to buy some food. Leg. He fell during a soccer game and broke his right leg. Leg. He fell during a soccer game and broke his right leg. Pregnant. The whole family was delighted to hear the news that she was pregnant. Vegetable. By incorporating fresh vegetables into your daily diet, you can maintain a healthy body. Checkup. To maintain his health, he goes to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup once a year. Lecture. The professor gave a lecture to the students on the current status of countermeasures for environmental problems. Lecture. The professor gave a lecture to the students on the current status of countermeasures for environmental problems. Intellectual. She has an intellectual curiosity that makes her constantly seek out new knowledge through reading. Breakfast. In order to live a healthy life, I try to eat a nutritious and balanced breakfast every morning. Reckless. Reckless driving in heavy rain puts not only your own life, but also the lives of others at risk. Technical. This manual contains very technical details about repairing the machine. Flexible. He has a flexible way of thinking that allows him to adjust his plans to suit the situation, and he is relied upon by those around him. Mexican. Last night I enjoyed authentic Mexican food, including tacos and nachos, with a friend. Execute. Not only is it necessary to make a plan, but it also requires the ability to execute it accurately. Excellent. His excellent presentation helped us win the contract. Complexity. Expert knowledge is required to understand the complexity of the latest software. Excess. To stay healthy, excess salt and sugar should be avoided. Exercise. I do exercise every day. Export. Fresh fruits harvested in this region are exported mainly to Asian countries. Expert. An expert in the field was called in to fix a complex mechanical malfunction. Exploit. Companies cannot be allowed to unfairly exploit workers for profit. Extra. He set aside extra time after school to study, aiming to prepare perfectly for the exam. Affection. She has a deep affection for her beloved dog, who has lived with her since she was a child. Direction. He checked the map but completely lost track of his direction. Election. In preparation for the next mayoral election, candidates are enthusiastically taking to the streets to promote their policies. Infection. The wound was thoroughly disinfected to prevent bacteria from entering and causing infection. Injection. Doctors chose to treat him with an injection rather than a pill in order to rapidly improve his condition. Intersection. This intersection has had a high number of accidents, so new traffic lights have recently been installed. Objection. His proposal was met with some strong objections from a budgetary perspective. Recollection. I met up with an old friend for the first time in decades and indulged in a recollection of fond memories from that time. Reflection. As he gazed upon his own reflection on the water's surface, he reflected on his life so far. Section. Please read this section of the book. Spectacle. The thousands of fireworks that were launched into the night sky were an amazing spectacle that overwhelmed all who saw them. Affected. His speech was very affected and did not resonate much. Connected. Through the internet, people around the world can be connected instantly. Director. The film director explained the intent of the scene to the actors in detail. Inspector. A fire inspector conducted regular checks to ensure the safety of the building. Sector. He works in the IT sector. Spectator. Tens of thousands of spectators gathered at the stadium to catch a glimpse of the historic match. Unexpected. Unexpected news arrived during the meeting, surprising everyone. Collective. We solved this difficult problem through collective effort. Detective. A skilled detective tracked down the culprit using the little evidence left at the scene. Effective. The new advertising campaign was so effective that sales soared. Objective. It is necessary to avoid bias and conduct an objective evaluation from a third-party perspective. Perspective. In order to understand different cultures, it is important to have a perspective that is different from your own. Subjective. Standards of beauty are highly subjective and vary greatly from person to person. Effectively. He made efforts to convey his opinions effectively within the limited time. Effectively. He made efforts to convey his opinions effectively within the limited time. Objectively. We must judge the situation objectively based on facts, without being swayed by emotions. Objectively. We must judge the situation objectively based on facts, without being swayed by emotions. Electrical. The storm caused power lines to be downed, causing electrical outages in the surrounding area. Electric. The number of electric vehicles running around town is increasing, and noise problems are gradually improving. Text. He sent a short text. Effect. Lack of sleep has a big impact on your work performance the next day. Collect. His hobby is collecting rare stamps from around the world. Connect. I connected the new printer to my computer and completed the setup. Correct. Please double-check that there are no errors in your calculations, and make sure they are correct before submitting. Detect. The latest sensors can detect minute amounts of harmful substances in the air. Effect. The new law has come into effect, but it will take time for its effects to become apparent. Elect. The people are seriously considering who to elect as their next leader. Expect. A good harvest is expected this year, and farmers are happy. Incorrect. That answer is incorrect. Indirect. He avoided direct criticism and expressed his dissatisfaction in an indirect manner. Infect. Viruses infect cells. Inspect. Before shipping, Our staff thoroughly inspects the products to ensure there are no defects. Neglect. Neglecting to take care of the garden has allowed weeds to grow out of control. Protect. A new nature reserve has been established to protect endangered species. Reflect. The mirror is reflecting the sunlight. Reject. The proposed budget was rejected at the meeting because it was too unrealistic. Respect. He is polite to everyone and earns deep respect from those around him. Select. From a huge number of candidates, one person who was deemed most suitable was selected. Subject. He is knowledgeable in all areas of science, but particularly enjoys the subject of physics. Suspect. Police are pursuing a man in red who fled the scene as a prime suspect. Directly. Instead of listening to others' opinions, he decided to meet the person directly to confirm. Directly. Instead of listening to others' opinions, he decided to meet the person directly to confirm. Effects. The doctor explained to me about the side effects of the medicine. Cell. The human body is made up of trillions of tiny cells, each of which plays an important role. Compel. Though he had no legal obligation, he felt a moral responsibility and compelled himself to tell the truth. Excel. She excels in mathematics and has won numerous international awards. Farewell. A group of colleagues gathered together to throw a big farewell party for their retiring boss. Hell. The fierce battlefield with its constant bombings and screams was a scene reminiscent of hell on earth. Personnel. The company has launched a large-scale recruitment drive to fill its shortage of specialized personnel. Sell. He makes a living by selling the fresh vegetables he grows at the market. Smell. The sweet smell of flowers drifting from somewhere announces the arrival of spring. Swell. Because of yesterday's injury, his ankle has swelled to about twice its normal size. Tell. Stop lying and tell me the truth about what happened. Well. He is in such good health that he plans to take part in tomorrow's marathon. Yell. He yelled as hard as he could to make himself heard over the noise. Elbow. He hit his elbow on the desk. Seldom. Rarely spends time relaxing at home on weekday evenings. Welfare. The government has introduced a new social welfare system to improve the quality of life of its citizens. Selfish. Don't be so selfish. Welcome. He welcomed his friend who came to visit from far away with a big smile and warm words. Overwhelming. He could only stand there, overcome by the overwhelming sadness he was experiencing for the first time in his life. Shelter. To protect themselves from the sudden storm, they sought shelter in a nearby cave. Shelter. To protect themselves from the sudden storm, they sought shelter in a nearby cave. Healthy. He never skips a balanced diet and exercise to maintain a healthy body. Wealthy. He succeeded as a businessman and is living a very wealthy life. Held. An important conference on the theme of international peace will be held in Tokyo next week. Himself. He accomplished the difficult task by himself without anyone's help. Himself. He accomplished the difficult task by himself without anyone's help. Shelf. He returned the book he finished reading to the shelf of the neatly organized bookcase. Shelf. He returned the book he finished reading to the shelf of the neatly organized bookcase. Overwhelm. The amount of work far exceeded his expectations, and the new employee was completely overwhelmed. Realm. The scholar has made many groundbreaking discoveries in the realm of physics. Help. If you see someone in trouble, it's important to extend a helping hand without hesitation. Helpless. I feel very helpless. Else. If there is no other way, we need to ask someone else for help. Melt. Due to global warming, Arctic ice is beginning to melt at an unprecedented rate. Health. Even in the midst of busy days, you should not neglect to take care of your health. Wealth. He built up huge wealth. Condemn. The international community has united in severely condemning this despicable terrorist act that attacks innocent people. Stem. The stem of a plant grows upward in search of sunlight. Embassy. He visited the U.S. Embassy in Minato Ward to apply for a visa. Assemble. On factory lines, many robots quickly assemble precision parts. Resemble. He bears a striking resemblance to his father, even walking the same way. Tremble. Fear and cold made her body tremble. Remember. He still clearly remembers the fun memories he spent with his family when he was a child. Emphasis. Placed a strong emphasis on the importance of acquiring basic knowledge in his lectures. Emphasize. In his presentation, he emphasized the importance of quality control in this project. Temple. Every morning he goes to an old temple in his neighborhood to pray for health and peace for his family. Empire. The ancient empire ruled over vast territories for hundreds of years. Temper. He is usually gentle, but once he loses his temper, he becomes uncontrollable. Contemporary. The museum displays contemporary works by artists living today. Temporary. This parking lot is temporarily closed due to construction. Emperor. In that ancient state, an emperor with absolute power ruled everything. Temperature. It was very cold this morning, and the outside temperature dropped below freezing. Temperature. It was very cold this morning, and the outside temperature dropped below freezing. Empty. He was thirsty, so he drank the water in the glass and left it empty. Attempt. He attempted to climb Mount Everest but was forced to give up due to bad weather. Tempt. The sweet smell of dessert tempted her deeply as she was on a diet. Again. It's important not to give up after one failure, but to keep trying again until you succeed. Then. I'm going to the library first, then I'm going to meet my friend at the cafe. When she plays the piano, the room is filled with beautiful sounds. Yen. After returning from a trip abroad, I exchanged any leftover foreign currency for yen at the airport counter. Intention. From the beginning, he had a strong intention to leave the company and become independent. Intervention. The central bank intervened in the foreign exchange market, putting a stop to the yen's depreciation. Adventure. He went on an adventure around the world with just a backpack to experience the unknown world. Adventure. He went on an adventure around the world with just a backpack to experience the unknown world. Venture. They embarked on a new business venture, knowing the great risks involved. Venture. They embarked on a new business venture, knowing the great risks involved. Century. This building was built in the 18th century and conveys the architectural style of that time to the present. Century. This building was built in the 18th century and conveys the architectural style of that time to the present. Agenda. The agenda for today's meeting includes a budget reduction plan. Splendid. The view from the summit was so splendid that it could not be expressed in words. Tendency. He has a tendency to fidget unconsciously when he gets tired. Independence. After many years of struggle, the country finally won its independence from other countries. Defendant. Throughout the trial, the defendant continued to vigorously maintain his innocence. Dependent. Children are dependent on their parents for a long time to survive. Independent. After graduating from university, he has been living an independent life without receiving any money from his parents. Tremendous. After a tremendous effort, he finally broke the world record. Surrender. The enemy army was surrounded and finally raised a white flag to surrender completely. Tender. She wrapped the injured small bird with a tender touch. Depending. Decisions about whether to cancel an outdoor event will depend on the weather on the day. Vending. I bought a cold drink from a vending machine installed on the station platform. Indispensable. In modern life, the internet is an indispensable tool for obtaining information. Sensible. He made a sensible decision. Sensitive. She is very sensitive to other people's emotions and notices even the smallest changes. Density. As population density in urban areas increases, traffic congestion and housing shortages become serious. Census. Every 5 years, the government conducts a census to understand the actual living conditions of its citizens. Consensus. After several hours of discussion, consensus was finally reached on a new course of action. Comprehensive. The report contains a comprehensive analysis of the current state of the market. Expensive. Living in the city center is very expensive with high rents and prices. Extensive. The earthquake caused extensive damage across a wide area of the city. Inexpensive. This store offers high-quality clothing at relatively inexpensive prices. Intensive. In order to improve my language skills in a short period of time, I underwent a month of intensive training. Offensive. Such offensive behavior in public places should be strictly discouraged. Senses. He used his 5 keen senses to detect the slightest abnormality in the forest. Conventional. He doesn't like new methods and always sticks to conventional ways. Essential. Mutual respect and trust are essential elements for building good relationships. Potential. Although he is still young, he has great potential to become a global player in the future. Attention. The teacher drew the student's attention to an important mathematical equation, written on the board. Convention. Every year at this time, an international convention is held, bringing together experts from around the world. Dimension. The sculpture shows completely different dimensions depending on how light and shadow hit it. Extension. I asked my boss if I could extend the deadline for the project by just 1 week. Invention. Edison's invention of the light bulb was a revolutionary invention that transformed people's lives. Mention. Made sure to mention his family, who have supported his success. Pension. After retiring, he is living a peaceful life while receiving the pension he has saved up over the years. Tension. As the tense negotiations continued, a tense atmosphere hung over the conference room. Plentiful. The village has abundant water sources and always has plentiful water to grow crops. Identify. The police succeeded in identifying the culprit from the security camera footage. Unidentified. An unidentified flying object was spotted in the night sky, causing a big commotion. Sentiment. Investors are increasingly bullish about the future of the market. Representative. As a representative of her class, she submitted a request to the principal. Accidental. It was an accidental discovery. Environmental. To stop global warming, environmental conservation efforts are needed on a global scale. Fundamental. Literacy, writing, and arithmetic are fundamental skills that underlie all learning. Gentle. She has a very gentle personality and treats everyone with courtesy. Mental. Long hours of desk work not only causes physical fatigue, but also serious mental stress. Sentence. The judge gave the defendant a harsh sentence of 10 years in prison. Dentist. The pain from my toothache became unbearable, so I made an appointment to see the dentist after school. Enter. He entered the room where the interview was taking place with a nervous look. Inventor. Edison, a great inventor, completed the light bulb after numerous failures. Enterprise. Not afraid of risk, he embarked on a bold enterprise, a new IT business. Identical. I compared the two photos, but they were completely identical down to the smallest detail, making it impossible to tell them apart. Plenty. We need to store plenty of food to get through the winter. Entrance. The building's grand entrance is lined with beautiful marble columns. Elementary. He noticed the elementary mistake in the problem and corrected it immediately. Envelope. He carefully folded the important letter and placed it in an addressed envelope. Envy. Her brilliant success became the object of envy among her colleagues. Ascend. The mountaineers carefully climbed the steep rock wall and finally ascended to the summit. Attend. He attended the annual international conference to grasp the latest industry trends. Bend. He bent down to pick up the key on the ground and reached for it. Blend. He blended several types of beans to make coffee to his liking. Comprehend. The theory is so complex that it is difficult for non-specialists to fully comprehend it. Defend. The lawyer defended the defendant, who insisted on his innocence with all his might. Depend. Our success depends on how much all team members can cooperate. Descend. The airplane slowly lowered its altitude for landing and descended below the clouds. End. He read to the end of the story and felt deeply moved. Extend. He decided to extend his stay by 1 week, because he wanted to travel more in this country. Intend. He intends to study abroad next year to deepen his specialized knowledge at a university overseas. Lend. Seeing his friend in trouble, he willingly lent him travel expenses. Offend. I want to avoid offending anyone. Pretend. He pretended to know nothing to hide his surprise. Recommend. He liked the restaurant's food very much, so he recommended his friends to go there too. Spend. He spent a lot of time reading and studying to make it a meaningful vacation. Suspend. Operations of that line were temporarily suspended due to the risk of landslides caused by heavy rain. Tend. He tends to stay up late. Trend. That is the new fashion trend. Amendment. There was a heated debate in Parliament about amendments to the Constitution. Expense. Introducing a new system is expected to be quite expensive. Hence, he is still inexperienced and therefore needs support from those around him. Immense. Through his charitable work, he made an immense contribution to the local community. Intense. Working under the midsummer sun was more intensely hot than I had imagined. Sense. Her instinctive sense told her that danger was approaching. Tense. There was a tense atmosphere in the classroom as we waited for the test results. Consent. Before undergoing surgery, the doctor explained the risks to me and I signed a consent form. Extent. Investigations are currently underway to accurately determine the extent of the damage. Intent. She gazed intently at the master's painting with an intent expression on her face. Invent. He invented revolutionary new tools to make everyday life more convenient. Meant. What she said was never meant to hurt you. Prevent. Regular health checkups help detect illness early and prevent it from becoming serious. Rent. He decided to rent an apartment in a convenient location in the city center. Represent. As a representative of his country, he represented the country as the flag bearer at the opening ceremony of the Olympics. Scent. The sweet scent of the roses blooming in the garden carried on the wind to the room. Sent. She sent a heartfelt message card to her friend for her birthday. Went. After work, she went to a restaurant to have dinner with a friend. Strengthen. To strengthen team unity, we decided to hold a social gathering over the weekend. Length. The bridge's length is over 1 kilometer. Strength. He has great strength. Step. He walked up the stairs step by step until he finally reached the roof. Exception. The general rule is that everyone must participate, but exceptions are permitted for health reasons only. Perception. She is too concerned about how others perceive her and is unable to act freely. Reception. After giving my name at the hotel reception, I was immediately shown to my room. Acceptable. The proposal is acceptable to all of us. Accept. He admitted his mistake and sincerely accepted the harsh criticism from those around him. Accept. The store is open every day from 9 a.m., except Sundays. Depth. The lake is over 100 meters deep at its deepest point. Fair. He tends to become so absorbed in his work that he neglects his personal affairs. Aware. He is very aware of how his words affect those around him. Bear. Unable to bear the heat, he took off his jacket, revealing his bare arms. Bear. She bears an unbearable amount of grief, but tries her best to look forward. Care. He always shows great care for the people around him. Compare. There's no need to feel down by comparing your weaknesses with other people's strengths. Dare. Dare to climb the dangerous cliff despite those around him telling him not to. Declare. The president, in a televised address, declared a national emergency. Despair. Constant misfortune had driven him to the brink of deep despair. Fair. The judges were impartial and always gave fair decisions. Fair. Due to rising fuel prices, bus and taxi fares will be increased from next month. Heir. As the sole heir to a huge inheritance, he carries the expectations of his family. Millionaire. He became a millionaire at a young age. Prayer. Every night, she says a quiet prayer for the health of her family and world peace. Prepare. I need to prepare for the test. Rare. It is very rare to see the bird in this area. Repair. When I brought my broken watch to the shop, a skilled craftsman repaired it perfectly within a few days. Scare. Don't scare me with things like that. Share. Don't keep your great ideas to yourself. Share them with your team. Bear. In case of a flat tire, I always keep a spare tire in the trunk of my car. Square. The vast square in the center of the city attracts many tourists. Stare. He was so overwhelmed by the beauty of the scenery that he lost track of time and simply stared. Swear. He swears before his friends that he will never make the same mistake again. Tear. He was so frustrated that he tore the manuscript he had just finished in two. There. He noticed his friend standing there around the corner and gave him a big wave. Unfair. It is extremely unfair to not receive fair recognition for your abilities. Wear. In the winter, he wears the warm woolen sweater his grandmother knitted for him. Where? I'm looking through brochures and considering where I should go on my next vacation. Therefore, there was a severe storm last night. Therefore, public transport schedules are severely disrupted this morning. Aircraft. A stealth aircraft utilizing the latest technology was unveiled at an air show. Airline. He booked a ticket for his overseas business trip with a major airline with a good reputation for service. Chairman. The meeting was moderated by a chairman, and all attendees were given the opportunity to express their opinions. Awareness. An awareness event was held to raise social awareness of environmental issues. Airport. After a long journey, he finally arrived at his destination airport and breathed a sigh of relief. Airplane. He was looking out the window at an airplane flying across the blue sky, leaving a white streak behind it. Scared. Surprised by the sudden darkness, he stood frozen, scared like a child. Scarce. Due to the drought, drinking water is very scarce in the area. Scarcely. He was so surprised that he could scarcely speak a word. Assess. Experts were called in to assess the damage caused by the floods. Bless. May God bless you and your family with health and happiness. Confess. I honestly confess that I haven't finished reading the book yet. Depress. Economic news has begun to depress many investors. Distress. The hikers were in deep distress and sent out a signal. Dress. For the award ceremony, he had to dress in formal attire. Express. It can be difficult to express your feelings in a foreign language. Guess. Try to guess how many candies are in the jar. Impress. Her performance was enough to impress even the harshest critics. Less. For good health, you should try to eat more vegetables and less sugar. Mess. My room is a complete mess and needs to be tidied up. Nevertheless. The task was difficult, but nevertheless she finished it on time. Nonetheless. It rained. Nonetheless he went. Press. The dictator used the military to oppress the local people. Possess. He does not possess the skills necessary for this technical job. Press. Please press the button. Stress. I feel work stress. Success. Hard work and perseverance are the keys to professional success. Suppress. She struggled to suppress laughter during the serious meeting. Unless. You cannot enter the building unless you have a permit. Suggestion. At the end of the meeting, the new employee made a very sharp suggestion. Successful. After many years of hard work, he finally made his business a successful one. Assessment. The expert team conducted a detailed assessment of the damage to the building caused by the earthquake. Pedestrian. At intersections without traffic lights, cars must give first priority to the safety of pedestrians. Arrest. Police finally succeeded in arresting a highly wanted criminal after years of pursuit. Best. He was the best performer on the team and was named Player of the Year. Breast. She held the newborn baby to her breast and cradled it tenderly. Chest. He keeps his precious mementos in a sturdy wooden chest. Digest. In order to absorb nutrients efficiently, food needs to be thoroughly digested in the stomach. Invest. We decided to invest funds in new technologies for future growth. Lest. He left home early so as not to be late and miss an important meeting. Nest. In spring, many birds build nests under the eaves and begin raising their young. Quest. He embarked on a long quest across the world in search of the truth. Request. I requested the materials from him. Rest. After strenuous exercise, it is important to get enough rest to allow your muscles to recover. Suggest. To break the deadlock in the meeting, he suggested an entirely new solution. Restless. He was restless last night due to his anxiety. Investment. With an eye on future growth, we have decided to increase our investment in technology companies. Flesh. He exercises to maintain a healthy flesh. Fresh. Every morning, we prepare our dishes using fresh vegetables delivered from the market. Especially. I love sweets, but I am especially fond of chocolate. Especially. I love sweets, but I am especially fond of chocolate. Bet. He decided to trust his instincts and bet all his money on the horse. Debt. As a result of his lavish lifestyle, he ended up with a lot of debt. 8. He has books, pens, etc. notebooks. Forget. No matter how busy you are, you should never forget to be grateful. Get. He went to the library to get the information he needed. Let. Lets his children do what they want. Let. Lets his children do what they want. Regret. He now bitterly regrets not having studied more when he was younger. Sweat. After a strenuous workout, a profuse amount of sweat was streaming down his forehead. Threat. Global warming is a serious threat to the future of humanity. Upset. She is very upset because she broke an important vase. Wet. I was caught in a sudden rain shower and my clothes got completely wet. Yet, he knows the flaws in the plan, but he still intends to go ahead with it. Breath. After a strenuous workout, he sat down on a bench out of breath. Death. He spent his life advocating for peace and passed away peacefully. Ethnic. The city is home to a diverse range of ethnic groups, maintaining its cultural diversity. He picked up the book on the table and began to read. In. He packed all his old toys into a big box.